From Fox News, New York City ICE raid nets 9 arrests of illegal aliens from West Africa. 4 protesters also arrested. Federal agents raided New York City's Chinatown, arresting 9 migrants from West Africa for allegedly selling counterfeit goods. The migrants from Senegal, Mali, and Guinea were here illegally. 4 protesters were also detained for blocking officers and throwing objects. Officials say the protesters had criminal backgrounds, and one was charged with assaulting a federal officer. New York City Mayor Eric Adams distanced the city from the raid, emphasizing focus on violent criminals, not undocumented workers pursuing the American dream. From CNN, Republicans are ridiculing No Kings. A striking new poll shows Americans aren't laughing. Republicans have mocked the No Kings anti-Trump rallies as extremist, but new polls suggest many Americans share the concerns. A Public Religion Research Institute survey found 56% of Americans view Trump as a potentially dangerous dictator whose powers should be limited. This margin has grown since April. 54% also see him as assaulting constitutional balances and the rule of law. Multiple polls show majorities believe Trump is exceeding presidential powers, with concerns rising across parties. From the Wall Street Journal, Trump nominee is withdrawn after report of racist texts. President Trump's nominee for the office of special counsel, Paul Ingrassia, has been withdrawn after reports of racist and anti-Semitic texts. Politico reported texts where he used slurs, criticized MLK Day, and admitted a Nazi streak, though his lawyer claims possible falsification or lack of context. Republican senators like Langford, Scott, and Johnson opposed confirmation, saying he lacked the votes. Ingrassia withdrew from a hearing, and the White House confirmed he's no longer the nominee amid prior concerns about his qualifications. From USA Today, Hegseth clamps down on military communications with Congress. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has banned most military officials from speaking with Congress without approval from a centralized office. The memo aims to ensure consistent messaging and support department priorities, covering interactions like base visits and reports. This includes the Joint Chiefs and Service Secretaries, but exempt roles like the Inspector General. The move may reduce transparency and follows tensions, like the Navy lobbying Congress to save a fighter jet program against Pentagon wishes. From CBS News, Historic Preservation Group seeks to pause White House wing demolition. The National Trust for Historic Preservation urges pausing demolition of the White House East Wing for President Trump's ballroom project. Concerns focus on the 90,000 square foot addition overwhelming the White House's scale and balance. Similar worries from the Society of Architectural Historians and American Institute of Architects call for public reviews. White House officials say plans will be submitted soon and note past presidents have made renovations, dismissing critics as unhinged leftists. From The Guardian, Democratic Senator's floor speech condemning Trump enters 19th hour. Oregon Democratic Senator Jeff Merkley is in his 19th hour of a Senate floor speech condemning President Trump as authoritarian. He highlights military deployments to Democratic cities like Portland and Chicago, and actions against political opponents. Merkley warns of the biggest threat to the Republic since the Civil War, with Democrats like Booker and Blumenthal joining to question him. This follows a similar record-setting speech by Senator Booker amid an ongoing government shutdown over funding disputes. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From CNN, Union leaders Randy Weingarten and Lee Saunders quit DNC posts in the party's latest dispute. 2 union giants, Randy Weingarten and Lee Saunders, just walked away from the Democratic National Committee. Their exit is the latest blow to DNC Chair Ken Martin as the party struggles to counter Trump's influence. Weingarten says the DNC isn't expanding its tent, while Saunders calls for bold new strategies. Martin's push to shake up committee roles left them sidelined, sparking debate over party unity. From Fox News, anti-Trump Washington Post columnist admits he loved military parade. Washington Post's Max Boot, a Trump critic, admits he loved the Army's 250th birthday parade in D.C. Despite fears of a political stunt, Boot was thrilled by flyovers and soldiers in historic uniforms. Even the massive tanks won him over, with smiling crews waving to the crowd. Boot says Trump kept it classy, making the parade a surprising hit. From ABC News, states agree to $7.4 billion settlement with Purdue Pharma in opioid litigation. All 50 states just signed a massive $7.4 billion settlement with Purdue Pharma and the Sackler family. Purdue's aggressive OxyContin marketing-fueled addiction and overdoses lawsuits claim. The funds will boost addiction treatment and prevention over 15 years, starting with $2.4 billion soon. The deal awaits bankruptcy court approval, ending the Sacklers' opioid business in the U.S. From the BBC, juror dismissed in Diddy trial over inconsistencies. A juror in Diddy's sex trafficking trial was dismissed for inconsistencies in his answers. The juror claimed he lived in the Bronx but recently moved to New Jersey, raising red flags. Judge Subramanian said the juror's shady responses questioned his honesty and impartiality. Diddy's team cried foul, saying the dismissal hurts diversity, but the trial rolls on. From USA Today, Trump Organization launches $499 phone, new Trump mobile cell service. The Trump Organization just dropped Trump Mobile, a new 5G cell service and T1 phone. The T1 phone runs Android, has 256 gigabyte storage, and costs $499 with AI face unlock. Eric Trump says it's made in the USA with call centers in St. Louis, not overseas. The 47 plan offers unlimited data for $47.45 a month, nodding to Trump's presidency. From Newsweek, MAGA splitting over Israel's strikes on Iran poses dilemma for Trump. President Trump backs Israel's strikes on Iran, but it's splitting his MAGA base. Rep. Marjorie Taylor Greene says supporting the war isn't America first, clashing with Trump. Tucker Carlson calls Trump complicit in Israel's actions, fueling the debate. Experts say Trump's torn between global strength and his anti-war supporters. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From CNN, a new TikTok app may be coming. Here's what we know so far. TikTok's US future is uncertain, as a new app could replace it by September 5th, changing how 170 million Americans use the platform. ByteDance, TikTok's China-based parent, faces a US ban unless it sells, but China may block sharing TikTok's algorithm, forcing a new US-only version. The current app might vanish from US stores, with user profiles and content transfer posing challenges, possibly isolating American users. President Trump claims a buyer is ready, but will a deal meet legal requirements? The clock's ticking for TikTok's future. From Fox News, federal judge deems former Chicago alderman accused of bribery unfit for trial. A federal judge ruled 76-year-old former Chicago alderman Carrie Austin unfit for trial due to severe health issues. Austin, indicted in 2021 for bribery and lying to the FBI, allegedly took home improvements to favor a $49.6 million development project. Her chronic illnesses, including COPD and cancer, make even daily tasks tough, leading the judge to postpone her trial indefinitely. Prosecutors claimed Austin was mobile, but the judge prioritized her health, halting the case for now. From CBS News, Secret Service suspended 6 personnel after Trump assassination attempt. 6 Secret Service personnel were suspended without pay after July 2024 Trump assassination attempt in Butler, Pennsylvania. A gunman grazed Trump's ear, killed 1 and injured 2. The agency faced backlash for security lapses. To fix failures, the Secret Service added drones and mobile command posts to improve communication with local police. A bipartisan report called the incident preventable, citing poor training and leadership. No one was fired, but reforms are underway. From the Washington Post, Supreme Court refuses to allow Florida to enforce new immigration law. The Supreme Court stopped Florida from enforcing a law that jails undocumented migrants for entering the state. Signed by Governor DeSantis, the law was challenged for overriding federal immigration powers, joining similar blocked laws in other states. Critics say it violates the Constitution, while Florida claims it fights illegal immigration's harms like trafficking. Lower courts halted the law, and the Supreme Court's order keeps it on hold as legal battles continue. From NBC News, judge blocks Trump's order restricting birthright citizenship. A New Hampshire judge blocked Trump's order to limit birthright citizenship, protecting babies nationwide. The order aimed to deny citizenship to babies of non-citizen parents, defying the 14th Amendment's guarantee. The ACLU argued it causes irreparable harm, and the judge agreed, granting class action status for affected children. The block is temporary, with a 7-day stay for appeals, as lawsuits challenge Trump's plan across the country. From the Gateway Pundit, Epstein horrors, officials sleight of hand about millions of pages of unreleased evidence. It's not all child, not all destroyed. Millions of Epstein-related documents remain unreleased, despite public demands for justice and transparency. The DOJ claims unreleased files are graphic, but critics say they hide names of powerful clients and enablers. Maxwell's defense got millions of pages, yet only 350, mostly old, were shared with the public. Victims and advocates push for prosecution of Epstein's network, questioning if the truth will ever surface. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From Fox News, Charlie Kirk died as he lived, bold, unashamed, and anchored in faith. Conservative activist Charlie Kirk passed away at 31 during a speech at Utah Valley University, remembered as a bold fighter for truth and faith. Founder of Turning Point USA, he built a youth movement, influenced elections, and was a devoted father and husband. Always kind and generous. Described as a modern martyr, Kirk lived fearlessly, anchored in his Christian beliefs, drawing parallels to biblical figures like Stephen. His legacy inspires continued boldness in faith and patriotism, as loved ones grieve but celebrate his eternal life in Christ. From CNN, UK fires ambassador to US Peter Mandelson over Epstein links. Britain's ambassador to the US Peter Mandelson was fired after revelations of his close ties to convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. A 2003 birthday book showed Mandelson calling Epstein his best pal, with photos of them together and notes of friendship. Newly released emails revealed Mandelson supporting Epstein post-conviction, offering advice, and expressing fury over his case. Prime Minister Starmer faced criticism for the appointment. The scandal adds to his challenges amid other resignations and upcoming US-UK events. From CBS News, more than 300 Koreans detained by ICE in Georgia are heading home. Over 300 South Koreans were detained in a massive ICE raid at a Hyundai LG battery plant in Georgia for alleged visa violations. Released from detention, they boarded a charter flight home, including some non-Koreans. One chose to stay with family in the U.S. President Lee expressed responsibility and concern, noting the raid strained U.S.-Korea ties amid major investments and trade deals. Officials discuss visa increases. Experts see it as a blip, but call for clear rules to boost alliances and legal worker flows. From ABC News, shooter dead, 2 other students in hospital after Colorado high school shooting sheriff. A student opened fire at Evergreen High School in Colorado, wounding 2 classmates before dying from a self-inflicted gunshot. The incident occurred around noon. 3 students were critically injured initially, with the shooter later confirmed dead. 1 victim was released with non-life-threatening injuries. Another remains critical. A 4th student was treated for unknown issues. Governor Polis called it devastating. Authorities searched the campus, with ATF and FBI assisting in the investigation. From USA Today, ousted FBI leaders file lawsuit against Director Kash Patel, Trump administration. Former FBI leaders sued Director Kash Patel and the Trump administration, alleging illegal firings as political retribution. Plaintiffs claim Patel ignored his confirmation promises, firing those linked to January 6 investigations on White House orders. They detail conversations where terminations were based on loyalty to Trump, violating laws and FBI rules. The suit accuses the administration of politicizing the FBI to target perceived enemies and protect allies. From the LA Times, Calms. The Democrats should force a shutdown to save the government. Opinion. Democrats should provoke a government shutdown to counter Republican control under Trump, seen as chaotic and retributive. With funding expiring September 30th, Dems face funding a government that's cut programs, fired employees, and used agents without warrants. Past acquiescence hurt morale. Now demand negotiations on healthcare, visas, and more before voting yes. If no compromise, vote no. Leverage to protect the vulnerable despite short-term pain, and fight in public opinion. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From Fox News, Cincinnati felon with 22 prior arrests indicted for allegedly snatching victim's chain during viral beatdown. A brutal brawl in Cincinnati's downtown shocked the nation after going viral. Now a seventh suspect, Gregory Wright, is indicted. Wright, with 22 prior arrests, faces charges of aggravated riot and robbery for allegedly stealing a necklace during the attack. Court records show Wright's history includes drug trafficking and gun charges, often escaping with plea deals or probation. 6 co-defendants also face serious charges with bonds up to $500,000 as the city grapples with this violent incident. From CNN, federal court hearing about legal conditions of Alligator Alcatraz detainees ends without immediate ruling. A federal judge heard arguments over conditions at Alligator Alcatraz, a controversial Florida detention camp. The ACLU claims detainees lack access to lawyers and clear immigration courts, calling conditions extorting. The government says legal access is improving, with private meeting rooms added, but venue disputes linger. No ruling yet, as the judge weighs if the case is in the right court, leaving detainees' rights in limbo. From Reuters, Texas Democrats end walkout as Republicans try to pass redrawn map. Texas Democrats ended their walkout, returning to fight Republican efforts to redraw congressional maps. The walkout broke quorum, stalling GOP plans to gain 5 congressional seats pushed by President Trump. Governor Abbott called a new session to push redistricting, while California's governor counters with his own plan. Democrats vow to keep fighting for fair representation in this high-stakes political. From ABC News, deadly Russian drone missile barrage on Ukraine marks Trump-Zelensky talks. Russian drones and missiles killed 7, including 2 children, in Ukraine's Kharkiv on Sunday night. Ukraine's Air Force downed 88 of 140 drones, but strikes hit multiple regions, killing and injuring dozens. As President Zelensky heads to meet Trump in Washington, he calls Russia's attacks cynical amid peace talks. Trump pushes for a deal to end the war, but Russia's relentless strikes complicate diplomacy. From the Wall Street Journal, Zelensky heads back to Washington under pressure from Putin. Ukrainian President Zelensky returns to Washington to meet Trump, seeking security guarantees amid war. A deadly Russian drone strike in Kharkiv killed 4, underscoring the urgency as Putin demands territory. Joined by European allies, Zelensky faces pressure to balance Trump's support and Ukraine's resistance. Security guarantees are key, but territorial concessions remain a sticking point. From The Independent, Harvard researcher attacked by 5 teens after asking them to be quiet during screening of weapons. A Harvard researcher, Thiago Rentz, was attacked by 5 teens at a Boston AMC theater during a horror movie. Rentz asked the teens to quiet down, but they turned violent, punching him as he tried to leave. Left with a black eye, Rentz says no one helped, and AMC hasn't responded about security failures. Rentz demands the teens be identified via cameras, calling for better theater safety measures. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From Fox News, Diddy received standing ovation from fellow inmates after jury found rapper not guilty on RICO charge. Sean Diddy Combs was acquitted of major charges like racketeering and sex trafficking after a 7-week trial. Back at MDC Brooklyn, Fellow inmates gave him a standing ovation, celebrating his win against the government. His lawyer, Mark Agnifilo, says inmates rarely see anyone beat the system, making Diddy's victory a symbol of hope. But Diddy faces up to 20 years for 2 prostitution-related convictions, with sentencing set for October. From CNN, Trump administration moves to terminate a form of humanitarian relief for Nicaraguans and Hondurans in the U.S. The Trump administration is ending temporary protected status for 76,000 Nicaraguans and Hondurans in the U.S. TPS started in 1999 after Hurricane Mitch protects migrants from deportation due to unsafe conditions in their home countries. The move has sparked legal challenges, with critics arguing it ignores ongoing hardships in Honduras and Nicaragua. DHS Secretary Kristi Noem says the program is no longer needed, but lawsuits may delay the decision. From the Washington Post, U.S. measles cases reach a 33-year record high as outbreaks spread. The U.S. hit a 33-year high with 1,277 measles cases across 38 states, driven by vaccine hesitancy. 92% of cases involve unvaccinated people, with outbreaks fueled by misinformation and low vaccination rates. West Texas saw over 750 cases, with 3 deaths, including 2 children, highlighting the disease's danger. Experts warn the U.S. could lose its measles elimination status if outbreaks continue unchecked. From USA Today, U.S. stocks opened down on tariff uncertainty. Deadline moved but threat remains. Tesla sinks. U.S. stocks fell as Trump tariff deadline shifted from July 9th to August 1st, creating market uncertainty. The Dow, S&P 500, and NASDAQ dropped, with Trump threatening extra tariffs on BRICS nations. Tesla shares sank 8% amid tensions between Elon Musk and Trump over a new political party. Oil prices rose despite OPEC's plan to boost production, signaling a strong market outlook. From BBC News, ex-hostage says Trump can bring home all those still captive in Gaza. Keith Siegel, freed from Hamas captivity, says Trump can secure the release of 50 remaining hostages in Gaza. Kidnapped during the October 2023 attacks, Siegel endured 484 days before a Trump-brokered ceasefire freed him. As Trump meets Netanyahu, hopes rise for a new deal to free hostages and end the Gaza conflict. But Hamas and Israel remain divided, with talks stalling despite urgent calls for peace. From Fortune, Alphabet's Isomorphic Labs has grand ambitions to solve all diseases with AI. Now it's gearing up for its first human trial. Alphabet's Isomorphic Labs is gearing up for human trials of AI-designed drugs to fight diseases like cancer. Built on DeepMind's AlphaFold, the company uses AI to design medicines faster and more accurately. Partnerships with Novartis and Eli Lilly aim to boost drug discovery, with $600 million raised in 2025. The goal? A future where AI creates drugs with a single click, revolutionizing healthcare. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From CNN, U.S. Rep. LaMonica McIver pleads not guilty to assault charges stemming from immigration center visit. U.S. Rep. LaMonica McIver, a New Jersey Democrat, pleaded not guilty to federal assault charges after a May visit to an immigration detention center. The charges stem from an incident at Newark's Delaney Hall, where MacIver allegedly pushed and grabbed federal agents during a chaotic congressional oversight visit. Indicted on 3 counts, MacIver faces up to 8 years if convicted. Her lawyer says she's innocent, claiming agents escalated the situation. Democrats call the prosecution politically motivated amid tensions over Trump's immigration policies. A trial is set for November 10th. From Fox News, flashback. New York City mayoral candidate Zohran Mamdani vowed to arrest Netanyahu if he visited the city. New York City mayoral candidate Zohran Mamdani, a Democratic socialist, won the primary and once vowed to arrest Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu if he visited the city. Mamdani said he'd act on international law, citing ICC warrants, despite the U.S. not being an ICC member. Trump sanctioned the ICC over this. Linked to anti-Israel activism, Mamdani supports Israel's right to exist, but calls for equal rights for all. Critics highlight his protest ties. His stance sparks debate as he aims to lead New York City, promising to resist Trump's policies and align the city with global values. From the Washington Post, Trump administration is preparing to challenge budget law, U.S. officials say. The Trump administration is gearing up to challenge a 1974 budget law aiming to withhold billions in congressionally approved funds. White House aides argue the law limits presidential power. Delays in spending have stalled research grants and agency contracts. Health and science funding is frozen, with agencies like NIH and NSF unable to award grants, risking illegal fund cancellations. Experts warn of a constitutional clash, with Democrats alleging violations. The issue may head to court, reshaping federal power. From CBS News, Trump says U.S. will meet with Iran next week. President Trump says the U.S. will meet with Iran next week following a ceasefire after a 12-day Israel-Iran conflict. Trump claims U.S. strikes obliterated Iran's nuclear sites, though intelligence suggests only months of setbacks. Israel says years. As the NATO summit, Trump pushed for higher defense spending and discussed peace with Ukraine's Zelensky and NATO allies. No formal agreement is planned, but Trump insists Iran's nuclear threat is neutralized. The world watches the ceasefire's stability. From USA Today, deadly Israel-Iran conflict is now over, Trump declares at NATO. President Trump declared the 12-day Israel-Iran conflict over at a NATO summit, saying neither side will resume fighting. Trump insists U.S. strikes destroyed Iran's nuclear facilities, disputing leaks suggesting only minor delays to Iran's program. Israel claims the attacks set Iran's nuclear ambitions back years, while Iran says its program continues despite heavy losses. NATO allies pledged to boost defense spending to 5% of GDP, a Trump priority, as the FBI probes the leaked intelligence. From the Wall Street Journal, New York City mayoral primary is latest blow to Democratic establishment. Democratic Socialist Zohran Mamdani's New York City mayoral primary win stunned the Democratic establishment, beating ex-Governor Andrew Cuomo. Backed by Bernie Sanders and AOC, Mamdani's progressive plans like free buses and rent freezes resonated with voters. He proposes higher taxes on the wealthy to fund his vision, while critics warn his policies, like anti-Israel stances, may polarize. The win highlights Democratic divides, with Republicans framing Mamdani as too far left. A ranked choice count will confirm the nominee. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From CNN, Bernie Sanders thinks Democrats have turned on their base. Now it's time to fight back. Senator Bernie Sanders calls Texas Republicans' redistricting plan backed by Trump an attempt to rig the system by adding 5 GOP House seats. Texas Democrats fled to block the plan, while governors in California and New York consider redrawing their own maps to counter it. On his Fighting Oligarchy tour, Sanders urges Democrats to stand with the working class, saying the party has lost touch with its base. Sanders also warns against escalating the Israel-Gaza conflict and supports a fair Ukraine peace deal as Trump meets Putin. From Fox News, it's not just Democrats. Socialist Mamdani's plans should worry Republicans nationwide. Zoran Mamdani, a socialist New York City mayoral candidate, gains traction with Senator Elizabeth Warren praising his ideas as the Democratic message. Critics warn Mamdani's plans, like abolishing private property, could shape the Democratic Party's future and inspire similar candidates. A former Republican ambassador defends capitalism's opportunities, citing his rise from welfare to Congress, and calls socialism outdated. With 2028 elections nearing, Mamdani's race could signal a shift in American politics. From CNBC, Trump's no tax on tips raises worker questions. One bartender says it feels too good to be true. Trump's no tax on tips law offers up to a $25,000 deduction for tipped workers, but it phases out at $150,000 income. Bartender Maddie Lopez says it sounds too good to be true, with unclear rules on qualifying tips and state taxes still applying. Experts note mandatory gratuities like those for large parties may not count, and employer reporting rules remain unclear. As tipping declines, workers await IRS clarity on the tax break by October. From HuffPost, Trump rips disgusting degenerate Nancy Pelosi in Saturday night stock rant. President Trump accused Nancy Pelosi of using inside information for stock market gains, calling her a disgusting degenerate. Pelosi's husband, Paul, has outperformed top hedge funds, raising questions about whether her political role gives him an edge. Pelosi denies influencing her husband's trades and recently backed a bill to ban stock trading by federal lawmakers. The debate over politicians and stock trading continues to stir controversy. From USA Today, Texas Democrats fled the state to oppose GOP redistricting. Why this one stayed behind. State Rep. Richard Pena Raymond stayed in Austin to fight a GOP plan to add 5 Republican House seats, while others fled to block a vote. Raymond, a veteran lawmaker, engages Republicans, hoping to avoid a Supreme Court fight as he did in a similar 2003 battle. The GOP plan could secure their House majority, but blue states like California may counter with their own redistricting moves. Raymond fears a GOP-friendly Supreme Court could uphold the maps, making his fight tougher. From Newsweek, Trump envoy slammed for damaging incompetence over Putin talks. Trump's envoy Steve Witkoff met Putin to discuss a Ukraine ceasefire, but faced criticism for presenting conflicting plans to European leaders. Reports say Witkoff outlined different ceasefire terms, causing confusion with critics like Michael McFaul calling it damaging incompetence. Trump promised to end the Ukraine war quickly, but Witkoff's talks have raised doubts about progress. Trump will meet Putin in Alaska on August 15th to push for a ceasefire. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From Fox News, how Trump's no shrinking violets DOJ is digging in on Schiff's mortgage dealings as legal peril looms. The U.S. Federal Housing Finance Agency flagged Schiff for allegedly falsifying documents, claiming 2 homes as his primary residence to snag better loan terms. Cornell law professor William Jacobson says the DOJ is combing through Schiff's paper trail, looking for hard evidence of mortgage fraud. Schiff's Maryland home and California condo are at the center of the probe, with records dating back over 20 years under scrutiny. Trump's called Schiff a scam artist, but Schiff denies the claims, calling it political retaliation. Will the DOJ press charges? From CNN, how bystanders cornered the suspect in the Michigan Walmart stabbing. 42-year-old Bradford Gill randomly stabbed 11 people in Traverse City, Michigan before fleeing to the parking lot. Former Marine Matt Kolowski used a grocery cart to slow the suspect, chasing him with his brother-in-law Chris O'Brien. Another armed bystander, also a Marine, helped corner Gill, who dropped his knife and was arrested by police. All victims are expected to survive, and Gil faces terrorism and assault charges. Heroes saved the day. From the Wall Street Journal, Thailand, Cambodia agree to ceasefire. 5 days of fighting over ancient temple sites left 38 dead and displaced 300,000 along the disputed border. Malaysian Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim announced the unconditional ceasefire after talks with Thai and Cambodian leaders. Trump's push for a truce tied to tariff threats brought both nations to the table, but some doubt it will last. Tensions remain high, with Thailand's military questioning the ceasefire's strength. Can peace hold? From CBS News, Trump voices frustration with Putin, says ceasefire deadline will shorten. Trump cut his 50-day deadline to just 10 to 12 days, citing Russia's ongoing attacks on Ukrainian cities like Kyiv. He's threatening 100% tariffs on countries trading with Russia if Putin doesn't agree to a truce soon. Trump also announced a US-EU trade deal and plans to send more food aid to Gaza's starving children. From global conflicts to trade wins, Trump's shaking things up. Will Putin comply? From The Guardian, Trump says he does not endorse Netanyahu's claim there is no starvation in Gaza. Speaking in Scotland, Trump disagreed with Netanyahu's claim of no starvation, pointing to images of hungry kids. Alongside UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer, Trump vowed to send more food and aid to Gaza to tackle the crisis. Starmer called Gaza's situation a humanitarian crisis, pushing for ceasefire talks to restart. Trump also hinted at cutting Russia's ceasefire deadline. Can he drive global change? From USA Today, Trump and EU reach trade deal ahead of looming deadline. Meeting in Scotland, Trump and EU leader Ursula von der Leyen agreed to a 15% tariff on most EU exports. The deal includes $600 billion in EU investments in the US and $750 billion in US energy purchases. EU leaders like Germany's Merz says it averts a costly trade conflict, bringing stability to both economies. Trump's reshaping global trade, but China and others face looming tariffs. What's next? And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From CNN, scientists launch coordinated response to Trump's attempt to wipe credible climate research off the record. Dozens of climate scientists are pushing back against a Trump administration report questioning the severity of climate change, authored by 5 researchers known for challenging mainstream science. Released last week, the report, lacking peer review, is being used to weaken pollution rules, while the administration removed mandated climate assessments from federal websites. Led by Andy Dessler from Texas A&M, scientists are drafting a public comment to counter the report's errors, aiming to keep solid science in the public record. The National Academy of Sciences is also reviewing climate findings since 2009, as experts warn the report misrepresents decades of research, reigniting old debates. From Fox News, Food Feud. Woman blew up at boyfriend over his reaction to her home-cooked meals. A woman's Reddit post went viral after she argued with her boyfriend of 5 years for rarely complimenting her home-cooked meals, while he praises takeout. She described a blowout after he ate her meal silently but raved about work leftovers, saying he forgets to compliment her cooking. Online, many supported her, calling cooking a labor of love, though some felt she overreacted, saying compliments shouldn't be forced. Experts suggest she express her need for appreciation, warning that lack of acknowledgement could strain the relationship further. From the Washington Post, America's CEOs come to the White House bearing gifts and flattery. Tech CEOs like Apple's Tim Cook and Nvidia's Jensen Huang are building ties with President Trump through gifts and major U.S. investments. Cook gifted Trump a glass plate and announced $100 billion for U.S. manufacturing, earning Apple an exemption from Trump's semiconductor tariffs. Huang's frequent visits to Trump led to Nvidia's permission to sell AI chips to China, boosting its $4 trillion valuation. But Trump's favor comes with risks. Crossing him could mean losing subsidies, showing the high stakes of his transactional leadership. From USA Today, President Trump orders federal law enforcement officers to patrol Washington, D.C. streets. President Trump ordered federal agents to patrol Washington, D.C. for a week, citing crime after an attack on a staffer, Edward Korstein. Led by U.S. Park Police, the effort targets tourist hotspots involving agencies like the Capitol Police and ATF with an option to extend. Despite Trump's claims, D.C.'s violent crime is down 26% this year, though he's threatened a federal takeover if issues persist. D.C.'s mayor declined to comment, but any federal control would need Congress's approval, raising questions about local governance. From CBS News, Israel's plan to take over Gaza must be immediately halted, UN says. The UN and global leaders are condemning Israel's plan to take over Gaza City, approved by its Secretary Cabinet, expanding military control. UN's Volker Turk warned the move could lead to more displacement and suffering, while UK's Keir Starmer called it wrong. In Israel, hostage families and the military oppose the plan, fearing for the 20 remaining hostages and accusing the cabinet of recklessness. Hamas called it a war crime, pushing for a deal to free hostages and end the war, as Germany halts military exports to Israel. From The Federalist, Washington Post hides Russiagate facts from readers while peddling PR for disgraced hoaxers. The Federalist claims the Washington Post downplayed a declassified report released by DNI Tulsi Gabbard exposing flaws in the CIA's Russia probe. The 2020 report revealed CIA's John Brennan used unverified data, including the Steele dossier, to claim Russian election interference in 2020. Reporter Warren Straubel's piece allegedly frames Gabbard as the villain, omitting key findings and relying on anonymous sources. Critics argue the Post's Pulitzer-winning Russiagate coverage was misleading, urging transparency over defending discredited claims. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From CNN, Trump has had his sights on Portland, Oregon for years. This is how we got here. President Trump has targeted Portland for years, despite its low crime rates. Tensions trace back to his first term with protests at an ICE building. In 2018, Occupy ICE demonstrations drew Trump's ire, labeling them anarchists. By 2020, George Floyd protests escalated, leading to federal agents' deployment amid clashes. Over 500 arrests then, but this year's protests are smaller, with only 40 arrests. Trump recently federalized National Guard blocked by a judge. Experts say it's political payback against Democratic strongholds. Local leaders urge calm to avoid escalation. From Fox News, Utah parent claims son's school is singling out Turning Point USA chapter from being fully recognized. A Utah parent says Fremont High is blocking his son's Turning Point USA chapter from having full curricular club status, limiting sponsorship and events. Other groups like mountain biking join parades and assemblies, but TPUSA faces restrictions. The parent links it to perceived right-wing bias. Charlie Kirk's assassination fueled the students' push. They appealed to the state board, claiming sudden policy enforcement targets them. The district denies favoritism, saying all groups get equal access, and TPUSA was approved late last year. They're now more inclusive, but policy changes pending. From MSNBC, Democrats may have just played the shutdown perfectly. As the government shutdown hits week 2, Democrats are gaining public support by fighting to extend Affordable Care Act subsidies, preventing premium hikes for millions. Republicans could have extended them earlier, but didn't. Now, false claims about immigrant healthcare backfire, making GOP look unserious. Even GOP's green signals deal openness, while independent King may flip. Defections show Democratic strategy strength. Like Gingrich's 1990s loss, this clarifies choices. Dems for health security, Republicans accused of hostage-taking and pettiness. From CBS News, Chicago federal judge temporarily blocks National Guard deployment in Illinois. A federal judge blocked Trump's National Guard deployment in Illinois for 14 days after state objections to protecting ICE amid protests. Judge Perry called DHS assessments unreliable, no evidence of rebellion, and local police can handle vandalism and assaults. Grand juries refused indictments, and troops could fuel unrest. ICE's actions, including constitutional violations, escalated protests. White House vows appeal, but leaders hail it as win for sovereignty. Lawsuit calls deployment unlawful, hearing set for extension. From the Western Journal, Turning Point confirms authenticity of leaked Charlie Kirk text messages about conflicts with donors. After Charlie Kirk's assassination, leaked texts show his frustrations with Jewish donors over not canceling Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens. Kirk wrote about losing $2 million yearly funding, refusing bullying, and considering leaving the pro-Israel cause. TPUSA's Colvett confirmed authenticity on the show. Hosts say it's consistent with Kirk's free speech stance and nuanced Israel views, wrestling between support and doubts on aggressiveness. They urged no judgments from isolated quotes. Kirk's positions weren't hidden. Investigation limits comments on his death. From the Wall Street Journal, Israeli government approves hostage deal setting a ceasefire in Gaza. Israel's government approved a Trump-brokered deal to free remaining hostages, establish a Gaza ceasefire, pausing fights since March. About 20 alive and 28 bodies to be released for Palestinian prisoners. U.S. troops arrive to monitor. International force to aid transition. Netanyahu calls it a victory. Trump announces releases soon. Challenges remain on withdrawal lines, Hamas disarmament, and Gaza governance. Public support high in Israel and Gaza for ending war. Broader plan includes Palestinian technocrats and Arab-led security. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From CNN, HHS slashes funding for mRNA vaccine development. HHS announced it's winding down 22 mRNA vaccine projects, redirecting funds to other platforms like whole virus vaccines. Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. claims mRNA vaccines don't effectively protect against respiratory infections, despite evidence showing they prevent severe COVID and flu outcomes. Experts like Dr. Peter Hotez warn this could weaken biosecurity, arguing mRNA's speed and safety were critical during the pandemic. Contracts with Moderna, Emory, and others are being cut, sparking debate over innovation versus safety concerns. From Fox News, Senate Democrats are feverishly recruiting top candidates to win back majority in 2026 midterms. Former North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper is running to replace retiring Senator Thom Tillis, a major coup for Democrats in a key battleground. In Ohio, Democrats are eyeing former Senator Sherrod Brown to challenge Republican John Husted in a state trending red. New Hampshire's Rep. Chris Pappas is set to run for an open Senate seat, clearing the Democratic primary field. In Georgia, Senator John Ossoff faces a tough re-election, but his strong fundraising could give him an edge. From USA Today, why jobs revisions that led Trump to fire statistics head were so huge. President Trump fired the Bureau of Labor Statistics head after a report showed just 73,000 jobs added in July, with May and June revised down by 258,000. Trump claimed the numbers were rigged to hurt Republicans, but economists say the revisions reflect a slowing economy, not manipulation. Trump's tariffs and immigration crackdowns have slowed hiring, with small businesses hit hard, leading to lower survey responses. The revisions align job data with weak GDP growth, showing an economy growing at just 1.2% annually, driven by productivity, not jobs. From the Associated Press, what is chikungunya, the virus now spreading in southern China? Over 7,000 cases of chikungunya, a mosquito-borne virus, have been reported in Foshan, China, marking the country's largest outbreak. Authorities are spraying insecticides and fining residents for leaving water sources where mosquitoes breed, fueled by heavy rains. Symptoms include fever, joint pain, and rashes, with severe cases causing long-term pain, though deaths are rare. Chikungunya is common in Africa, Asia, and the Americas, with climate change and urban growth driving more outbreaks. From NBC News, Trump hikes India tariffs to 50% for buying Russian oil. President Trump doubled tariffs on India to 50% for importing Russian oil, accusing them of fueling Russia's war machine. The new 25% tariff stacks on an existing 25%, effective immediately, targeting India's growing role in U.S. smartphone imports. India produces 44% of U.S. smartphone imports, including iPhones, which Trump once manufactured in the U.S. instead. The move follows Trump's high tariffs on China as he pushes to reshape global supply chains amid trade tensions. From The Independent, Ghislaine Maxwell told Justice Department she never saw Trump do anything concerning with Epstein, report says. Ghislaine Maxwell told the DOJ she never saw Trump do anything concerning with Jeffrey Epstein during hours-long meeting. Trump and Epstein were friends in the 90s, but their relationship ended in 2007 after Epstein allegedly harassed a Mar-a-Lago member's daughter. The Trump admin is considering releasing Maxwell's interview transcripts amid calls for transparency in the Epstein case. Maxwell opposes unsealing grand jury transcripts, citing harm to her case, while victims demand more openness. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription.
Build a website you love with Wix. For your words, create your brand, your opportunity, your breakthrough. Feeling a vibe? Run with it. From can't look away to gotta have it. Make every detail yours. Bring out what's hot. Remove what's not. Crystallize it. Instantly set a tone that speaks in your voice to your audience. Keep moving. Your site grows with you. Add solutions that meet you where you are and take you where you want to go. Smooth to make, easy to love.
The bike dealer you trust, trusts Velotric.
My name is Joe, and I'm a Velotric dealer. Be honest, from years of selling bikes, I wasn't sold 100% on the e-bike idea. And now they're our #1 category. I tried multiple brands and made a really good connection with Velotric. Velotric's the kind of brand that you can hang your reputation on and not lose sleep over. Their bikes just work day in and day out. How do I define myself? I'm a business owner, I'm a Velotric dealer, and I love going to work every day.
From CNN, the U.S. economy added a stronger than expected 147,000 jobs in June, and the unemployment rate fell to 4.1%. The U.S. economy added a stronger than expected 147,000 jobs in June, beating forecasts of 117,500, with the unemployment rate dropping to 4.1%. Most gains came from healthcare, leisure, and government sectors, but private sector growth was the weakest since October 2024. Concerns linger as Black unemployment spiked to 6.8%, and wage growth slowed to 3.7% annually. Economists warn Trump's tariffs and a shrinking labor force could complicate the Federal Reserve's next moves. From Fox News, former Clinton advisor sounds 911 alarm for Democrats after Socialists' New York City mayoral victory. Zohran Mamdani, a 33-year-old Democratic socialist, won New York City's Democratic mayoral primary, defeating Andrew Cuomo. His platform pushes free transit, housing, and ending ICE operations, but former Clinton advisor Mark Penn calls it a 911 moment for Democrats. Penn criticized Mamdani's refusal to denounce controversial slogans and warned his policies could alienate voters. Mamdani faces Curtis Sliwa, Eric Adams, and Cuomo in November's election. Will his progressive wave hold? From ABC News, immoral. Democrat Hakeem Jeffries blasts Trump mega bill in marathon speech. House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries spoke for over 7 hours to delay a vote on Trump's tax and spending bill. Using the magic minute rule, he criticized the bill's Medicaid cuts, which could leave 11.8 million uninsured by 2034. Jeffries called the bill immoral, saying it hurts children, seniors, and the disabled while favoring billionaires. Republicans defend the bill as necessary reform, but Jeffries' speech even swayed one GOP vote. From USA Today, did House pass sweeping tax bill? Trump is closing in on a big win. President Trump's $3.3 trillion tax and spending bill is set for a House vote on July 3rd, aiming for his July 4th deadline. Despite conservative pushback, Speaker Mike Johnson says he has the votes to pass tax cuts and Medicaid reforms. The bill cuts Medicaid by $1 trillion, potentially impacting 12 to 20 million people, and adds work requirements by 2027. Trump may sign the bill on July 4th, kicking off America's 250th anniversary celebrations. From the Washington Post, Supreme Court takes up legality of bans on transgender athletes in women's sports. The Supreme Court will review bans on transgender athletes in women's sports in Idaho and West Virginia next term. 27 states have similar bans, with supporters citing fairness and opponents calling them discriminatory. Trans student Lindsay Hecox and Becky Pepper Jackson challenged the laws, arguing they violate equal protection and Title IX. Polls show most Americans oppose trans girls in women's sports, but trans athletes remain rare. From the Daily Mail, Wall Street CEOs finally say the quiet part out loud as they admit apocalyptic reality for American workers, literally half. Ford CEO Jim Farley warned AI could replace half of U.S. white-collar workers, a stark admission from corporate leaders. Amazon CEO announced job cuts as AI makes roles like data entry and customer service redundant. Entry-level jobs are hit hardest, with college grads facing higher unemployment than blue-collar workers. CEOs at Microsoft, JP Morgan, and others are slashing jobs to invest in AI, sparking recession fears. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From Newsweek, Supreme Court backs Utah Oil Railroad Network. The Supreme Court unanimously backed a massive oil railroad expansion in Utah, siding with a limited scope for environmental reviews. The Uinta Basin Railway, an 88-mile project, aims to quadruple oil production by connecting producers to larger markets. Environmental groups warned of oil spills and wildfires, but the court reversed a lower ruling restoring federal approval. Justice Kavanaugh said agencies can weigh environmental impacts as they see fit, though legal hurdles may still loom. From CNN, Israel approves biggest expansion of West Bank settlements in decades. Israel just approved 22 new settlements in the West Bank, the largest expansion since the Oslo Accords. The move, backed by Minister Katz and Smotrich, aims to strengthen Israeli control and block a Palestinian state. Critics, including Peace Now, call it a dangerous escalation, violating international law and fueling instability. With 12 illegal outposts legalized and new settlements planned, tensions rise amid ongoing military operations. From CBS News, South African woman gets life sentence for selling her 6-year-old daughter. A South African mother, Raquel Smith, was sentenced to life for selling her 6-year-old daughter, Jocelyn, who's still missing. Jocelyn vanished last February, sparking a nationwide search. Her mother allegedly sold her for $1,100 to a traditional healer. The judge called Smith manipulative, showing no remorse, as her co-accused also got life for human trafficking. With kidnappings rising in South Africa, the case has left the nation horrified and demanding justice. From Fox News, search continues for 4-time killer serial escapee after New Orleans jailbreak. 2 fugitives, including a 4-time killer, remain at large after a daring May 16th jailbreak in New Orleans. Derek Groves, convicted of a 2018 double homicide, and Antoine Macy, a serial escapee, are still on the run. Authorities, including the FBI and U.S. Marshals, are intensifying the hunt, with 14 others arrested for aiding the escapees. Experts question why a repeat escapee like Massey was in a low-secured cell as the search continues. From USA Today, import taxes down and markets up. World waits for Trump reaction to court nixing tariffs. A federal court just struck down most of Trump's tariffs, ruling he lacked authority under the cited emergency law. Markets jumped 1.5%, with the dollar rallying, as the ruling eases trade tensions but faces an appeal. Trump insists tariffs are key to negotiations, with 3 trade deals reportedly close despite the setback. Analysts say the ruling reduces economic headwinds, but uncertainty lingers as Trump eyes other tariff options. From NBC News, judge extends order blocking revocation of Harvard's enrollment of foreign students. A federal judge extended an order blocking the Trump administration from revoking Harvard's ability to enroll foreign students. The administration gave Harvard 30 days to prove compliance with student program rules, citing campus safety concerns. Homeland Security's Kristi Noem accused Harvard of endangering students and ignoring oversight. The ruling, coinciding with Harvard's graduation, keeps the program alive as the legal battle continues. From CNN, Trump announces he will award Giuliani the Presidential Medal of Freedom. President Trump just announced he's awarding Rudy Giuliani the Presidential Medal of Freedom, calling him the greatest mayor in New York City's history and a true patriot. Giuliani, known as America's mayor, for leading New York City through 9/11 and revitalizing the city in the 90s, has faced legal troubles since 2020, including disbarment and a $148 million defamation judgment. The news comes after Giuliani's recent car crash in New Hampshire, where he suffered a fractured vertebrae and other injuries but is in good spirits. Trump's spokesperson praised Giuliani's legacy, from taking down the mafia to comforting the nation post 9/11, with award details to follow. From Fox News, Las Vegas residents sound alarm on crime-ridden encampments as Trump pushes zero-tolerance homelessness plan. Las Vegas is facing a homelessness crisis with a 20% spike in Clark County, leading to crime-ridden encampments frustrating residents with trash, fires, and confrontations. President Trump signed an order for zero tolerance on encampments, pushing for treatment in institutions and cutting funds for safe consumption policies. Expert Robert Marbut says past gimmicks like free housing failed. It's about political will to address street dwellers cycling through jails and hospitals. With over 26,000 evictions this year, locals demand action as Trump's plan aims to restore order nationwide. From Alternet, Trump just tried to break the law on a holiday weekend. Over Labor Day weekend, the Trump administration planned to deport over 600 unaccompanied Guatemalan kids aged 10 to 17, despite their ongoing immigration cases. A last-minute lawsuit by the National Immigration Law Center led to a federal judge halting the removals early Sunday, citing violations of laws protecting minors. The judge found exigent circumstances, ensuring no kids were sent back to potential danger without due process. Advocates call it a dark move, but the administration's push was stopped for now, with a hearing to decide permanently. From Reuters, Trump's World Liberty Token falls in first day of trading. The Trump family's World Liberty Financial Tokens, WLFI, hit the market Monday but dropped 12% to $0.246, giving it a $7 billion market cap. Launched last year as a DeFi platform, the tokens were initially non-tradable but gave voting rights, now tradable on exchanges like Binance. The family has earned $500 million from the project, drawing criticism for conflicts of interest amid Trump's regulatory role. Investors bet on Trump's backing for value growth, but the debut saw early highs fade, ranking it 31st among cryptos. From ABC News, 54 shot, 7 dead in Chicago amid Trump's threat to deploy National Guard. Over Labor Day weekend, Chicago saw 54 shootings and 7 deaths, including a drive-by wounding 7 and multiple homicides across neighborhoods. President Trump threatened to send the National Guard, warning Illinois Governor Pritzker to straighten it out fast or we're coming. Local leaders oppose, calling it unconstitutional. Johnson signed an order to protect against federal overreach. Despite the spike, overall crime is down 22% this year as debates rage over federal intervention. From Raw Story, Trump poised to declare new national emergency ahead of midterm elections report. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent revealed Trump may declare a national housing emergency this fall to address soaring costs outpacing wages. Homes now cost over 5 times median income, up from twice in the 1970s, delaying ownership for young Americans. Aimed at boosting GOP in 2026 midterms, it follows the One Big Beautiful Bill Act's cuts to aid, met with negative views. Bessent says everything's on the table for a 2026 economic pickup without stepping on local governments. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From Fox News, Blue City murder victim's brother rips ex-mayor, calling crime crisis manufactured as families beg for help. Former Chicago Mayor Lori Lightfoot called the city's crime crisis manufactured by Trump to justify federal intervention like sending the National Guard. But Gianno Caldwell, whose 18-year-old brother Christian was killed in a 2022 shooting, slammed her comments, saying families are begging for real help amid rising violence. Caldwell argues the crisis is real, especially in Black communities, and Democrats have normalized it by failing to implement protective policies. He urges leaders to address the fear and pain Chicago residents face daily, beyond political rhetoric. From CNN, Tuesday's special election in Arizona set to deliver a decisive U.S. House vote for Epstein files release. A special election in Arizona's 7th district today could provide the 218th signature needed for a House vote to release Jeffrey Epstein's case files. Democrat Adelita Grijalva, daughter of the late Rep. Raul Grijalva, is favored over Republican Daniel Gutierrez. Both pledged to sign the petition if elected. The bipartisan discharge petition, led by Reps. Thomas Massey and Rokana, aims to force a vote despite GOP leaders' efforts to avoid it. If successful, a vote could happen mid-October, though it faces Senate hurdles and historical challenges for such petitions. From the Wall Street Journal, Sinclair Nexstar won't air Jimmy Kimmel's late night return. Jimmy Kimmel's late night show resumes on ABC after a suspension over controversial remarks about Charlie Kirk's killing. But affiliates owned by Sinclair and Nexstar, covering 22% of U.S. households, plan to air news instead, citing a need for respectful dialogue. The poll followed FCC criticism and Trump's threats against networks, sparking debates on censorship and free speech. Over 400 celebrities decried the suspension as a threat to expression, while Disney negotiated Kimmel's return without details on his address. From the Associated Press, Army identifies 4 soldiers killed in military helicopter crash in Washington state. 4 soldiers from the Army's elite 160th Special Operations Aviation Regiment died in a crash during routine training near Joint Base Lewis McChord. Identified as Chief Warrant Officers Andrew Cully, 35, from Missouri and Andrew Cross, 39, from Florida, and Sergeants Donovan Scott, 25, and Jadalyn Good, 23, both from Washington state. The cause is under investigation. This is the second deadly incident for the Night Stalkers unit in recent years. From the Daily Caller, Antifa cop fired over insane social media posts. North Carolina detention officer Brian Edwards was fired after posts on Blue Sky declaring himself Antifa and calling for war crimes trials against traitors. Edwards suggested executing right-wing figures and referenced guillotines violating his office's conduct policies. Sheriff Charles Blackwood emphasized maintaining public trust and treating everyone with dignity. This follows Trump's declaration of Antifa as a terrorist group amid ongoing debates on political extremism. From Reuters, Trump signs order targeting Antifa as a terrorist organization. President Trump signed an executive order designating Antifa a terrorist organization following Charlie Kirk's assassination. It directs agencies to investigate and disrupt Antifa's operations, focusing on funding, including potential foreign ties. Unlocks surveillance powers, though Antifa is described as a decentralized, leaderless movement, not typically violent. Warn of free speech risks and legal challenges, noting past failed attempts and far-right extremism as a bigger threat. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From NBC News, as Gabbard eyes revamping Trump's intelligence briefing, one idea is to mimic Fox News. National Intelligence Director Tulsi Gabbard is exploring ways to revamp President Trump's daily intelligence briefings to suit his style. One idea? Turn the president's daily brief into a Fox News-style video, complete with graphics and possibly a network personality presenting it. Trump has taken the brief less often than past presidents, prompting discussions to tailor it to his preference for visuals over text. While the content would stay the same, critics question if this risks politicizing intelligence. Gabbard's team denies the claims, calling them fake news. From the BBC, UK steelmakers call Trump doubling tariffs another body blow. UK steelmakers are reeling after President Trump doubled U.S. import tariffs on steel and aluminum to 50%. The trade group UK Steel warns orders may be cancelled, with some shipments already en route across the Atlantic. A recent UK-US trade deal to drop tariffs is still being finalized, leaving the industry in limbo. UK officials are pushing to resolve this fast, as specialized steel exports to the US face a costly hike. From Fox News, Michelle Obama facing backlash over claim about women's reproductive health. Former First Lady Michelle Obama is under fire for saying creating life is the least of what a woman's reproductive system does. On her podcast, Obama argued women's reproductive health is about more than just choice, but her words drew sharp criticism from pro-life activists. Critics like Danielle DeSouza-Gill called motherhood a miracle, slamming Obama for downplaying it. Obama also criticized Republican voters, suggesting some women vote based on their husband's views, fueling further debate. From Newsweek, Steve Bannon says Elon Musk and Scott Bessent had physical confrontation. Steve Bannon claims Elon Musk shoved Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent during a heated White House argument over budget cuts. The clash reportedly happened after Bessent challenged Musk's unfulfilled promise of $1 trillion in federal spending cuts. Trump sided with Bessent, and Musk's role in the administration has since diminished, says Bannon. Musk, who left his Doge role, jokingly blamed a black eye on his son, but his exit raises questions about his influence. From the Post-Millennial, NYC Dem lawmakers claim NYPD e-bike crackdown is racist and could lead to deportations. NYC's progressive lawmakers are slamming the NYPD's e-bike crackdown, calling it racist and a risk for deportations. The NYPD is issuing criminal summons for traffic violations like running red lights, targeting delivery drivers, many of whom are minorities. Council members like Tiffany Caban argue the fines could lead to court appearances and deportations for undocumented drivers. NYPD's commissioner defends the measures, citing safety concerns, but critics say it unfairly targets communities of color. From CNN, Trump's mass firings at several agencies will remain on hold, appeals court rules. A federal appeals court has halted President Trump's plan for mass firings across multiple government agencies. The Ninth Circuit ruled that Trump's executive order for sweeping layoffs lacks congressional approval, calling it unconstitutional. Federal employee unions and groups challenge the order, arguing it oversteps the president's authority. The White House vows to fight the ruling, which could head to the Supreme Court, stalling Trump's government overhaul. From Fox News, protesters confront officers patrolling D.C. streets after Trump policing takeover. Tensions flare in Washington, D.C. as protesters clash with police and National Guard near Union Station, chanting Nazis and accusing officers of betraying the community. President Trump's federal takeover of D.C. police, citing crime, brings National Guard and federal agencies like ICE to patrol, sparking arrests and controversy. Critics, including Rep. Eleanor Holmes Norton, call it an attack on D.C.'s home rule, while the White House insists it's about safety, not overreach. D.C. is now suing with Attorney General Schwab, arguing the takeover is illegal and threatens self-governance. From CNN, Putin gave his final words at Alaska's summit in English, a language he speaks more of than he usually lets on. Russian President Vladimir Putin stunned at the Alaska summit, ending with a rare English quip, "And next time in Moscow," hinting at future talks with Trump. Known for using translators, the former KGB officer is fluent in English and German, often catching nuances before translations, says the Kremlin. From singing Blueberry Hill to chatting in German, Putin's language skills shine outside formal talks, though he dodged tough press questions. Trump called the Moscow invite interesting, leaving open the chance for more talks. What's next for these leaders? From NBC News, tariffs and deportations seen as contributors to rising prices and fewer immigrant workers. Trump's mass deportations and tariffs are blamed for a 38.9% jump in wholesale vegetable prices, the highest since 2022, says the Bureau of Labor Statistics. With fewer immigrant workers, industries like agriculture and construction face labor shortages, slowing growth and raising costs, per the Dallas Federal Reserve. Food industry leaders warn of pricier restaurant and grocery bills, especially as harvests suffer from deportations and natural disasters. While Trump adjusts deportation plans, critics argue the economic fallout is already hitting hard. Will relief come soon? From the Washington Post, D.C. police chief retains position, but perhaps not as much power. DC's police chief Pamela Smith stays in her role, but Trump's federal takeover raises questions about who's really calling the shots. Attorney General Pam Bondi's order to give DEA's Terry Cole chief powers sparked a lawsuit, with DC arguing it threatens public safety. Federal agents and National Guard flood DC with 189 arrests, many for immigration, despite local policies against ICE cooperation. Mayor Bowser celebrates keeping local control, but legal battles loom over Trump's push for federal priorities, like immigration enforcement. From Newsweek, Donald Trump's approval rating suddenly shifts with Gen Z. A new YouGov Economist poll shows Trump's approval rating among Gen Z jumping 10 points to -28, driven by gains on economy and immigration. Experts say Gen Z's choice-based voting, focusing on issues over party loyalty, may explain the shift. Despite low Democratic popularity, approval for Trump's handling of inflation rose to 31%, but his overall honesty rating is down, especially over the Epstein case. Only 13% of Gen Z approve of Trump's Epstein handling, with many believing he knew of the crimes. Will this trend hold? From the Charlotte Observer, Trump loses lawsuit as judge sides with defendants. A federal judge dismissed Trump's copyright lawsuit against Bob Woodward and Simon & Schuster over the Trump Tapes audiobook. Judge Paul Gardef ruled Trump's claim of co-authorship lacks credibility, citing the Supreme Court that authorship belongs to the creator. Despite conflicting copyright claims, the court found no evidence Trump has rights to the recordings even though he gave the interviews. Trump can amend his complaint, but the judge doubts he'll succeed, another legal setback for the president. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From NBC News, Lee Jae-myung projected to win South Korean presidency, ending months of political turmoil. South Korea has a new president. Liberal Lee Jae-myung is projected to win with 51.7% of the vote, defeating conservative Kim Moon-soo after a chaotic martial law crisis. The snap election, triggered by former President Yoon's impeachment, saw massive turnout as voters rejected the conservative turmoil. Lee, a former human rights lawyer, vows to restore democracy, boost the economy, and navigate U.S. tariffs under Trump. But with ongoing trials and a polarized nation, can Lee unite South Korea? His leadership begins now. From Bloomberg, Penn wins dismissal of anti-Semitism lawsuit by Jewish students. A federal judge dismissed a lawsuit by Jewish students against the University of Pennsylvania, claiming the school failed to show intentional discrimination. The students sued under the Civil Rights Act, alleging a hostile environment after Hamas's 2023 attack on Israel. Judge Goldberg ruled Penn didn't act anti-Semitically, only tolerated differing viewpoints, but students can refile their claims. Meanwhile, Harvard faces harsher penalties, with Trump freezing $2.6 billion in funding over similar anti-Semitism claims. From Fox News, House Dems urge GOP to condemn DHS for handcuffing Rep. Nadler staffer, order Noem to testify. House Democrats demand GOP Chairman Jim Jordan condemn DHS for handcuffing a staffer in Rep. Nadler's office during a security check. Nadler and Raskin call the move an intimidation tactic, saying agents demanded access to private areas without concern for staff safety. They're urging DHS Secretary Kristi Noem to testify, accusing her agency of overstepping legal boundaries. DHS claims it was responding to a protest nearby, but Dems say it's part of Trump's reckless immigration crackdown. From the Associated Press, Republican push for proof of citizenship to vote proves a tough sell in the states. Republicans led by Trump are pushing for proof of citizenship to vote, but efforts are stalling in states like Texas and Missouri. A Texas bill requiring all 18.6 million voters to prove citizenship failed to pass, with critics citing voter inconvenience. Voting rights groups warn it could disenfranchise millions, especially women with name changes, as seen in New Hampshire. Non-citizen voting is rare, but Trump insists it's needed for election confidence. Will these laws gain traction? From USA Today, Boulder suspect left journal with family, says he has no regrets. Mohammed Solomon, a 45-year-old Egyptian, attacked pro-Jewish protesters in Boulder with Molotov cocktails, injuring 12. Solomon, who planned the attack for a year, told police he wanted supporters of Israel to die and has no regrets. Facing hate crime and attempted murder charges, he could get life in prison. His daughter, a scholarship winner, had no knowledge. Trump and Rubio vowed to deport terrorist sympathizers, citing Solomon's expired visa and asylum claim. From CNN, dozens of Palestinians killed near Gaza aid distribution point, health officials say, in third day of shooting. For the third day, Israeli forces fired on Palestinians near a Gaza aid site, killing 27 and wounding dozens per health officials. The Rafah site, run by the U.S.-backed Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, saw chaos as people sought food amid famine. Israel claims they fired warning shots at suspects a kilometer away, but the UN calls for an investigation into the attacks. With hospitals overwhelmed, Palestinians like Nawal al-Masri call the aid sites a trap. Will justice follow? From Fox News, Obama swipes at affluent liberals during rare public remarks, says all of us are going to be tested. In a rare public appearance in Hartford, Connecticut, former President Barack Obama took aim at wealthy liberals, suggesting they would face challenges unlike during his presidency. He remarked that while they could previously enjoy their wealth without issue, now they might have to make sacrifices like foregoing kitchen remodels in their Hampton homes. Obama also addressed immigration, defending immigrants, and criticizing their treatment as enemies, referencing his DACA program. While not mentioning Trump by name, Obama urged institutions to counter current policies, though some progressives are frustrated by his relatively mild opposition. From Newsweek, U.S. housing market sees slowdown in new building projects. The U.S. housing market is experiencing a significant slowdown, with new construction projects decreasing sharply. According to recent data, housing starts and permits have fallen to 5-year lows, impacted by tariffs on construction materials and labor shortages. With more homes on the market and fewer buyers, sellers are outnumbering buyers, leading to price cuts and incentives from builders. Economic uncertainty and rising costs due to tariffs are making home builders pessimistic, with confidence at its lowest since 2012. From CBS News, a fact check on Governor Walz's appointment of Vance Bolter. Following the tragic shootings involving Vance Bolter, questions arose about his appointment to a state workforce board by Governor Tim Walz. Bolter served on the Minnesota Governor's Workforce Development Board, a position that is unpaid and one of thousands of such appointments. Experts explain that these appointments are often recommended by subordinates and are more technical than political, with the governor's role being largely ceremonial. While Bolter's actions are under investigation, the appointment process itself is standard and not indicative of direct involvement by the governor. From CNN, taking on Israel's greatest foe has banished Netanyahu's political troubles in an instant. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has seen a dramatic shift in his political fortunes following a successful military operation against Iran. Facing confidence votes and protests, Netanyahu's government was under pressure, but the operation has united the country and silenced critics. The campaign, dubbed Operation Rising Lion, has been praised as a Churchill moment for Netanyahu, showcasing his leadership on the international stage. With national security taking precedence, domestic issues have taken a backseat, strengthening Netanyahu's position despite ongoing challenges. From USA Today, Trump teases possible U.S. strike as Iran's supreme leader warns America. President Donald Trump has hinted at a possible U.S. strike on Iran, stating, "I may do it, I may not do it." In response, Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, warned that Iran will not surrender and will respond to any threats. The situation escalates as Israel and Iran continue airstrikes, with civilians fleeing major cities. World leaders, including Russian President Vladimir Putin, are involved, with Trump rejecting mediation offers and focusing on the conflict. From NBC News, Supreme Court upholds Tennessee ban on transgender youth medical care. In a 6-3 ruling, the Supreme Court has upheld Tennessee's law restricting gender transition care for minors. The decision is seen as a major setback for transgender rights, potentially affecting similar laws in 24 other states. The law bars surgeries, puberty blockers, and hormone therapy for minors, with challengers arguing it constitutes sex discrimination. While the ruling does not resolve all legal issues, it sets a precedent that could influence future cases on transgender healthcare. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From Fox News, human remains discovered days after devastating California fireworks facility explosion. A firework facility in Esparto, California, exploded Tuesday night, injuring 2 and leaving 7 missing. The blast sparked fires across 80 acres. Firefighters were pulled back due to safety risks from unignited fireworks. By Friday, the Yolo County coroner's team accessed the site. Human remains were found, but no identifications have been made. Recovery efforts will continue through the weekend with respect for families. Yolo County offers grief support as investigators probe the cause, which remains unknown. The community seeks answers. From CNN, Hamas submits positive response to ceasefire proposal in major step towards a deal. Hamas gave a positive response to a U.S.-backed 60-day ceasefire proposal, setting the stage for detailed talks with Israel. The deal involves releasing 10 living hostages, surging aid into Gaza, and partial Israeli withdrawal from northern areas. Proximity talks are next, but issues like withdrawal timelines remain. Hamas made minor amendments to the proposal. Backed by Trump, Qatar, and Egypt, this could move toward peace. But will it last? Negotiations are ongoing. From the Washington Post, 200 Marines sent to Florida to support ICE, U.S. Northern Command says. 200 Marines from North Carolina will assist ICE with administrative and logistical tasks, not direct detainee contact. They'll manage cases and maintain vehicles at facilities like the new Alligator Alcatraz in the Everglades. The deployment follows Trump's controversial troop moves, raising concerns about human rights and environmental impacts. Authorized under Title X, this is the first wave. Critics question the military's role in immigration enforcement. From USA Today, tropical depression brews off southeast coast. Forecast to hit South Carolina as Tropical Storm Chantal. A tropical depression formed off the southeast U.S. coast on July 4th, expected to become Tropical Storm Chantal by the weekend. A tropical storm watch is in effect from Edisto Beach to Little River Inlet, South Carolina, and winds nearing 35 miles an hour. Heavy rain is the main threat, potentially causing flooding in Georgia and the Carolinas. Travel hazards are expected. An Air Force Hurricane Hunter is surveying the storm. If named Chantal, would be the third storm of an active 2025 season. Will Chantal strike? Keep up with the forecast. From Newsweek, Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum responds to renowned boxer's ICE arrest. Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum hopes boxer Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. is deported to Mexico to face charges after his ICE arrest. DHS arrested Chavez in California, alleging he made fraudulent statements and has ties to the Sinaloa cartel via marriage. Chavez faces Mexican warrants for organized crime and firearms trafficking. DHS calls him a public safety threat. Sheinbaum pushes for his return to serve a sentence. Chavez's lawyer calls the allegations outrageous. Deportation is next. From ABC News, Russia hits Kiev with massive air attack, biggest of war so far. Russia launched the war's largest air attack on Kiev, sending 539 drones and missiles, killing 1 and injuring 23. Residents sheltered in metro stations as fires lit up the night. The assault followed a Trump-Putin call urging peace. Ukraine's Zelensky called the attack cynical, saying Russia shows no intent to end the war despite ceasefire talks. Trump paused some U.S. aid, raising fears of reduced support. Zelensky and Trump plan to boost Ukraine's defenses. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From Fox News, California girls' volleyball players refuse to participate alongside transgender teammate. 2 California high school girls, Alyssa McPherson and Hadil Hazama, are refusing to play on their volleyball team due to a transgender teammate who is biologically male. They won't share the locker room or court, citing safety and fairness concerns for female athletes. At least 4 opposing teams have forfeited games against their school this season, and the issue gained national attention last spring in track events. The school district follows state law allowing transgender participation and urges advocacy toward lawmaking. From CNN, EPA moves to suspend without pay over 100 employees who signed a letter of dissent. The EPA is suspending over 130 employees without pay for signing a letter criticizing the Trump administration's policies on climate and public health. The letter accused the agency of straying from its mission. Employees face 14-day suspensions for conduct unbecoming. Union leaders call it an attack on dissent, wasting work hours and funds, while the EPA says it's about not undermining public will. This follows administrative leaves in July and some firings, amid an ongoing investigation. From the Motley Fool, your 2026 Social Security raise is set for a Trump bump. Here's how much extra you can expect. Social Security beneficiaries might see a 2.7% cost of living adjustment in 2026, influenced by Trump's tariff policies pushing prices higher. This Trump bump could add about $54 monthly for average retirees based on CPIW calculations from July to September. However, flaws in the inflation measure and a projected 11.5% Medicare Part B premium hike could offset much of the gain. Despite recent above-average COLAs, retirees have lost 20% purchasing power since 2010. From the Daily Caller, Abrego Garcia being deported to country you probably never heard of. Alleged MS-13 member Kilmar Abrego Garcia faces deportation to Eswatini, Africa, after claiming fear of persecution in over 20 countries. A judge halted his initial Uganda deportation. He was previously deported to El Salvador but returned to face smuggling charges. The Trump administration offered a plea deal for Costa Rica deportation, but plans shifted due to his fears. This follows political rallies for his return and ongoing legal battles. From the Latin Times, U.S. could set up a military base in a South American country that has a tense relationship with Venezuela. The U.S. may establish a military base in Ecuador if approved by referendum as discussed by Secretary Rubio and President Noboa. This amid tensions with Venezuela. Noboa calls Maduro a cartel leader and declared the Cartel de los Soles terrorists. The U.S. had a base in Ecuador until 2009. Now, Ecuador agrees to receive limited U.S. deportees under a safe third country deal. Similar agreements exist with Honduras and Paraguay to speed deportations. From Reason, MAGA economics is losing. Trump's tariffs and immigration policies aim to boost blue-collar jobs, but recent data shows manufacturing lost 12,000 jobs in August. Over 3 months, manufacturing, construction, and mining sectors are down, contrary to promises, as tariffs raise costs for businesses. Labor force participation dipped to 62.4%, with no surge in native-born employment despite deportations. Critics say unintended consequences are emerging with unimpressive results after 6 months. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From CNN, millions rally against Trump at No Kings protests across the U.S., organizers say. Here's why protesters say they attended. Millions rallied across the U.S. in over 2,700 No Kings protests against President Trump's policies. Organizers report nearly 7 million attendees. From D.C. to small towns, demonstrators in yellow for unity and fun outfits emphasized peaceful resistance, chanting for democracy and immigrant rights. Attendees voiced fears over eroding democracy, executive overreach, immigration raids, and cuts to federal programs like healthcare. Despite minor incidents, protests stayed largely peaceful, with no arrests in major cities like Portland and New York. From Fox News, Illinois State University teacher's assistant flips Turning Point USA table, tears down flyers. Jesus did it. A 27-year-old grad student and teaching assistant at Illinois State University was arrested after flipping a Turning Point USA student group's table. Video shows Derek Lopez approaching the conservative group's setup, promoting an event, saying Jesus did it before tossing the table. He allegedly disrupted another student table too, facing charges of disorderly conduct and criminal damage to property. University police stressed commitment to First Amendment rights and safety, with possible further charges and disciplinary action. From USA Today, Trump jabs No Kings protesters with AI videos of himself wearing crown. President Trump responded to millions at No Kings protests with AI-generated videos showing himself as a king, like flying a jet dropping items on crowds. In one clip, he's crowned with a Hail to the King song. White House posted images of Trump and Vance in crowns versus opponents in sombreros. Protests drew an estimated 7 million against Trump's policies on immigrants and rights, with no major arrests reported. Trump called the rallies a joke and protesters whacked out, while GOP leaders labeled them Hate America events amid a government shutdown. From the LA Times, Ukrainian drones strike major Russian gas plant as Trump again shifts his position. Ukrainian drones struck a major Gazprom gas plant in Russia's Orenburg region, causing a fire and suspending Kazakh gas intake. Kiev also claimed a hit on Rosneft oil refinery in Samara. Russia downed 45 drones, while Ukraine shot down 40 of 62 launched. Russia used a new long-range bomb on Ukrainian cities, injuring 11 in Dnipropetrovsk and hitting a Kharkiv neighborhood. Trump suggested Ukraine may need to cede territory for peace, shifting positions again, and was non-committal on sending Tomahawk missiles. From the Miami Herald, DHS on high alert after anti-ICE shooting. DHS heightened security at ICE facilities after a shooting at a Dallas site where Joshua John killed one detainee and injured two before unaliving. FBI Director Kash Patel revealed John planned the attack, searching ballistics and DHS sites with notes and shell casings marked anti-ICE. John had a 2016 marijuana conviction and voted in the 2020 Democratic primary. Investigators analyzed his devices and writings. Secretary Kristi Noem condemned anti-ICE rhetoric as fueling violence, calling it a wake-up call comparing ICE to historical oppressors. From Newsweek, 1/3 of Americans approve of Trump's handling of economy. Poll. An AP NORC poll shows just 36% of Americans approve of President Trump's economic handling, down from 43% in August. 68% view the economy negatively. Major stressors include groceries 54%, housing 45%, and savings 44%. 47% lack confidence in finding good jobs. 78% stressed by at least one cost like healthcare or taxes. Amid shutdown, inflation at 2.9%, unemployment 4.3%. Critics blame tariffs and policies while White House points to Democrats. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From CNN, he wears a red beret everywhere and once had 17 cats. Now he's the wild card of the New York City mayoral race. Curtis Sliwa, founder of the Guardian Angels, is shaking up New York's mayoral race as the Republican nominee. Known for his red beret and subway chats, he's connecting with voters one high school story at a time. Once housing 17 cats during the pandemic, now down to 6. Sliwa's animal welfare passion even drew a jab from Trump, but he's focused on crime, affordability, and no-nonsense policies. In a splintered field, polls put him at 15%, outpacing Mayor Adams. Supporters see his street smarts as a path to victory, while critics call him an entertainer. Sliwa bets on everyday New Yorkers for a surprise win in this unpredictable election. From Fox News, Harvard law professor spreads debunked rumor about Charlie Kirk assassination suspect. Harvard law professor Lawrence Tribe faced backlash after sharing a post claiming Charlie Kirk's assassin suspect Tyler Robinson was ultra MAGA and blaming Republicans for misinformation. Kirk was killed at a Utah event. Officials revealed Robinson was in a relationship with a transgender partner and had become more political per family reports. Critics like Jeremy Carl called it disinformation from a fake news site. Tribe, a former advisor to presidents, hasn't responded. Etchings on casings included anti-fascist references, but the post tried linking them to conservatives and video games. From the Associated Press, families in crisis after massive immigration raid at Hyundai plant in Georgia. A massive raid at a Hyundai plant in Georgia detained 475 workers, the largest in 2 decades, leaving families in panic and nonprofits overwhelmed with calls. Many detained were Korean and have returned home, but non-Korean immigrants from Latin America remain in limbo, some with legal work status like DACA. Lawyers say some had valid authorizations, yet were arrested. Families lost breadwinners, facing shortages of food and transportation. Compounded by local job losses, groups like Grow Initiative are providing resources, highlighting confusion over arrests. From Raw Story. Then comes the tell. Ex-Trump insider says president just sent a signal to adversary. Ex-Trump associate Lev Paranas claims Trump's letter to NATO is a signal to Putin, treating the Ukraine war like a business deal. Trump opposes sanctions on Russia if NATO stops buying their oil and tariffs on China until the war ends, calling it Biden and Zelensky's war. Parnas, convicted of campaign finance violations, sees it as blackmail, echoing Kremlin narratives and prioritizing personal leverage. He warns Trump isn't serious about stopping Putin, using the conflict for power plays against allies. From the Washington Post, teens armed with rifles killed congressional intern, police say. 3 teens in a stolen car allegedly fired 79 bullets in D.C., killing congressional intern Eric Tarpinian Jakim in a random gang-related attack. The 21-year-old UMass student interning for Rep. Ron Estes was hit from 200 feet away while bystanders scattered. Investigators used surveillance video to track the suspects, Kelvin Thomas, Jalen Lucas, and Naquan Lucas, charging them with first-degree murder. Defenses question video IDs and suggest self-defense, but a judge denied release. The case links to prior crimes. From Daily Caller. Dem rep keeps up post calling alleged Charlie Kirk assassin MAGA after authorities said he was leftist. California Rep. Dave Min hasn't deleted a post claiming Charlie Kirk's alleged assassin Tyler Robinson was MAGA, despite reports suggesting leftist leanings. Robinson viewed Kirk as spreading hate per family. Ammo etchings included anti-fascist phrases like Bella Ciao. Critics slammed Min for lies and exploiting tragedy. The NRCC called him reckless, referencing his past DUI. Utah Gov Cox labeled it a political assassination. Min hasn't addressed the criticism. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From Fox News, Democratic gubernatorial candidate slammed as the Kamala Harris of New Jersey as election slides into homestretch. In New Jersey's tight gubernatorial race, Democratic candidate Mickey Sherrill is being compared to Kamala Harris by her Republican opponent Jack Ciattarelli's campaign. Critics point to similarities like prosecutorial backgrounds, military service for Sherrill, and alleged gaffes and managed campaigns for both. Sherrill defends her record, focusing on abortion rights and community support, while facing a scandal over her Naval Academy records. With polls narrowing, the race could shape Democratic leadership as New Jersey votes soon. From CNN, judge denies Sean Diddy Combs' bid to vacate his conviction as prosecutors ask for an 11-year prison sentence. A judge denied Sean Diddy Combs' request to vacate his conviction on prostitution-related charges under the Mann Act. Prosecutors are pushing for over 11 years in prison, citing years of alleged abuse and lack of remorse, while his team seeks time served. Victim letters, including from Cassie Ventura, describe manipulation and fear, urging a strong sentence. Combs was acquitted on other charges but faces sentencing Friday, with probation recommending 5 to 7 years. From Newsweek, ICE strikes Florida, 400 people arrested in huge operation. ICE arrested over 400 undocumented migrants in a week-long operation across Central Florida, targeting those with criminal records. Detainees include individuals charged with crimes like battery, DUI, and child molestation as part of Trump's mass deportation policy. The operation involved local police and the Florida National Guard using 287G agreements to boost enforcement. Officials hail it as a public safety win, while critics say it spreads fear in immigrant communities. From the Washington Post, Supreme Court allows Lisa Cook to remain on Fed board for now. The Supreme Court ruled that Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook can stay in her role for now, amid Trump's attempt to remove her. The court will hear the case in January, testing the Fed's independence after lower courts blocked her immediate ouster. Trump accuses Cook of mortgage fraud, which she denies. Economists warn removal could disrupt monetary policy. This allows Cook to vote on upcoming interest rate decisions, potentially delaying Trump's Fed reshaping. From News Nation, Iowa Superintendent Immigration Case. Universities denied credentials. Des Moines School's Superintendent Ian Roberts resigned after his ICE arrest and questions about his immigration and credentials. Roberts, from Guyana, entered on a student visa in 1999 and faced a 2024 removal order. He was found with a gun and cash. Universities like Morgan State deny issuing his claimed degrees, and discrepancies appear in his birthdate and awards. His lawyer seeks to reopen the case amid a DOJ probe into district hiring practices. From Raw Story, answer the question. Mike Johnson denies Trump quote in nasty spat with ABC host. House Speaker Mike Johnson sparred with ABC's George Stephanopoulos over Trump's comments on using military in U.S. cities. Trump suggested cities as training grounds for troops against the enemy within, prompting the host's questions. Johnson deflected, accusing the host of taking quotes out of context and focusing on other issues like crime. The exchange highlighted tensions over military use in domestic matters. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. Hello and welcome everyone to another episode of Just Some News, where we summarize news articles in the most unbiased way possible. Let's hop into it. From CBS, Pete Hegseth shared details of Yemen strike in another Signal chat, including his wife and brother, sources say. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth shared Yemen airstrike details in a private Signal chat, raising concerns. Hegseth sent FA-18 flight schedules to a group with his wife, brother, and attorney, none needing the info. This follows a leak to a journalist in another chat feeling worries about handling sensitive military data. Hegseth denies sharing classified info, blaming disgruntled ex-employees. Democrats call for his resignation, but he stands firm. From ABC News, Supreme Court divided over Obamacare mandate for no-cost preventative health benefits. The Supreme Court is split over an Obamacare mandate for no-cost preventative health benefits. A Christian business group challenges the U.S. Preventative Service Task Force, saying it's unconstitutionally structured. The task force sets coverage for services like cancer screenings and HIV prevention drugs. Liberal justices lean toward upholding it, but others question its authority. A ruling against could end free preventative care for millions. Decision by June. From the AP, how stocks, bonds, and other markets have fared so far in 2025. Trump's trade war shakes global markets in 2025, with U.S. stocks and bonds taking a hit. The S&P 500 dropped 12.3%, NASDAQ fell 18%, while gold soared to $3,343 an ounce, a 27% rise. The U.S. dollar hit a 3-year low and oil prices slumped, hinting at a slowdown. Bitcoin dipped to $87,000 after a wild ride, and Treasury yields spiked, reflecting recession fears. Overseas markets are faring better. From CNN, Russia launches deadly aerial barrage on Ukraine as U.S. pushes for peace plan. Russia launched deadly airstrikes on Ukraine after an Easter ceasefire ended as the U.S. pushes for peace. At least 3 were killed in Kherson, with blasts in Mykolaiv and injuries in Donetsk. The U.S. proposal offers a ceasefire and may recognize Russia's control of Crimea, but both sides accuse each other of truce violations. Zelensky rejects ceding territory, while Rubio warns the U.S. may abandon talks soon. More meetings are planned. From Newsweek, who was Carlo Acutis? Vatican halts canonization after Pope Francis's death. The Vatican delays Carlo Acutis' canonization after Pope Francis's death on April 21st. Acutis is set to be the first millennial saint cataloged Eucharistic miracles online. He died at 15 in 2006, with 2 miracles credited to him, like healing a child and a student. His sainthood was approved in July 2024. Canonizations require a pope, so the April 27th event is on hold during the seat of vacante period. From Fox News, judge temporarily blocks New York City Mayor Adams' plan to allow ICE agents in Rikers Island jail complex. A judge temporarily blocks New York City Mayor Adams' plan to allow ICE agents into Rikers Island jail. The New York City Council sued Adams, alleging a quid pro quo with the Trump admin to drop his corruption charges in exchange for ICE access. Adams' executive order aimed to tackle migrant gang activity, reversing a 2014 sanctuary law ban. Judge Rosado halted the plan until an April 25th hearing, barring any ICE agreements for now. And that's all we got for you today, my friends. If you can leave a like, comment, subscribe, and remember, it's not any news, just some news. Thanks for watching. From CNN, Manhattan shooting victims honored while investigators continue search for answers. Mourners gathered at Bryant Park to honor 4 lives lost in a tragic shooting at a midtown skyscraper. The shooter, Shane Tamura, used an M4 rifle, killing 4, including an NYPD officer and a Blackstone executive, before dying by unaliving. Governor Hochul and Mayor Adams called for gun reform, highlighting the need for legislative action to prevent such violence. Investigators are probing Tamura's motives, including a possible link to CTE, as the city mourns its deadliest attack since 2013. From Fox News, David Marcus. Democrats' media betray Israel, but look who stands firm. For cutting Israel's aid, while the New York Times was criticized for misleading images of Gaza. President Trump and his GOP allies stand firm, rejecting a Palestinian state that rewards Hamas's violence. Trump's vision through the Abraham Accords pushes for peace, while critics risk prolonging the conflict. From TV Insider, MSNBC, CNN, and Fox News ratings, dramatic drops and most watched shows. Fox News leads cable news with 2.41 million primetime viewers in July 2025, but it's down 30% from last year. MSNBC's primetime viewership dropped 27%, with Rachel Maddow's show still topping at 2.02 million viewers. CNN saw the biggest dip, down 42% in prime time, though Anderson Cooper 360 remains its top show. Last year's big stories like Trump's assassination attempt boosted numbers. 2025 just couldn't compete. From USA Today, President Trump announces 25% tariff on imports from India. President Trump announced a 25% tariff on Indian imports, citing India's high tariffs and trade with Russia. India, the U.S.'s 10th largest trading partner, faces this tariff starting August 1st, impacting goods like drugs and jewelry. Trump also plans a penalty for India's oil and military purchases from Russia, tied to the Ukraine conflict. The tariffs aim to boost U.S. manufacturing, as Trump holds firm on his August 1st deadline. From NBC News, massive earthquake off Russia's east coast is one of the most powerful ever recorded. An 8.8 magnitude earthquake struck Russia's Kamchatka region, one of the strongest ever recorded. Tsunami warnings went out across the Pacific, with waves reaching up to 13 feet in Russia and 5.7 feet in Hawaii. Surprisingly, no deaths or major damage were reported, thanks to the quake's remote location. Experts credit early warning systems for saving lives, calling the event a remarkable anomaly. From the Post-Millennial, UCLA settles with students for $6.13 million after DOJ determined school violated civil rights during Gaza camp occupation. UCLA will pay $6.13 million to settle a lawsuit after failing to protect Jewish students during anti-Israel protests. Protesters created a Jew exclusion zone, barring Jewish students from campus spaces in 2024. The DOJ found UCLA violated federal civil rights laws by ignoring harassment reports. The settlement awaits final court approval as UCLA vows to combat anti-Semitism on campus. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From Fox News, DC gun permit wait slashed from months to days as Trump's crime crackdown continues. President Trump's Making DC Safe and Beautiful task force is shaking things up in Washington, D.C., cutting gun permit wait times from months to just days. The streamlined process lets law-abiding residents book next-day firearm registration appointments with walk-ins now available, down from a grueling 4-month wait. Concealed carry permits, now processed in just 4.6 days, not months, making it easier for locals to protect themselves in a city with strict gun laws. While exploring broader firearm access, like carry-on public transit, Trump's task force is working with federal agencies to keep DC safe and beautiful. From CNN, federal agents gather in DC to enforce Trump-directed crackdown on homeless encampments. Federal agents hit Washington, D.C. to clear homeless encampments under Trump's law enforcement takeover, but confusion erupted at Washington Circle. Notices gave occupants until Monday to leave, yet agents showed up early, clashing with advocates who pointed out the deadline, causing a standoff. Residents like Megan Abraham say they're just normal people facing undue stress, while advocates worry about disrupted housing support systems. Trump's push to move the homeless far from the Capitol has advocates bracing for more sweeps with no clear federal plan shared. From NBC News, D.C. Attorney General sues over Trump's hostile takeover of local police. D.C. Attorney General Brian Schwalb is suing the Trump administration, challenging its federal takeover of the city's police force. Trump's executive order and AG Pam Bondi's move to replace D.C.'s police chief are called an abuse of power under the Home Rule Act. Schwalb argues the takeover threatens D.C.'s self-governance, putting the safety of 700,000 residents and visitors at risk. The lawsuit claims Trump's actions exceed temporary emergency powers, marking the gravest threat to D.C.'s autonomy ever. From The Guardian, Barack Obama praises Texas Democrats' fight as they signal return to state. Texas Democrats backed by Barack Obama are fighting a Republican plan to redraw congressional maps and add 5 GOP seats. Obama praised the Dems' courage for fleeing the state to block a quorum, inspiring action in California to counter gerrymandering. With Governor Abbott vowing more special sessions, Dems plan to return, building a legal case against the map as unconstitutional. California's Gavin Newsom is pushing back with a new map to add Democratic seats, escalating the redistricting battle nationwide. From USA Today, live updates. Russia predicts marathon Trump-Putin-Alaska summit. President Trump is headed to Alaska for a high-stakes summit with Russia's Vladimir Putin to push for peace in Ukraine. Putin hints at a new nuclear arms deal, while the Kremlin predicts marathon talks, but Trump says he'll know in minutes if a deal's possible. Held at a U.S. military base, the summit excludes Ukraine's Zelensky, who rejects territorial concessions, raising tensions. With Trump threatening sanctions and Putin escalating attacks, the world watches to see if peace is possible. From The Federalist, bombshell DNI emails expose fraud that sabotaged a 2018 Trump-Putin summit. DNI Tulsi Gabbard dropped bombshell emails showing the 2016 DNC hack narrative was pushed to sabotage Trump's 2018 Putin summit. Then DNI James Clapper ignored NSA doubts, forcing a false Russia hack story to undermine Trump's election and diplomacy. The narrative fueled Mueller's indictment of 12 Russians designed to disrupt the Helsinki summit despite no evidence of a hack. Gabbard's release vindicates Trump, clearing the way for his Alaska summit to focus on Ukraine peace without past hoaxes. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From CNN, this is the summer of flooding across the U.S., and scientists know why. This summer, the U.S. is grappling with deadly flash floods from Texas to New York, as climate change supercharges extreme weather. Record moisture from a warming Gulf and Atlantic is fueling 1,000-year rain events overwhelming cities like Chicago and Kansas City. Experts say global warming makes heavy rain more intense, with atmospheric patterns locking in destructive storms. From 130 deaths in Texas to subway chaos in New York City, these floods signal a new normal in our warming world. From Fox News, Beto O'Rourke calls for Democrats to be ruthless in pursuit of power, backs Newsom's gerrymandering proposal. Beto O'Rourke urges Democrats to get ruthless in their quest for power, endorsing partisan gerrymandering. He backs California Governor Newsom's plan to redraw congressional maps, countering Texas GOP's redistricting push. Newsom wants to scrap California's nonpartisan commission, but faces legal and political hurdles. Beto warns Republicans gerrymandering could backfire, but is this a race to the bottom for democracy? From the Wall Street Journal, how Bessent made the case to Trump against firing Fed Chair Powell. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent is urging President Trump not to fire Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell. Bessent argues firing Powell could tank markets, face legal battles, and isn't needed with rate cuts coming. Trump's push to oust Powell risks economic chaos, especially with no quick Senate replacement. While Trump denies needing advice, Bessent says the president can soon shape the Fed with new appointees. From the Washington Post, global hack on Microsoft product hits U.S. state agencies, researchers say. A global cyber attack on Microsoft SharePoint servers has hit U.S. agencies, businesses, and more. This zero-day exploit targets unpatched servers, stealing data and keys for future attacks. From U.S. federal agencies to European governments, hackers are exploiting thousands of servers. With no patch yet, experts warn of a mad scramble to secure systems before more damage is done. From USA Today, Senator hits Trump for blaming Epstein backlash on Dems, says it's as if viral CEO faulted Coldplay. Senator Amy Klobuchar blasts Trump for blaming Democrats over the Jeffrey Epstein case backlash. Trump claims Dems hid a smoking gun, but the FBI says no client list or murder evidence exists. Klobuchar compares Trump's dodge to a CEO blaming Coldplay, saying his team fuels the conspiracy. Amid pressure, Trump's ordered more Epstein files released, but will it calm the storm? From ABC News, dozens of Palestinians killed while seeking aid, Gaza health officials say. At least 73 Palestinians died seeking aid in Gaza, with 150 injured, health officials report. The IDF says troops fired to stop a threat, but their casualty count disputes Gaza's claims. Hospitals are overwhelmed, with Gaza facing a humanitarian crisis after 140 days of closed crossings. Over 875 have died seeking food this year, raising alarms about escalating violence. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From Fox News, illegal immigrant trucker accused of killing 3 people failed English road sign tests. Harjinder Singh, an illegal immigrant, allegedly caused a fatal crash on the Florida Turnpike, killing 3 people in a minivan after an unauthorized U-turn. Singh, who entered the U.S. illegally in 2018, held a commercial driver's license from California, but failed English and road sign tests during the investigation. The DOT says Singh's license may not have followed federal regulations, sparking questions about oversight in issuing licenses to non-citizens. A heated debate erupted, with California's governor blaming the Trump administration, while feds say Singh's work permit was approved under Biden. From CNN, Texas GOP nears vote on new maps as Democrats stage protest in State House. The GOP's plan would add 5 Republican-leaning districts backed by Trump as the House prepares to vote. Democrats unable to stop the maps are staging protests, with some refusing police escorts to leave the House floor. One Democrat proposed tying the maps to releasing Jeffrey Epstein files, a move to pressure Republicans. Meanwhile, California Democrats are countering with their own maps to add Democratic seats, escalating the redistricting war. From USA Today, President Trump complains woke Smithsonian is too focused on how bad slavery was. Trump claims the Smithsonian dwells on slavery and negativity, ignoring America's successes. A review of 8 museums, including African American history, aims to remove divisive narratives and promote American exceptionalism. Trump compares this to his push against woke policies in universities, vowing to make museums celebrate the U.S. The Smithsonian says it's committed to factual history as the review could reshape how America's story is told. From Newsweek, mystery explosion rocks Ukraine's NATO neighbor. An explosion in a Polish cornfield left a crater and shattered windows, with no injuries reported. Poland's military says no airspace violation was detected, but fragments suggest it could be a Russian decoy drone. Locals reported a loud bang and a flash in the sky, raising fears due to the nearby war in Ukraine. Poland, a NATO ally, is investigating as tensions rise with Russia's ongoing attacks on Ukraine. From the BBC, Tulsi Gabbard revokes security clearance of 37 U.S. intelligence officials. Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard revoked security clearances for 37 current and former U.S. officials. The Trump administration claims these officials politicized intelligence or leaked classified info targeting Obama and Biden-era staff. Gabbard provided no evidence, and Democrats call it a political move to distract from Trump's policies. The move follows earlier revocations, raising questions about trust in the intelligence community. From ABC News, Trump admin live updates. Trump calls on Federal Reserve Governor to resign. President Trump is urging Ukraine's Zelensky and Russia's Putin to meet, aiming for peace talks without U.S. troops. Meanwhile, Trump called for Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook to resign, alleging mortgage fraud. Hundreds more National Guard troops are arriving in D.C. as Republican states back Trump's federal takeover. Russia insists on being included in security talks as Trump pushes for a deal to end the Ukraine war. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From Fox News, Schiff decries Bove's confirmation as corruption despite DOJ referral into his own mortgage dealings. The Senate confirmed Emil Bove, Trump's former defense attorney, as a federal judge in a tight 50-49 vote. Democrat Adam Schiff slammed Republicans, alleging Bove ignored court orders and misled lawmakers during his confirmation. Republican Senator Chuck Grassley defended Bove, calling accusations unfair. No Democrats supported the confirmation. Meanwhile, Schiff faces scrutiny after a referral to the Justice Department for alleged mortgage fraud from 2003 to 2019. From CNN, the manhunt in Arkansas couple's killing ended at a barbershop near the suspect's home. Andrew McGann, 28, was arrested for the murder of a couple hiking in Arkansas's Devil's Den State Park. The manhunt ended at a Springfield barbershop where McGann was detained mid-haircut by detectives. The victims, Clinton and Kristen Brink, left behind 2 young daughters who are now safe with family. McGann, a former teacher, faces capital murder charges. His court date is set for Friday. From the Christian Post, no, Israel is not starving poor Gazan children. Don't buy the fake news lies. A photo of a sick Gazan child was used to falsely claim Israel is causing starvation in Gaza. Major outlets like CNN and The Guardian spread the image, but the child has a genetic illness, not starvation. Israel evacuated the child and his family for medical treatment, countering the famine narrative. Critics argue media bias distorts Israel's role while ignoring Hamas's impact on Gaza's resources. From The Guardian, Trump extends deadline for tariff deal with Mexico by another 90 days. President Trump extended Mexico's tariff deal deadline by 90 days, citing complex border issues. Mexico will keep paying tariffs on fentanyl, cars, and metals, and remove non-tariff trade barriers. Trump's move follows a recent EU deal, but dozens of countries face higher tariffs starting Friday. Nations like Canada and Brazil remain in Trump's sights, with China's deadline looming August 12th. From USA Today, drastic changes coming to homeless services, new Trump order promises. President Trump's new order shifts homeless policy, rejecting the housing first model. It prioritizes involuntary commitment for drug or mental health issues, targeting encampments. Critics say it ignores housing affordability, the main driver of homelessness, and lacks few funding. Supporters argue it restores public safety, but experts warn it could worsen the crisis. From the Daily Mail, Southern California rocked by 4.4 magnitude earthquake as tremors felt in LA. A 4.4 magnitude earthquake struck near San Bernardino, California at 9:32 a.m. Pacific time. Residents from Long Beach to Irvine felt the jolt, describing a rolling or sudden shake. Smaller quakes hit the same area, likely along the San Andreas Fault, a seismic hotspot. No injuries or damages reported, but locals brace for more tremors in this active zone. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From CNN, workers detained in Georgia ICE raid to be sent back to South Korea. Trump's border czar says more such raids are coming. In a massive ICE raid at a Hyundai electric vehicle plant in Georgia, 475 workers were detained, including about 300 South Koreans. After negotiations, South Korea arranged a chartered flight to bring their citizens home, emphasizing swift government action. Trump's border czar Tom Homan confirmed more workplace raids are planned as part of the immigration crackdown. Companies like Hyundai and LG are cooperating, suspending U.S. trips and prioritizing employee safety. From Fox News, Ohio donors ditch Tim Ryan, pour nearly $220,000 into Vivek Ramaswamy's governor bid. Republican Vivek Ramaswamy's Ohio governor bid is gaining traction, with nearly $220,000 from former Tim Ryan donors switching sides. Key business leaders like Sam Covelli and Bruce Zoldan, once Ryan backers, now support Ramaswamy for economic growth and reform. Ryan, a Democrat considering a run, faces donor defections amid claims of unfulfilled promises from traditional leadership. Ramaswamy raised $9.7 million early, backed by the GOP, focusing on manufacturing, safety, and tax cuts. From Fortune, godfather of AI, says the technology will create massive unemployment and send profits soaring. That is the capitalist system. Nobel laureate Geoffrey Hinton, the godfather of AI, warns AI will boost profits but cause massive unemployment by replacing workers. He blames capitalism, not AI, and notes entry-level jobs are already shrinking, while healthcare could benefit from efficiency gains. Hinton dismisses universal basic income as insufficient for human dignity and highlights AI risks like bioweapons. He uses ChatGPT for research and left Google to retire, not just to speak on dangers. From The Guardian, Texas Attorney General wants students to pray in school unless they're Muslim. Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton pushes for the Lord's Prayer and Bible in schools under a new law allowing religious time. He endorses Christian elements, calling it foundational, but critics say it violates church-state separation. In 2017, Paxton opposed a Muslim prayer room, sparking accusations of favoritism and Islamophobia. He's appealing a ruling blocking 10 Commandments displays backed by Christian nationalist donors. From the Washington Post, military-related work absences at 19-year high amid deployments. Work absences for military duty hit a 19-year high with 90,000 cases from January to August due to deployments. Trump's administration sent Guard members to cities like LA and DC for crime control, straining the labor market. Amid slow hiring and rising unemployment, economists warn of economic chaos from uncertain deployments. The White House claims it boosts safety and jobs, but troops face career limits from added duties. From East Idaho News, this is my home. Violinist John Shin speaks out after release from immigration detention facility. Utah violinist John Shin, detained for 17 days in Colorado, was released on bond after ICE flagged his status. Brought to the U.S. as a child, he lost DACA after a misdemeanor but married a U.S. citizen. Supporters rallied with concerts. He calls America home, praising fellow detainees, and his lawyer seeks a green card amid Trump's crackdown. Shin urges immigration reform, grateful for community help in his fight against deportation. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From CNN, businesses have been eating Trump's tariffs. That's starting to change. Inflation is heating up. July's producer price index jumped 0.9%, the fastest monthly rise since June 2022, hitting 3.3% annually. Tariffs are driving up costs for producers, and experts warned these hikes could soon hit consumers' wallets. The Dow fell 175 points after the report, and hopes for a Federal Reserve rate cut are fading as core PPI soared to 3.7%. Food prices, especially vegetables, spiked due to tariffs on Mexican imports. Is this a sign of more inflation to come? From Fox News, Trump's federal crime operation brings 100 arrests, 800 National Guard troops to Washington. President Trump's crime operation in D.C. is in full swing, with 100 arrests, including 29 illegal immigrants since Monday. 800 National Guard troops are deploying, with 400 already patrolling. 3 illegal firearms were seized Wednesday. Protests erupted, with one man charged for assaulting an officer. Critics questioned D.C.'s reported 35% drop in violent crime. A juvenile curfew in Navy Yard and a suspended police commander raised questions about crime stats and Trump's takeover. From Newsweek, Texas AG Ken Paxton suffers major blow in bid to round up Democrats. Texas Democrats fled to Illinois to block a redistricting bill denying quorum and stalling GOP plans for 5 new House seats. An Illinois judge rejected Texas AG Ken Paxton's request to arrest the Democrats, citing no jurisdiction over non-residents. Governor Abbott vows to call special sessions until the bill passes, while Democrats refuse to return. The standoff also delays disaster relief after deadly Texas floods. Will this political battle reshape the state? From the Associated Press, a car accident in small-town Tennessee leads to U.S. charges against a major Mexican drug operation. A 2019 Tennessee car crash sparked a major drug bust, leading to charges against 5 United Cartel's leaders in Mexico. Wiretaps and surveillance uncovered 850 kilos of meth hidden in a truck, linked to cartel leader El Abuelo. The U.S. offers $10 million for El Abuelo's arrest, targeting the cartel's meth empire in Michoacán. Mexico handed over 29 cartel figures this year, showing new cooperation in the fight against drug trafficking. From ABC News, Trump admin live updates. Trump promises to make D.C. crime-free. President Trump vows to make Washington, D.C. crime-free with a federal takeover of the city's police force. Over 1,450 law enforcement, including 400 National Guard, made 100 arrests since August 7th, seizing 24 firearms. Trump seeks long-term control of D.C. police, but critics call it overreach. He also announced Kennedy Center honorees. Trump heads to Alaska Friday for a summit with Putin, aiming for a Ukraine peace deal. Will it work? From the Post-Millennial, 5 Indian hotel operators charged with using minors to run drug, sex trafficking rings out of Nebraska. 5 Indian hotel operators in Omaha face charges for running labor and sex trafficking rings involving minors. Authorities rescued 10 minors and 17 adults from exploitative conditions at hotels, where victims slept on roach-infested floors. Over $565,000 was seized, linked to money laundering and a scheme to fraudulently obtain U visas. The accused allegedly encouraged sex trafficking and dealt drugs, with Narcan kept at one hotel due to overdoses. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From CNN, Chicago area mayor says federal agents tear-gassed him at a protest outside an ICE facility. In suburban Chicago, a small protest outside an ICE facility turned chaotic when federal agents clashed with demonstrators blocking a van. Evanston Mayor Daniel Biss, a Democrat running for Congress, claims he was tear-gassed, calling it terrifying and an attempt to intimidate nonviolent resistance. Protester Kat Abu Ghazala says she was thrown to the ground and hit with pepper balls amid ongoing deportations in the Midway Blitz operation that's arrested nearly 550 people. ICE reports protesters assaulted officers, slashed tires, and blocked entrances, leading to at least 10 arrests, while local officials condemned the tactics and called for facility shutdowns. From Fox News, mother furious after Rep. Crockett calls daughter murdered by illegal migrant a random dead person. The mother of murdered Maryland woman Kayla Hamilton is outraged after Rep. Jasmine Crockett referred to her daughter as a random dead person during a House debate. Crockett, a Texas Democrat, criticized Republicans for exploiting victims' stories for political gain, mentioning other ignored crimes like those tied to Jeffrey Epstein. Tammy Nobles called the comment nasty and possibly racist, remembering Kayla as happy and energetic, killed by an MS-13 member who entered the U.S. illegally. The bill named after Kayla aims to tighten screenings for unaccompanied migrant children, with supporters saying it could prevent future tragedies for Americans and migrants alike. From the Irish News US, UK to explore reparations loan for Ukraine using frozen Russian assets. The UK is set to explore using frozen Russian assets to fund a reparations loan worth billions for Ukraine's war effort against Russian aggression. Chancellor Rachel Reeves will announce plans at a European meeting emphasizing options that comply with international law while supporting Ukraine's security. This follows EU suggestions to back loans with profits from frozen assets, avoiding direct confiscation that some fear could breach laws. The UK has already committed £21.8 billion in aid and frozen £25 billion in Russian assets, with calls from some to seize them outright for Ukraine. From Law and Crime, they knew exactly what they were doing. Florida men went on a hunt and killed 4-year-old girl in hail of gunfire. 5 Florida men have been convicted of first-degree murder in the 2021 drive-by shooting that killed 4-year-old Suni Bell in Tampa. Suni was in a car with her family when 3 vehicles pursued them, firing dozens of shots in what prosecutors called a targeted hunt. Andrew Thompson, James Denson, Jalen Bedward, Quandarius Hammond, and Zvante Sampson were found guilty, with some firing weapons and others driving. Despite defenses arguing guilty by association, jurors sided with the state, leading to mandatory life sentences without parole for the senseless act. From Variety, Jimmy Kimmel and Disney work to reach compromise to bring his show back. Jimmy Kimmel and Disney are negotiating a compromise to bring Jimmy Kimmel Live back to ABC after it was pulled indefinitely. The show was preempted by major station owners like Nexstar and Sinclair following Kimmel's controversial remarks on Trump and conservative activist Charlie Kirk's death. FCC threats and political backlash from both sides have fueled criticism, with free speech advocates decrying censorship. Discussions consider staff impacts and ad revenue, but no deal is guaranteed, amid Kimmel's long tenure and other Disney projects. From CBS News, ICE threatens lawsuits if Democratic states don't hold migrants. ICE is threatening legal action against California, New York, and Illinois for not honoring immigration detainers and sanctuary policies. Letters from ICE demand compliance, warning of lawsuits via the Justice Department, and potential funding cuts for refusing to hold migrants briefly. States argue their laws build community trust and require judicial warrants, while ICE says it leads to criminal releases and more street arrests. DHS reports 400,000 arrests since Trump's term began, mostly with criminal records escalating clashes in major cities. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From the Associated Press, the latest: protests over immigration raids spread across the U.S. Protests against immigration raids are spreading from Los Angeles to cities like Seattle, Chicago, and New York, with more planned this week. In Houston, Mayor Whitmer says the police are ready for peaceful protests, while Texas Governor Abbott has National Guard troops on standby. Chicago's Mayor Johnson reports mostly peaceful demonstrations, though one woman was injured when struck by a car during a protest. In Los Angeles, 2 people face charges for throwing Molotov cocktails, and Department of Homeland Security says 9 arrested had prior convictions. From USA Today, Texas Governor Greg Abbott orders National Guard to immigration protests. Texas Governor Greg Abbott is sending National Guard troops to areas expecting protests against immigration raids following clashes in Austin. In Austin, police arrested 8 after some protesters threw rocks and graffitied buildings, with 4 officers injured. The move echoes President Trump's deployment of Guard troops and Marines in Los Angeles, despite objections from California's Governor Newsom. Nationwide anti-ICE protests are growing, with No King's Day demonstrations planned for June 14th in solidarity with Los Angeles. From Fox News, Hegseth spars with Senate Democrats over Marine deployment to LA anti-ICE riots, not about lethality. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth defended deploying 700 Marines and 4,000 National Guard troops to Los Angeles amid anti-ICE protests. Hegseth says the mission is about maintaining order, not lethality, supporting ICE agents facing attacks during raids. Democratic Senator Jack Reed called the deployment illegal, arguing it undermines military readiness and civil law enforcement. California's Governor Newsom is suing over the deployment, with a court hearing set for Thursday to review its legality. From CNN, world's most popular TikTok star Khaby Lame leaves the U.S. after being detained by ICE. Khaby Lame, the world's top TikTok star with 162 million followers, was detained by ICE in Las Vegas for overstaying his visa. The Senegalese Italian influencer was held Friday, but allowed to leave the U.S. voluntarily, avoiding a deportation order. His detainment comes amid President Trump's immigration crackdown, sparking protests across Los Angeles and beyond. Lame, a UNICEF ambassador, has not commented publicly, leaving fans wondering about his next move. From Newsweek, Pete Hegseth reacts to double standard between January 6 and LA riots. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth faced questions over deploying troops to Los Angeles protests, but not on January 6, 2021. Hegseth defended sending 4,000 National Guard and 700 Marines to support ICE, saying it's about protecting agents, not lethality. Senator Chris Murphy pressed Hegseth on perceived double standard, comparing the LA response to the Capitol riot. Hegseth called the protests a response to an invasion of migrants, as Congress demands clarity on military funding. From the Wall Street Journal, muted May inflation defies tariff fears. May's inflation rose just 0.1%, defying fears that President Trump's tariffs would spike prices, with yearly inflation at 2.4%. Economists expected higher car and clothing prices, but both dropped, possibly due to weak demand or pre-stocked inventories. The Federal Reserve may hold rates steady next week, but low inflation could open the door for future rate cuts. Trump celebrated the report, urging the Fed to cut rates by a full point as economists watch for tariff impacts later this year. From Fox News, Rep. Nancy Mace demands death penalty for South Carolina murder suspect, urging Attorney General Bondi to step in. Rep. Nancy Mace is pushing for the death penalty in the case of Alexander Dickey, accused of murdering 22-year-old college student Logan Federico during a home invasion in South Carolina. Dickey, a convicted felon with 40 arrests, allegedly shot Federico at point-blank range after a crime spree involving drugs, burglaries, and theft. Logan's father, Stephen Federico, calls Dickey a lunatic on a rampage and supports federal intervention, criticizing state prosecutors for being soft on crime. Mace urges Attorney General Pam Bondi to take over, citing Trump's executive order and potential federal charges under the Hobbs Act. From CNN, judge temporarily blocks Trump's National Guard deployment in Portland. A federal judge in Oregon has issued a temporary restraining order blocking President Trump's deployment of the National Guard to Portland, calling it unconstitutional. The administration cited unrest at an ICE facility, but the judge ruled protests weren't violent enough to justify military intervention, violating the 10th Amendment. Oregon officials, including Governor Tina Kotek, praised the decision, arguing there's no rebellion and local forces can handle it. The order lasts 14 days. The White House plans to appeal. Similar moves are happening in Chicago amid immigration protests. From ABC News, protesters shot in Chicago by Border Patrol agents who allege they were ambushed. U.S. Border Patrol agents shot and wounded a woman in Chicago, claiming she was part of a convoy that ambushed and rammed their vehicles during immigration protests. DHS Secretary Kristi Noem described the incident as self-defense, alleging the woman Marimar Martinez was armed and had threatened agents. Martinez and another driver were arrested. DHS calls protesters domestic terrorists with plans to ambush officers. Amid this, Trump is federalizing 300 Illinois National Guard troops against Governor J.B. Pritzker's wishes to support ICE operations. From USA Today, a university censorship conference gets censored. This is Trump's America. Opinion. Organizers at Weber State University canceled a conference on censorship due to restrictions from a Utah anti-DEI law, which barred labeling policies as harmful or partisan. The law, signed by Utah's Republican governor, affected non-academic programming, leading speakers to back out over limits on discussing politics. Professor Richard Price called it forced dishonesty, part of a broader Republican push against higher education, including firings in other states. An ad hoc outdoor event on academic freedom was held instead, highlighting fears of eroding free speech rights nationwide. From The Guardian, Kristi Noem calls Chicago a war zone after federal agents shot women. DHS Secretary Kristi Noem called Chicago a war zone after federal agents shot a woman during protests against ICE raids, defending the National Guard deployment. The woman, a U.S. citizen armed with a semi-automatic, was injured in an alleged ambush. Noem accused local leaders like Mayor Brandon Johnson of lying. Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker countered that the administration is fueling the crisis, demanding they leave as Trump federalizes 300 Guard troops. This follows similar deployments in other cities, part of Trump's immigration crackdown amid escalating tensions. From Newsweek, NATO scrambles fighter jets as Russian strikes kill entire family. Poland and NATO scrambled fighter jets as Russia launched over 50 missiles and 500 drones on Ukraine, killing 5, including an entire family near Lviv. Targets included energy infrastructure. Russia claims it hit military sites with hypersonic missiles. Zelensky calls for more air defense. Foreign Minister Sybiha urges pressure on Russia's energy revenues to stop the terror. No airspace violations detected, but tensions rise amid stalled U.S.-Russia peace talks and threats over U.S. missile supplies to Ukraine. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From The Guardian, my stomach just dropped. Foreign students in panicked limbo as Trump cancels visa interviews. The Trump administration has paused student visa interviews worldwide to implement new social media screening, leaving international students in limbo. Students like Oliver Cropley, set to study in Kansas, fear delays could cost scholarships and housing. Many can't even schedule interviews. Recent moves, like banning Harvard from enrolling foreign students, add to the uncertainty. A federal judge blocked that, but the future's unclear. With 1.1 million international students in the U.S., many are now reconsidering their academic plans amid growing anxiety. From CNN, stocks drop as Trump claims China has violated trade agreement and tensions flare. Stocks fell Friday after Trump accused China of violating trade agreements, hinting at new tax sanctions on Chinese firms. The Dow dropped 230 points, with the Nasdaq down 1.48% as Trump's trade war rhetoric heats up after a week of tariff battles. A court blocked Trump's tariffs, but an appeal paused that ruling, leaving markets uncertain as legal fights continue. Despite the volatility, some investors bet Trump may back down, but the trade war's impact is far from over. From CBS News, Taylor Swift buys back Masters, shares new info about Reputation. Taylor Swift announced she's bought back her first 6 albums, Masters, sold in 2019, calling it a dream come true. She's paused re-recording Reputation, saying it's too unique to redo, but teased unreleased vault tracks that are fire. Her debut album's re-recording is done and she's excited to share it when the time's right, thanks to fan support. Swift praised fans for backing her re-recordings and hopes her fight inspires artists to own their work. From Fox News, Harvard vs. Trump. All the president wants is for the university to obey the law. President Trump is clashing with Harvard, demanding reforms like merit-based hiring and auditing for viewpoint diversity. Harvard's president rejected the demands, prompting Trump to freeze $2.2 billion in grants and ban foreign student enrollment. Critics call Harvard's stance hubris, while others say Trump's targeting universities to fight woke culture. With 27% of Harvard students international, The financial and academic stakes are high in this ongoing feud. From the Associated Press, Supreme Court lets Trump strip legal protections from 500,000 people, exposing more to deportation. The Supreme Court allowed Trump to end legal protections for over 500,000 migrants from Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua, and Venezuela. This follows a similar ruling affecting 350,000 Venezuelans, exposing nearly 1 million to potential deportation. Critics like Justice Jackson warn of chaos for families and communities, while the administration calls the protections temporary. The case returns to a lower court, but for now, these migrants face an uncertain future in the U.S. From the Federalist. By appeasing rogue judges, Trump legitimizes leftist judicial coup. Critics say Trump's compliance with lower court judges' injunctions is undermining his presidency and the Constitution. At a briefing, Press Secretary Leavitt dodged questions on fighting rogue judges, blocking Trump's policies, promising legal battles. Some argue these judges overstepped their power, halting Trump's agenda backed by 77 million voters. Without a broader strategy, critics warn Trump risks legitimizing a judicial coup that could delay his policies for years. Hello and welcome everybody to another Just Some News. This is our channel where we go over news sites and give unbiased summaries. Let's hop into it. From USA Today, Israel's military finds professional failures in killings of Gaza medics, commander to be dismissed. Israel's military admits professional failures in the killing of 15 Gaza medics, dismissing a commander. On March 23rd, soldiers shot emergency responders near Rafah, mistaking them for Hamas threats in 3 incidents. A review found operational errors and breaches of orders, with a deputy commander fired for an inaccurate report. The military claims some responders were Hamas members, a charge Hamas denies. Criminal charges may follow as investigations continue. From Newsweek, anti-Trump protests update. Organizers say more than 3 million attended. Over 3 million reportedly joined anti-Trump protests across all 50 states this weekend, organizers say. The 5051 movement targeted Trump's policies, from federal cuts and environmental rollbacks to immigration enforcement. Protesters in cities like New York City and Denver rallied against what they call authoritarian overreach. Demonstrators demand due process and democratic integrity, but the turnout figures await independent verification. From NBC News, Trump draft executive order proposes eliminating all non-essential embassies and consulates in sub-Saharan Africa and consolidating regional bureaus. A draft Trump executive order could overhaul the U.S. State Department, cutting embassies and bureaus. The plan would shut non-essential embassies in sub-Saharan Africa, consolidate regional bureaus into 4 corps, and slash offices on climate and human rights. It also revamps diplomat hiring to align with Trump's America First vision. Rubio called it fake news, but the draft sets an October 1st deadline for the changes, offering buyouts for dissenting staff. From the AP, this Midwestern city has long been a federal hub. The pain from Doge's cuts is everywhere. Trump's Doge cuts hit Kansas City hard, impacting federal workers and local communities. Thousands of federal jobs are at risk, like Shea Giorgio's, who was let go after 28 years. Cuts to USDA grants and food aid hurt local programs, while health departments lose funding for labs and vaccines. Protesters target Musk's Tesla showroom, and landlords face losses as federal leases end. The economic fallout is real. From Fox News, Mexican nationals arrested while transporting 180,000 rounds of ammunition from Utah to Colorado. 2 Mexican nationals were arrested in Colorado for transporting 180,000 rounds of ammunition. Cesar Martinez Solis and Humberto Amador Gaviria were stopped in Cannon City on March 26. Detectives found 150 boxes of .308 and 30 boxes of 7.62 ammo, bought in Salt Lake City, possibly headed to Pueblo. Both men on non-immigrant visas face charges for unlawful ammo possession. The case ties to a federal anti-cartel operation. And from CNN, El Salvador's president offers Maduro U.S. deported Venezuelans for prisoner swap. El Salvador's President Bukele offers a prisoner swap with Venezuela's Maduro involving U.S. deported Venezuelans. Bukele wants to exchange 252 Venezuelans in Sicat prison, alleged gang members, for 252 political prisoners in Venezuela, including opposition families. Maduro calls the deportations a kidnapping, denying their criminal ties. The proposal includes activists hiding in an embassy and jailed journalists. Bukele's move faces scrutiny amid his tough anti-gang stance. And that's all the news we have for you today, my friends. If you want to like, comment, subscribe, it'd be great. Watch all of our shorts. If we don't want to watch this all in one go, we do upload them all separately on YouTube Shorts or on TikTok. And remember, that's not just any news, it's some news. Thanks for watching. From Fox News, war on cartels yields results as El Chapo heir confesses to running violent drug empire. Ovidio Guzman Lopez, son of El Chapo, pleaded guilty in a Chicago federal court to running the Sinaloa cartel's drug empire. The 35-year-old admitted to smuggling massive amounts of fentanyl, heroin, and cocaine into the U.S. using tunnels, planes, and couriers. Part of Operation Take Back America, his plea includes forfeiting $80 million as feds target the cartel's fentanyl network. 2 brothers face charges with $10 million rewards for their capture. Is this the end of the cartel's reign? From CNN, judge orders Trump administration to stop immigration arrests without probable cause in Southern California. Judge Mame Frimpong ruled that DHS must stop arrests in Southern California based solely on race, language, or occupation. The ACLU sued, alleging unconstitutional stops and denied lawyer access in ICE's B-18 holding facility. The judge ordered DHS to document arrests and ensure detainees can contact attorneys, citing the lack of evidence for stops. Governor Newsom and LA Mayor Bass praised the ruling, while DHS called it an attack on public will. From Newsweek, Pam Bondi faces pressure from conservatives in Epstein files fallout. Attorney General Pam Bondi faces backlash after a memo claimed no Epstein client list exists and his death was. FBI Deputy Director Dan Bongino is reportedly furious considering resignation over the handling of Epstein files. Conservatives like Laura Loomer and Glenn Beck demand Bondi's removal, rallying behind Bongino on X. The White House defends Bondi, calling division claims baseless. Will this shake up Trump's team? From BBC News, more than 1,000 people laid off at U.S. State Department. Over 1,000 State Department employees were laid off as part of Trump's plan to cut federal workforce. The cuts hit 1,107 civil and 246 foreign service workers, including refugee resettlement staff. Critics say the layoffs weaken national security, while Rubio claims they align with closing unneeded bureaus. Democrats call the cuts reckless. Will this reshape U.S. diplomacy? From the Gateway Pundit, White House releases statement on Bondi-Bongino clash over handling of Epstein files. The White House responded to a reported clash between Attorney General Pam Bondi and FBI's Dan Bongino. Bongino skipped work after the DOJ memo said Epstein had no client list and died by sparking outrage. Sources say Bongino and FBI Director Kash Patel may resign if Bondi stays, citing transparency issues. The White House calls the team united, but conservatives demand Bondi's exit. Who will prevail? From the Daily Mail, Indiana Fever president deletes social media account after being slammed by fans for a bizarre Caitlin Clark comment. Indiana Fever president Kelly Krauskopf deleted her ex account after backlash over a Caitlin Clark comment. Krauskopf compared the Fever to Apple, saying the team, not just Clark, is the brand angering fans. Fans argued Clark drives 75% of the Fever's popularity, accusing Krauskopf of missing a key opportunity. Despite a .500 season, Clark's teammates shone in a recent win. Will this shift the narrative? And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From CNN, Russia launches second biggest air assault of Ukraine war, killing 19 and damaging EU building. Russia unleashed its second largest air assault on Ukraine since the invasion began, bombarding Kiev overnight with 598 drones and 31 missiles. The attack killed 19 people, including 4 children, and damaged EU and British Council buildings, prompting diplomatic summons from multiple countries. President Zelensky called it a deliberate civilian killing, rejecting calls for ceasefire, while Russia claims it targeted military sites and remains open to talks. Survivors shared harrowing stories, like a man searching for his missing wife amid destroyed homes, as Kiev declares a day of mourning. From Fox News, U.S. agencies distance themselves from Chinese-founded PDF software. Foxit, a PDF software company founded in China, has been used by various U.S. agencies, but scrutiny over its ties prompted changes. After inquiries, Foxit removed mentions of government clients from its site. Agencies like MDA, State Department, and DHS confirmed they've ended or banned its use. The parent company is listed in Shanghai and subject to Chinese laws that could compel intelligence sharing, raising data security concerns. Experts warn even routine data could be valuable to adversaries, comparing it to TikTok's structure as Foxit expands globally. From The Independent, Trump team has fined immigrants who didn't self-deport $6 billion, and now it's coming to collect. The Trump administration has issued over 21,500 fines totaling $6 billion to immigrants ignoring deportation orders up to $1,000 daily. DHS offers self-deportation incentives like $1,000 aid and free flights via an app, waiving fines, but critics call it misleading due to re-entry bans. Now collecting via lawsuits, debt agencies, and IRS reporting, treating unpaid fines as taxable income, affecting low-wage workers. Stories include a Honduran mother facing $2 million in fines. The policy revokes statuses for millions, expanding deportation targets. From the Daily Beast, hot mic catches Republicans saying Trump is in the Epstein files. At a GOP meeting, Rep. Mike Collins was caught on hot mic saying he believes Trump is in the Epstein files. Collins claims Trump reported Epstein to the FBI and kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago, insisting no wrongdoing but supporting release. His spokesman called it a nothing burger, echoing White House denials of reports that Trump was briefed on his mention in the files. Released files were heavily redacted with no major revelations. Musk once claimed Trump was in them, but Trump dismissed it as old news. From USA Today, Cracker Barrel to return to old-timer logo after Trump customer backlash. Cracker Barrel unveiled a simplified new logo with its fall menu, but faced immediate backlash from customers and politicians. Fans called it too modern, like a Denny's with a gift shop. Stock dropped 7% as complaints poured in. President Trump criticized the change on Truth Social. The company listened and announced a return to the classic old-timer logo. The decision drew praise, with stock rising over 9%. Cracker Barrel thanked guests for their passion and commitment to tradition. From the Western Journal, armed Chicago area mom refuses to become a statistic, takes matters into her own hands during home invasion. In Joliet, Illinois, a mother with her baby hid in a closet after hearing a break-in on August 15th. Armed, she shot the intruder, Shelby Hurd, in the head when he entered the bedroom. He died at the scene. Hurd, 36, was on parole for burglaries, with a history of convictions including felon in possession of a weapon. Despite Illinois' strict gun laws, the mother's actions highlight self-defense. An investigation is ongoing amid Chicago area crime concerns. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From Fox News, War Department launches new counter-narcotics task force under Trump directive to crush cartels. The Department of War just launched a new counter-narcotics task force in the Caribbean to crush drug cartels under President Trump's directive. Secretary Pete Hegseth says it'll stop drugs cold, focusing on the South-Com area covering Latin America and the Caribbean. Led by the 2nd Marine Expeditionary Force, it aims to dismantle trafficking networks with U.S. and partner nations amid recent strikes on suspected drug boats that killed 21 people. Democrats are alarmed, questioning evidence for the strikes as the task force ramps up efforts to secure the hemisphere. From CNN, GOP leaders steadfast in shutdown stance despite rising pressure inside party. As the government shutdown enters its third week, GOP leaders like John Thune and Mike Johnson refuse to budge, even as military paychecks are at risk for the first time in recent history. Republicans blame Democrats for rejecting a funding extension, insisting no separate military pay bill to pressure a resolution, despite internal party tensions and viral confrontations. The stalemate centers on expiring ACA subsidies. GOP won't guarantee them without Democrats yielding, while some Republicans urge action to avoid political fallout. Both sides dig in with polls favoring Democrats so far, but GOP believes public support will shift as the bind affects troops and families. From Newsweek, Mark Benioff's National Guard plea sparks fury. Salesforce CEO Mark Benioff is facing fury after urging the Trump administration to deploy National Guard troops to fight crime in San Francisco. In a New York Times interview, Benioff said the city needs more cops and suggested guards could help, citing his own hiring of off-duty officers for events. This shift from his progressive past has angered local Democrats like Supervisor Matt Dorsey, who called it a slap in the face to city police efforts. Defense attorney Brooke Jenkins and Senator Scott Wiener oppose inviting chaos, while Mayor Lurie's office highlights ongoing police staffing plans amid Trump's threats to send troops to blue cities. From NBC News, costumed protesters in Portland defy description of the city as a war zone. In Portland, costumed protesters like unicorns and dinosaurs dance outside an ICE building, countering the Trump administration's war zone label amid anti-deportation demos. The antics aim to show community joy and absurdity while providing protection from tear gas, as small groups protest mass deportations and National Guard deployments. Despite challenges like homelessness, crime stats show drops in homicides and steady overall rates, defying the violent narrative pushed by federal officials. A court hearing challenges Guard deployment, with protesters blaming feds for unrest, and even Governor Newsom mocking the war zone claim on social media. From the Associated Press, National Guard stands down in Illinois while troops patrol in Memphis with local police. In Memphis, National Guard troops began patrols Friday, focusing on tourist areas like Bass Pro Shops, escorted by local police to target violent crime without arrests. Democratic Mayor Paul Young didn't request them, but wants focus on offenders. Stats show improving crime rates, though residents question the need and costs. In Illinois, a judge blocked Guard deployment to Chicago, citing no evidence of rebellion amid immigration clashes. Troops are limited to training. Senators Durbin and Duckworth were denied access to a site, criticizing the move as legal battles continue over Trump's city deployments, with Portland's on hold. From USA Today, Trump fulfills threat to fire federal workers as shutdown hits day 11. Live updates. On day 11 of the shutdown, Trump's administration fired thousands of federal workers via reduction in force notices, targeting areas like education and HHS. Trump blames Democrats, calling the layoffs a pressure tactic over funding, with about 4,000 affected so far and more expected in Democrat-oriented agencies. The deadlock stems from ACA subsidy cuts. Democrats demand restoration, while GOP needs more Senate votes to pass a short-term bill amid filibusters. Polls blame Trump and GOP more, but impacts like flight delays and military pay misses could shift opinions. Some Republicans float nuclear options, but leadership resists. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From Fox News, Trump administration ends second layer of temporary protected status for Venezuelan migrants. The Trump administration is terminating a 2021 temporary protected status for Venezuelan migrants affecting over 268,000 people in the U.S. DHS cites migration magnets and national security, linking it to criminal gangs like Tren de Aragua entering the country. This follows the end of a 2023 TPS impacting another 348,000. Migrants must leave by September 2025 or face removal. Amid tensions, U.S. forces struck a Venezuelan drug boat, while Maduro accuses Trump of regime change threats. From CNN, D.C. sues Trump administration over National Guard deployment. Washington, D.C. is suing the Trump administration for deploying thousands of National Guard troops without local consent, claiming it violates federal law. The suit argues troops are acting as police, harming autonomy, trust, and the economy in the nation's capital. Trump sent guards as part of an anti-crime push. The White House calls the lawsuit an undermining of safety efforts. Mayor Bowser focuses on ending the emergency, while similar deployments face legal wins elsewhere, like in California. From Raw Story, Black lawmakers set to be gerrymandered out of seat at Trump's direction. Missouri's GOP legislature is pushing mid-decade redistricting, allegedly at Trump's urging to eliminate Democratic Rep. Emmanuel Cleaver's seat. The new map would stretch urban Kansas City into rural areas, potentially giving Republicans an extra House seat in 2026. Cleaver, a black lawmaker serving over 20 years, calls it an unconstitutional attack on democracy and voter voices. This follows similar moves in Texas. Cleaver's team is probing if White House pressure breaks laws. From Newsweek, Virginia and New Jersey polls signal bad news for Republicans. Polls show Democrats leading in Virginia and New Jersey gubernatorial races, signaling trouble for Republicans ahead of 2026 midterms. In Virginia, Abigail Spanberger leads Winsome Earl Sears by 7 to 12 points, with strong support across demographics. New Jersey's Mickey Sherrill edges Jack Ciattarelli by 6 to 9 points, focusing on costs. He calls polls biased. Analysts say these off-year wins could predict a Democratic House gain, testing turnout and Trump-era messaging. From the Wall Street Journal, McDonald's escalates restaurant industry's fight over tipping. McDonald's CEO calls for ending sub-minimum wages for tipped workers at sit-down restaurants, creating an even playing field. The chain withdrew from the National Restaurant Association over the issue, arguing tips let customers subsidize labor costs. This aligns with labor groups. Cities like Chicago are phasing out tipped wages, while tipping fatigue grows among customers. McDonald's faces competition from low-cost burgers at chains like Chili's, pushing for all workers at federal minimum or above. From The Independent, Cracker Barrel sales slid immediately after political backlash on logo change. Cracker Barrel's new modern logo sparked conservative backlash, leading to immediate sales declines from August 19th. Critics, including Trump, called it woke. The chain reversed course after hearing customer outcry and restored the old design. Data shows transactions fell while similar restaurants held steady. Stock dropped 10%, unfavorables rose to 25%. The rebrand aimed at younger diners backfired, as nostalgia appeals to Gen Z. Some like the changes, but passion ran high. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From CNN, someone using AI to impersonate Marco Rubio contacted at least 5 people, including foreign ministers, Cable says. A U.S. diplomatic cable reveals someone used AI to impersonate Secretary of State Marco Rubio, targeting foreign ministers, a governor, and a Congress member. The unknown actor created a fake Signal account, sending voicemails and texts to trick targets into sharing sensitive info. This is part of 2 cyber campaigns targeting State Department officials. The FBI is investigating, and a Russia-linked phishing scheme was also uncovered. The State Department is boosting cybersecurity to stop these AI-driven attacks. Stay vigilant. From Fox News, new book exposes Jill Biden's power grab amid husband's political demise. A new book, 2024, How Trump Retook the White House, claims First Lady Jill Biden gained major influence as President Biden's campaign faltered. With Chief of Staff Anthony Bernal, Jill attended Hunter Biden's trial, showing her independent streak despite a packed schedule. After Biden's disastrous debate, Jill fiercely defended him, insisting he was the only one for the job, even as donors wavered. At Camp David, Jill helped convince Biden to stay in the race, though he later dropped out, endorsing Kamala Harris. From Newsweek, student loan update. Trump admin making major change to forgiveness program. The Trump administration is overhauling the public service loan forgiveness program, targeting organizations deemed to engage in illegal activities. The changes could strip eligibility from nonprofits or cities, raising concerns about subjective enforcement on issues like immigration or transgender rights. Borrowers face uncertainty as technical issues halt payment tracking and delays pile up due to staff cuts at the education department. Advocates warn of unintended consequences for teachers and firefighters. Stay informed as new rules roll out by July 2026. From GB News, King Charles expresses profound sadness in letter to Donald Trump. King Charles sent a heartfelt letter to President Trump expressing profound sadness over deadly Texas floods that claimed over 90 lives. His Majesty offered sympathy to grieving families and praised the bravery of emergency responders working tirelessly to save lives. The worst flooding since 1987 swept away homes, with failed warning systems leaving campers and residents caught off guard. As rescue efforts continue, Texas faces its worst flood crisis in decades, with hundreds still missing. From The Independent, J.D. Vance's old tweets show why the Epstein client list is becoming such a problem for Trump. Old tweets from Vice President J.D. Vance are fueling trouble for Trump, as he once pushed for the release of a rumored Epstein client list. Epstein, who died in 2019, had ties to powerful figures like Trump and Clinton, sparking online conspiracy theories about a secret client list. Trump's team denies any list exists, but Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt faced tough questions after AG Pam Bondi referenced Epstein documents. Even Trump allies like Laura Loomer are attacking the administration, showing how Vance's past comments have backfired. From USA Today, clinging to trees, huddling on rooftops, harrowing stories of survival in Texas floods. Texas flood survivors share gripping tales of clinging to trees and rooftops to escape deadly waters that killed over 90 people. With little warning, residents like Taylor Bergman and his mom held onto a tree for over an hour as their home was swamped. Others like Addison Martin lost family members in the raging Guadalupe River, while rescue teams saved hundreds. The worst floods since 1987 left communities in ruin, with survivors calling it a nightmare. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From Fox News, Treasury sanctions brutally violent cartel for timeshare fraud in tourist destination, warns Americans. In Puerto Vallarta, the Cartel de Jalisco Nueva Generación runs timeshare fraud targeting U.S. citizens, especially the elderly. The Treasury sanctioned 4 individuals and 13 companies linked to the cartel who trick victims into paying fake fees for non-existent deals. These scams have cost Americans millions, with some seniors losing their life savings over years-long schemes. Officials urge research before buying timeshares in Mexico and beware of offers that seem too good to be true. From CNN, Trump announces Kennedy Center honorees as he tries to put his stamp on D.C. President Trump announced George Strait, Sylvester Stallone, Gloria Gaynor, and Kiss as Kennedy Center honorees. He's taken over the center's board, vowing to end woke programming and launch a $250 million renovation. Democrats and artists like the Hamilton producer slammed the move, citing politicization of the iconic venue. Trump's pushing new programming like a faith-based film to reshape DC's cultural scene. From Newsweek, Elon Musk suffers legal blow in war with Sam Altman. A judge ruled Elon Musk must face claims of a harassment campaign against OpenAI and co-founder Sam Altman. Musk, who co-founded OpenAI but left in 2019, is accused of targeting Altman with lawsuits and social media attacks. OpenAI says Musk's actions are unfair business practices driven by rivalry, as he builds AI with xAI's Grok. Musk calls Altman Scam Altman on X. A federal trial is set for March in California. From CBS News, McDonald's Japan scraps Pokemon card Happy Meals after grown-ups get greedy. McDonald's Japan halted a Pokemon card Happy Meal campaign after resellers bought them out in a day. Grown-ups trashed the food, leaving mounds of waste outside stores to resell the coveted cards for big profits. The cards meant for kids were resold for hundreds online, sparking outrage from parents and fans. McDonald's apologized, vowing to limit purchases and restore the Happy Meals family-friendly. From the Associated Press, Israeli gunfire kills at least 25 in Gaza as Netanyahu says he will allow Palestinians to leave. Israeli gunfire killed at least 25 Palestinians seeking aid in Gaza, witnesses and health officials report. Prime Minister Netanyahu announced plans to allow Palestinians to leave Gaza for a planned military offensive, raising ethnic cleansing fears. Victims were shot near aid sites as Israel targets Hamas but faces criticism for blocking humanitarian deliveries. Ceasefire talks resumed in Cairo, but Israel's not joining as Hamas demands a lasting truce and hostage release. From the Daily Caller, Texas House Democrats relent and head home. Texas House Democrats are returning to Austin after weeks of fleeing to block a GOP redistricting session. They claimed success in delaying maps that could favor Republicans in the U.S. House, drawing national attention. The Senate passed a map shifting Democratic districts to GOP strongholds, but the House lacked a quorum. AG Paxton called for vacating Democrats' seats as focus shifts to flood relief and future sessions. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From CNN, cyber criminals breach Aflac as part of hacking spree against U.S. insurance industry. Insurance giant Aflac has been breached by cyber criminals, potentially exposing sensitive customer data. Aflac, one of the largest supplemental health insurance providers in the U.S., is the latest target in a series of hacks against the insurance industry. The attack, linked to the notorious Scattered Spider Group, used social engineering tactics to infiltrate Aflac's network. While Aflac stopped the intrusion within hours, the full extent of the data breach is still under investigation, raising concerns about customer privacy. From the Associated Press, Russian drones slam into 2 Ukrainian cities, killing at least 1 person in nighttime attack. Russian drones targeted the Ukrainian cities of Odessa and Kharkiv, causing damage and injuries. In Odessa, a residential building was hit, leading to a partial collapse and injuries, including 2 emergency workers. Kharkiv also suffered with drones hitting civilian infrastructure and injuring residents, including children. Amid the attacks, Ukraine and Russia continue prisoner swaps, and talks for a ceasefire are expected to resume. From Fox News, inside the Situation Room, where Trump and his national security team are weighing next steps on Iran. President Trump is holding high-stakes meetings in the Situation Room to decide on potential strikes against Iran. With tensions rising over Iran's nuclear ambitions, Trump is considering military action, including bombing Iranian nuclear sites. While open to negotiations, Trump has warned Iran of severe consequences if they continue their nuclear pursuits. The decision could reshape the Middle East and impact global security, with Trump expected to announce his choice within 2 weeks. From the Wall Street Journal, Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard poised for more power. As Israel strikes Iran, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, IRGC, may emerge even stronger. The IRGC's influence could grow, potentially leading to a more militant Iranian government. With key commanders killed, the IRGC's role in Iran's future leadership is more critical than ever. This shift could have long-term implications for Iran's internal politics and its relations with the West. From the Washington Post, Europeans make bid for diplomacy as Trump delays decision on bombing Iran. European foreign ministers are meeting with Iran in a last-ditch effort to prevent U.S. military action. As President Trump contemplates bombing Iranian nuclear sites, Europe pushes for diplomacy. The talks aim to secure concessions from Iran on its nuclear program and avert further escalation. With Trump's decision looming, the world waits to see if diplomacy can prevail over military action. From Newsweek, Ted Cruz diverges from other Republicans on Iran. Senator Ted Cruz advocates for regime change in Iran, diverging from many Republicans. While some Republicans urge caution, Cruz pushes for maximum pressure on Iran. Cruz's stance highlights divisions within the GOP on how to handle the Iran crisis. As tensions rise, the debate over U.S. policy toward Iran intensifies. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From Fox News, DHS scoops up criminal illegal immigrant suspected of killing man on lawnmower. Senseless tragedy. In Louisiana, DHS issued an ICE detainer for Roberto Romero Hernandez, a Mexican national suspected of driving drunk and killing 59-year-old Ricky Maddox. Romero Hernandez allegedly struck Maddox, who was mowing on Highway 1 with his Chevrolet Silverado. Maddox later died in the hospital. DHS says the detainer ensures Romero Hernandez, arrested without a license, won't be released pending local proceedings. This follows other recent incidents involving illegal immigrants and DUI fatalities amid rising ICE detainer activity. From CNN, the Fort Stewart shooting is the latest act of violence at a U.S. military base. An Army Sergeant, Cornelius Radford, allegedly shot and wounded 5 soldiers at Fort Stewart, Georgia. Fellow soldiers tackled Radford, stopping the attack. All 5 victims are stable after 3 underwent surgery. The shooting occurred in the 3rd Infantry Division's area, a unit hit by tragedy before including a 2022 killing. This incident joins other violent attacks at U.S. bases like Fort Hood and Pensacola, raising safety concerns. From the Wall Street Journal, U.S. trading partners race to secure exemptions from Trump's tariffs. New U.S. tariffs hit Thursday, with countries like the EU, Japan, and South Korea seeking exemptions. Deals with Brazil and Chile already exempt products like orange juice and copper, covering billions in exports. Trump's 100% tariff on semiconductors spares companies investing in U.S. manufacturing like Apple. Uncertainty lingers as nations push for more carve-outs, fearing impacts on prices and investment. From the Washington Post, live updates. Trump's sweeping tariffs go into effect after delays. President Trump's tariffs, effective Thursday, impose up to 39% taxes on imports from India, Switzerland, and more. Commerce Secretary Lutnick claims tariffs will bring $50 billion monthly, but critics warn of higher consumer prices. Meanwhile, Fort Bliss prepares to detain 1,000 immigrants, part of Trump's deportation plan using military bases. Trump also eyes a Putin meeting and a new census, stirring debates on trade, immigration, and politics. From ABC News, White House pushes back on Kremlin claims Trump and Putin agreed to meeting. The Kremlin claims a Trump-Putin meeting is set, but the White House says no location is confirmed. A U.S. official says Putin must meet Ukraine's Zelensky first for any Trump summit to happen. Zelensky insists Ukraine and Europe must be part of peace talks to end the Russia-Ukraine war. With a new envoy in Moscow, talks continue as Trump sets a Friday deadline for Russia to make peace. From the Gateway Pundit, leftists flip out as President Trump orders new census that would exclude illegals. Up to 30 Democrat House seats could evaporate. President Trump ordered a new U.S. census to exclude illegal immigrants despite the 2020 census being recent. The move could shift House seats and Electoral College votes, potentially costing Democrats up to 30 seats. Critics call it an attempt to erase communities and cut funding for healthcare and education. Supporters say it ensures only legal residents count, amid heated debates over redistricting. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From Fox News, Abbott signs Texas redistricting map into law, securing major GOP victory ahead of 2026 midterms. Texas Governor Greg Abbott just signed a new congressional map, adding 5 Republican-leaning districts for 2026. The move followed weeks of debate, with Democrats fleeing the state to delay the vote, calling the map unfair. Republicans say it ensures fair representation, but Democrats argue it's a power grab to favor the GOP. California Democrats countered with their own map, adding 5 blue seats pending voter approval. From CNN, Trump official lodges new criminal referral against Fed Governor Lisa Cook. A Trump official filed a criminal referral against Fed Governor Lisa Cook alleging mortgage fraud. Cook, the first black woman Fed governor, is suing to block Trump's attempt to fire her over rate disputes. Her lawyer calls it a smear, saying the claims are a pretext to undermine Fed independence. The fight raises questions about the Fed's autonomy and Trump's influence over it. From the Washington Post, nowhere to go. What happened after Trump ordered homeless encampments cleared? Trump's order to clear D.C. homeless encampments led to 50 sweeps since August 11th. People like Joyce Bauckham, with nowhere to go, were forced to move, some to hotels or streets. Advocates say there aren't enough shelter beds and moving disrupts aid efforts. D.C. added shelter space, but many refuse it, citing pets, partners, or health concerns. From Politico, judge reluctantly authorizes refund of restitution paid by January 6th rioter. A judge approved a $2,200 refund for January 6th rioter Yvonne St. Cyr after Trump's pardon. St. Cyr's felony conviction was dropped, making her legally entitled to her restitution back. Judge Bates called it a tough but lawful decision despite her actions at the Capitol. Other judges denied similar refunds, raising debates over justice and pardons. From the Associated Press, Trump administration asks military base near Chicago for support on immigration operations. The Trump admin asked a Chicago area military base for support in immigration operations. Details are unclear, but city leaders fear troops could target immigrants or patrol streets. Mayor Johnson and Governor Pritzker oppose it, citing falling crime and no need for military help. Critics, including Obama, warn of eroded liberties and militarized enforcement. From the Daily Beast, Obama turns up the heat on Trump. Barack Obama called out Trump's federalization of local police as a dangerous trend. He highlighted D.C. and L.A. deployments, warning of a personal army under Trump. Obama also backed efforts to fight Texas's redistricting, urging fair voter representation. His rare public criticism signals growing concern over Trump's policies. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From CNN, judge presses federal officials on response to Chicago protests. Here's what she learned. In a recent hearing, U.S. District Judge Sarah Ellis grilled federal officers on their handling of intense protests in Chicago during Operation Midway Blitz. She expanded her restraining order to require body cameras on agents, but learned not all, like ICE's special response teams, have them issued. Officials testified that agents are trained on crowd control, use of force, and handling media, emphasizing journalists' rights as long as they don't interfere. Amid reports of incidents like pepper balls used on a pastor, the judge highlighted leadership changes and plans to question more top officials. From Fox News, University fires Turning Point USA table flipper from teaching assistant role after campus outburst. Illinois State University has fired graduate teaching assistant Derek Lopez after he was caught on video flipping over a Turning Point USA table. Lopez, 27, referenced Jesus before the act and was also accused of disrupting another student group table. He faces charges of disorderly conduct and criminal damage to property with possible additional university discipline. The university reaffirmed its commitment to free speech and civility, urging respectful responses to different viewings. From Bloomberg, Ted Cruz warns of 2026 risk for GOP as protests show voter anger. Texas Senator Ted Cruz cautions Republicans to heed the energy from massive No Kings protests against President Trump's agenda. Organizers claim up to 7 million people joined over 2,700 demonstrations nationwide, the largest since Trump's return to office. Cruz highlights voter anger on the left, stronger Democratic fundraising, and the danger of GOP complacency in the 2026 midterms. He stresses that energized voters turn out, warning low turnout could lead to losses for Republicans controlling Congress. From MSNBC, Maddow blog, Republican support for key Trump nominee collapses following Nazi streak texts. Paul Ingrassia, Trump's pick to lead the Office of Special Counsel, is losing GOP support after leaked texts revealing a Nazi streak comment. His defense claims satire, but past actions include advocating for Nick Fuentes and calling for martial law post-2020 election. Senators like Tom Tillis oppose him, and Majority Leader John Thune urges withdrawal, citing unverified but damaging texts. Ingrassia hosted a podcast with controversial statements, and his hearing is upcoming amid calls to end the nomination. From Newsweek, demolition company tearing down White House flooded with negative reviews. Asaco LLC, demolishing the White House East Wing for Trump's new ballroom, faces a flood of one-star online reviews. The $250 million privately funded project aims to add a 90,000 square foot ballroom for events, relocating offices temporarily. Critics call it a desecration of a historic site, comparing it to past attacks, despite Trump's claims of modernization. Approved without full commission review, the changes are the first major ones since 1948, expected to finish before term's end. From ABC News, government shutdown updates. DC food bank braces rise in demand. 3 weeks into the shutdown, lawmakers deadlock on funding with Senate failing its 11th vote to reopen until November 21st. DC's Capital Area Food Bank prepares for increased demand, launching distributions for federal workers missing paychecks. Courts lose funding for operations. Nuclear agency furloughs staff amid rising hunger reports from 36% of residents. Trump optimistic on Democrats yielding, while leaders blame each other. House out for fourth week, talks ongoing. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From Fox News, Black fatherlessness is turning D.C. into a war zone. Washington, D.C. is one of America's most dangerous cities, and some point to a surprising cause: fatherlessness in Black communities. Without fathers, boys turn to gangs and drugs for guidance, leading to skyrocketing crime rates like carjackings and murders. Data shows kids without dads are 5 times more likely to commit crimes and 20 times more likely to end up in jail. Trump's push to make DC safe again aims to crack down on crime, but the real fix starts at home with stronger families. From CNN, Anas al-Sharif became the face of the war in Gaza for millions. Then Israel killed him. Anas al-Sharif, a 28-year-old Al Jazeera journalist, became Gaza's voice, reporting the war's toll to millions. His viral footage of Israel strikes made him a household name, but Israel accused him of Hamas ties, claims he denied. In January, he celebrated a ceasefire on air, but months later, an Israeli strike killed him and 4 colleagues. His death sparked global outrage, with rights groups demanding accountability for the killing of 184 Palestinian journalists. From the Associated Press, Republicans, Democrats alike exhort Trump: keep security pact with Australia and UK alive. The AUKUS pact, a US-UK-Australia deal, aims to counter China with nuclear-powered subs for Australia. But US shipyards are struggling to build enough subs, sparking a Pentagon review of the $269 billion deal. Bipartisan lawmakers urge Trump to keep AUKUS alive, warning it's vital for Indo-Pacific security. Australia is investing billions in US shipyards, but can the US deliver without weakening its own navy? From USA Today, Tropical Storm Erin forecast to become first hurricane of Atlantic season. Tropical Storm Erin formed in the Atlantic 280 miles from Cabo Verde, and it's set to become 2025's first hurricane. Warm Atlantic waters could fuel Erin into a major hurricane with winds over 110 miles per hour. Its path is uncertain, but a cold front or Bermuda high could decide if it hits the U.S. or veers to sea. Experts urge Caribbean and U.S. East Coast residents to monitor Erin and prepare now for safety. From CBS News, General testifies he didn't hear LA protests described as rebellion. Trump sent 4,000 National Guard troops to LA protests, but was it legal? A trial in California is investigating. Governor Newsom's lawsuit claims Trump's move violated the Posse Comitatus Act, barring military from domestic law enforcement. A general testified he never heard protests called a rebellion, undermining Trump's legal justification. The trial questions if Trump's deployment was a power grab or a needed defense of federal property. From The Guardian, Trump will ignore crime reduction data for the political value of a show of force. Trump's federalizing DC police and deploying National Guard ignores a 30-year low in violent crime. Critics say it's a show of force, not a safety move, risking police abuse without accountability. DC's lack of statehood lets Trump declare emergencies, overriding local control of police. Advocates push for DC statehood to stop federal overreach and protect civil rights. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From NBC New York, protesters trying to stop ICE immigration raids arrested in Lower Manhattan showdown. In New York City, tensions flared as 100 pro-migrant activists tried to block ICE raids at Federal Plaza. Demonstrators stopped a van believed to be carrying detained asylum seekers, sparking a standoff with police. The NYPD arrested 9 protesters, used pepper spray, and clashed with the crowd, injuring several. Activists say they're defending neighbors following the law, while ICE calls them rioters. From the Mirror, U.S., Trump's immigration purge in L.A. should be a warning to all of America. President Trump sent 2,000 National Guard troops to LA to crush protests against aggressive immigration raids. Demonstrators demanding dignity were met with flashbangs and rubber bullets, escalating tensions. Trump's team calls protests rebellion, sidelining local leaders like Governor Newsom. Critics warn this power grab threatens democracy, not just immigrants. From the Associated Press, National Guard troops arrive in Los Angeles on Trump's orders to quell immigration protests. President Trump sent 300 National Guard troops to LA to stop protests against ICE deportations. After days of clashes, including tear gas and arrests, tensions remain high in Latino-majority areas. Governor Newsom called it an overreaction, but Trump invoked federal powers to deploy the Guard. The city braces for more protests. From CNN, Russia claims to have pushed into central Ukrainian region for first time. Russia claims its forces entered Ukraine's Dnipropetrovsk region, a key central area, for the first time. Ukraine denies the advance, but Russia's move could strain Kiev's stretched defenses. The advance threatens Pokrovsk, a vital Ukrainian hub, amid stalled peace talks. Russia controls nearly 20% of Ukraine, raising fears of further escalation. From Fox News, Trump admin sets the record straight on reports of Musk body-checking Treasury Secretary at White House. Reports claim Elon Musk body-checked Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent over an IRS dispute. Press Secretary Leavitt downplayed it as a disagreement, not a fight, saying it's old news. Musk's upset over Trump's bill and a NASA pick clashing with GOP leaders. The administration focuses on unity, but tensions linger. From the BBC, Colombia presidential hopeful shot twice in head at rally. Colombian president candidate Miguel Uribe was shot 3 times, twice in the head, at a Bogota rally. The 39-year-old Centro Democratico leader is in critical condition after the attack. A suspect was arrested, and Uribe's party condemned the attack as a threat to democracy. The government called it an act of violence against freedom in Colombia. From CNN, Trump confirms a letter or a deal by July 9th. Bessent says tariffs will boomerang to April levels if no deals by August 1st. President Trump is shaking up global trade, announcing tariff letters to 100 countries as the 90-day tariff pause ends July 9th. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says if no deals are made by August 1st, tariffs could spike back to April levels, ranging from 10% to 70%. Deals with the UK, China, and Vietnam are in place, but 100 smaller nations face letters setting rates if they don't negotiate. Economists warn tariffs could raise consumer prices, though Bessent denies inflation risks, calling it tariff derangement syndrome. From Fox News, former Houston appointee claims flood-ravaged Camp Mystic is whites only in viral video. A former Houston official, Sadie Perkins, is under fire for a TikTok claiming Camp Mystic, a Texas summer camp hit by deadly floods, is a whites-only conservative Christian camp. Perkins, whose term on a city board ended, suggested the camp's missing girls get undue attention compared to minority groups. Mayor Whitmer called her comments deeply inappropriate, vowing to remove her from the board as families grieve 80 flood deaths. At least 10 campers are still missing, with the community reeling from the tragedy. From the Wall Street Journal: How healthcare cuts in the Big Beautiful Bill will affect Americans. Trump's Big Beautiful Bill slashes $1 trillion from healthcare, mainly Medicaid, leaving 8.7 million uninsured over the next decade. New rules like work requirements and stricter income checks will hit low-income Americans hardest, especially in 40 states. Hospitals face $665 billion in cuts, risking closures and layoffs, with rural areas hit hardest despite a $50 billion relief fund. Insurers lose customers and states face tight budgets, with experts warning of delayed care and higher costs. From San Diego Union Tribune: What the data say about who ICE is arresting in San Diego. ICE arrests in San Diego have doubled this year, with 1,042 people detained, mostly Mexican nationals, in just 6 months. Over half of those arrested, 53%, had no criminal charges or convictions, a shift from last year's focus on criminal aliens. Recent arrests include people leaving immigration hearings, sparking outrage among advocates who call it a quota-driven crackdown. Local GOP lawmakers urged Trump to focus on violent criminals as community fear grows. From Reuters: Death toll from Texas floods reaches 59, including 21 children. Catastrophic floods in Texas have killed 59, including 21 children, with 11 girls and a counselor still missing from Camp Mystic. The Guadalupe River overflowed after 15 inches of rain, leaving the century-old Christian camp in ruins. Over 850 people were rescued, but more rain threatens as National Weather Service issues new flood warnings. Critics blame Trump's cuts to Weather Service staff for poor flood predictions, while officials vow to upgrade the system. From Bloomberg: Trump set to start notifying countries of tariffs up to 70%. President Trump plans to notify countries of new tariffs starting Friday, ranging from 10% to a whopping 70% by August 1st. About 10 to 12 letters go out first, with all countries covered by July 9th, targeting nations like Indonesia and the EU. Markets dropped as tariffs could raise consumer prices, with the Fed wary of inflation risks despite Trump's pressure. Deals with the UK, Vietnam, and China are done, but Trump prefers simple tariffs over complex talks. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From Fox News: Texas man charged with terroristic threat against Charlie Kirk vigil. A Texas man faces charges after allegedly threatening a vigil for slain conservative activist Charlie Kirk. 19-year-old Zaylin Dunbar posted on Facebook hinting he'd use his truck to disrupt the event at UTSA. He wrote, "I'ma make this a movie, me and my truck," and warned against stopping his Ford 250 diesel. The vigil, attended by about 1,000, honored Kirk, assassinated days earlier. Authorities flagged the posts via a fusion center, leading to Dunbar's arrest at his apartment. He admitted the comments but called them dumb and clowning around. Dunbar's held on $40,000 bond for terroristic threat, facing potential violence charges. From CNN: Kimmel nods to big ratings, heckles Trump as an 80s movie-style bully in second post-suspension show. Jimmy Kimmel's back for night 2 after suspension, roasting President Trump as an 80s movie bully like Biff from Back to the Future. Trump accused Kimmel of being a Democratic arm and threatened ABC. Kimmel quipped only Trump would threaten to prove he's not threatening. He defended his jabs, saying he hates bullies from his clarinet playing days. The show hit record ratings, over 6 million TV viewers and nearing 20 million on YouTube. but it's preempted on some affiliates amid controversy over Kimmel's Kirk comments. Kimmel championed free speech. We live in a country that allows this. Critics like J.D. Vance say he didn't apologize enough. From The Guardian, Oklahoma superintendent who put Trump Bibles in classrooms resigns. Oklahoma's school superintendent Ryan Walters, known for pushing conservative views, is resigning to lead a national nonprofit. Since 2022, Walters placed Trump-endorsed Bibles in classrooms, required teaching 2020 election conspiracies, and pushed for Turning Point USA chapters in all high schools after Charlie Kirk's death. He fought woke indoctrination, appointing right-wing figures to committees and rejecting church-state separation. Now, he'll head Teacher Freedom Alliance to destroy teachers' unions nationally. Walters announced on Fox calling it liberals' worst nightmare. He's made over 400 media appearances promoting Christian nationalism. From the Washington Post, Hegseth orders rare, urgent meeting of hundreds of generals, admirals. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has summoned hundreds of U.S. generals and admirals to an urgent meeting at a Virginia base next week, sparking confusion. The order covers all command-level officers 0 to 7 and up worldwide, including from conflict zones. No reason given amid firings and a potential shutdown. Hegseth slashed general ranks by 20%, fired leaders like DIA director, and rebranded DoD as Department of War. Scrutiny on promotions adds to unease. Officials question polling leaders from posts, calling it unusual and risky. Possible topics: new defense strategy prioritizing homeland over China. From the Associated Press, Trump says he was victim of triple sabotage at UN and Secret Service is looking into the matter. President Trump claims he faced triple sabotage at the UN General Assembly, prompting a Secret Service probe. First, an escalator halted with Trump on it, blamed by UN on a US videographer. Trump called it absolute sabotage and wants arrests. Second, his teleprompter went dark, handled by the White House per UN officials. Third, sound issues meant some, like Melania, couldn't hear without interpreters. Trump labeled it not a coincidence and urged saving security tapes. UN cites ongoing escalator issues from budget cuts, partly due to US delays. From USA Today, ICE facility shooting updates. 1 detainee killed, 2 wounded in Dallas attack. A shooter attacked a Dallas ICE facility, killing 1 detainee and wounding 2 from a rooftop, ruled a targeted act of violence. The gunman, reportedly 29-year-old Joshua John, died by unaliving. Evidence like anti-ICE on ammo suggests ideological motive per FBI. Victims include a seriously injured Mexican national. Mexico demands investigation. This follows other ICE attacks amid rising assaults on agents. Officials like Ted Cruz and J.D. Vance blame demonizing rhetoric. Democrats condemn violence. Trump plans order against domestic terrorism networks. ICE boosts security nationwide. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From Fox News, Trump does UN's job on world stage. Leads on peace while Secretary General earns more at anti-US body. President Trump's brokering peace deals between Iran, Israel, India, Pakistan, and Congo, Rwanda, stealing the UN's thunder. Critics slam UN's Antonio Guterres for earning $418,348, more than Trump's $400,000, while running a body accused of anti-US bias. The U.S. funds a quarter of the UN's budget, but some say it's a waste, with Guterres enjoying lavish perks like a Manhattan penthouse. As Trump leads on global peace, critics argue the UN's bloated system needs a shakeup. Should the U.S. keep footing the bill? From CNN, initially wary of Trump, Roberts and Barrett offer the president his biggest win of the Supreme Court term. Chief Justice Roberts and Justice Barrett, once skeptical of Trump, just handed him a major win, curbing judicial checks on his power. Barrett's opinion blocks lower courts from issuing nationwide injunctions against Trump's policies, like ending birthright citizenship. Justice Sotomayor dissented, warning the ruling gives presidents unchecked power, comparing it to a dangerous shift in democracy. With the conservative majority backing Trump's agenda, from immigration to social policies, is the judiciary reshaping executive power. From the Daily Mail, Canada brutally hits back at Trump's tariffs ultimatum with huge hike that could cripple struggling U.S. industry. After Trump halted trade talks over Canada's tech tax, Canada slapped a 50% surcharge on U.S. steel imports exceeding new quotas. The move could hurt the struggling U.S. steel industry, already hit by Trump's 50% tariffs on Canadian steel and aluminum. Trump called Canada difficult to trade with, sparking this retaliation over a 3% digital tax targeting U.S. tech giants like Amazon. With Canada as the U.S.'s second largest trade partner, will this tariff war escalate before Trump's July 9th deadline? From USA Today, Michelle Obama won't run for office, but her podcast may guide Democrats. Michelle Obama's back with her podcast, IMO, co-hosted with her brother, but she's firm, no running for office. The breezy show avoids heavy politics, focusing on personal chats with celebs like Bruce Springsteen, touching on family and life. Democrats hope her relatable platform can counter right-wing media, especially after Kamala Harris's 2024 loss. While she critiques Trump on her terms, Michelle's focus is on young people's futures. Can her voice rally the party? From NBC News, can Iran secretly build a nuclear bomb without being caught by Israel? After Israel's strikes killed Iran's top nuclear scientists and crippled its defenses, can Iran secretly build a nuclear bomb? Israel's intelligence dominance and airstrikes, plus U.S. bunker buster bombs, have decimated Iran's known nuclear sites. Past covert attempts like Project Ahmad were exposed by Israel's Mossad, showing Iran's struggle to hide its nuclear ambitions. With political pressure mounting, will Iran risk a secret bomb to deter attacks, or is Israel's vigilance too strong? From the Wall Street Journal, how the parental rights movement built to a Supreme Court win. Conservative parents scored a Supreme Court victory, allowing opt-outs from school lessons like LGBTQ books that clash with their beliefs. Sparked by groups like Moms for Liberty and Trump support, the parental rights movement is reshaping public education. The ruling strengthens conservative control over curricula, but critics warn it may alienate LGBTQ families and burden teachers. As red states push vouchers and bans, will this decision deepen the divide over what kids learn in school? And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. Hello everyone, and welcome to another episode of Just Some News. This is a channel that I created to give a very unbiased summary of different news articles from different political backgrounds. I hope you enjoy. From the BBC, Trump says U.S. will pass on Ukraine peace talks if no progress soon. Trump warns the U.S. may abandon Russia-Ukraine peace talks if there's no progress soon, saying he'll take a pass if either side stalls. Secretary of State Rubio gave a days-long deadline as Russian strikes killed 2 and injured over 100 in Ukraine's northeast on Friday. Talks remain tough, with Putin setting ceasefire conditions. Meanwhile, the U.S. and Ukraine signed a memo for a minerals deal to aid reconstruction, but security guarantees for Kiev remain off the table. From NPR, lab leak, a flashy page on the virus origins replaces government COVID sites. The White House replaced COVID-19 info sites with a new page pushing the lab leak theory, claiming the virus escaped from a Chinese lab in Wuhan. Garner covid.gov and covidtests.gov, now redirecting to Lab Leak, the true origins of COVID-19. It criticizes Biden's pandemic response and Fauci, but scientists like Angela Rasmussen call it propaganda, saying it misleads on evidence. Many experts still favor natural spillover from animals, warning this shift could hurt public health efforts. From Pew Research Center, negative views of China have softened slightly among Americans. Fewer now consider China an enemy or say it's the country posing the greatest threat to the U.S. A new Pew survey shows Americans' negative views of China are softening slightly, with unfavorable opinions dropping from 81% to 77%. Fewer Americans now see China as an enemy, down to 33%, and only 42% name it the top U.S. threat amid rising tariffs. Republicans' criticism of China eased more than Democrats, who increasingly point to Russia as the bigger threat. Most Americans think China benefits more from trade, and many worry tariffs will hurt the U.S., especially Democrats. Republicans are more optimistic. From the Post-Millennial, federal judge upholds censure of Maine Rep. Laurel Libby after opposition to trans competitors in women's sports. A federal judge upheld the censure of Maine Rep. Laurel Libby after she opposed trans competitors in women's sports. Libby was censured for posting a photo of trans-identified male winning a girls' championship despite Trump's ban on such participation. Judge Melissa DuBose ruled the censure was a protected legislative act, dismissing Libby's lawsuit. Libby calls it an abuse of power, vowing to appeal, arguing her constituents' voices are silenced. The fight heads to the First Circuit. From ABC News, FSU shooting, latest, the victims identified, police release timeline. A shooting at Florida State University left 2 dead and 6 injured, with police releasing a timeline. On Thursday, 20-year-old FSU student Phoenix Ickner began firing near the student union at 11:56 a.m., killing vendor employee Tiru Chaba and dining coordinator Robert Morales. By noon, police shot and apprehended Eichner. All 6 injured are stable. 2 may be released today. Eichner, whose stepmother is a deputy, used her gun. FSU canceled classes, holding a vigil at 5 p.m. From Timcast News, X lawsuit claims Media Matters defamed platform intended to harm a revenue stream. X has filed a lawsuit against Media Matters, accusing the group of defamation and trying to harm its revenue. X claims Media Matters manipulated its algorithm to show ads from major companies like Apple next to pro-Nazi content, aiming to scare advertisers away. The suit says this was a deliberate, manufactured effort to mislead. After the report, companies like IBM pulled ads, but personalities like Andrew Tate pledged to buy ads on X in support. X calls it a thermonuclear fight. And that's all the news we have for you for today. We will be taking tomorrow off, but we will be back on Monday. Thanks for watching. And remember, that's not any news, just some news. From CNN, protesters arrested outside Broadview ICE facility in Illinois as governor slams DHS Secretary Noem's visit. Protests erupted outside the Broadview ICE facility in Illinois as DHS Secretary Kristi Noem visited, leading to at least 18 arrests for charges like battery and obstruction. Crowds chanted against ICE tactics amid ongoing demonstrations, with Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker calling it a constitutional crisis and criticizing Noem's actions. Noem requested Pentagon aid after incidents, but no orders were confirmed. She claimed being blocked from a public building, sparking a feud with local officials. This stems from Trump's Midway Blitz operation, arresting over 1,000 with accusations of inhumane tactics fueling nationwide unrest. From Fox News, Supreme Court's emergency docket delivers Trump's string of wins as final tests loom. President Trump has racked up nearly flawless wins on the Supreme Court's emergency docket this year, granting temporary relief on issues like immigration, firings, and funding cuts. Experts say it's due to curbing lower courts' overreach, with 21 victories touted by the White House, though these are interim rulings. Key decisions include allowing mass firings, curbing injunctions, and withholding aid, but full merits reviews start Monday, potentially reversing outcomes. Ideological splits mark these quick decisions, with warnings that merits cases could flip results as Trump's agenda faces final tests. From Reuters, centrist Republicans warn against Trump's partisan shutdown strategy. The U.S. government shutdown hits its fourth day, the fifth longest ever, as Trump freezes $28 billion in funds for Democratic-led states like New York and California. Centrist Republicans like Senator Thom Tillis warned this partisan approach could erode trust and prolong the crisis, urging caution. Democrats demand ACA extensions and funding protections. Republicans need Democratic votes, but taunts and insults from both sides heighten tensions. Fears grow of service erosion like air traffic control, with some GOP members like Lisa Murkowski calling for unity over division. From the Wall Street Journal, Trump to send Witkoff Kushner to Middle East to seal hostage release deal. President Trump sends envoys Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner to Egypt to finalize a hostage release deal after Hamas and Israel accept his 20-point plan with reservations. The plan includes a board of peace for Gaza governance, aid flow, Arab-led forces, and Hamas disarming amid ongoing battlefield uncertainties. Israel eases operations temporarily, but explosions continue. Over 67,000 killed in the war started by Hamas's 2023 attack. Trump urges quick action, warning delays won't be tolerated, as mediators pressure for a last chance end to the conflict. From Black Enterprise, ICE arrests 37 in Chicago apartment raid. Residents say they feel defeated. In a massive Chicago raid, ICE and federal agents arrested 37 from one South Shore apartment building, part of Trump's Operation Midway Blitz. Residents describe chaos, doors shattered, people dragged out partially clothed, children separated, and U.S. citizens detained for hours. Linked to drugs, weapons, and immigration violations, the operation left locals feeling defeated, with protests escalating at Broadview ICE site. Witnesses call it heartbreaking amid accusations of inhumane tactics fueling tensions and clashes with authorities. From the Associated Press, Trump reverses $187 million funding cuts for New York counterterrorism after bipartisan outcry. President Trump reverses $187 million cuts to New York's counterterrorism funding after backlash from both parties, restoring aid to New York Police Department and state agencies. The cuts slashed 86% of Homeland Security funds, called devastating by officials, as New York remains the top terror target. Governor Kathy Hochul and GOP reps like Nicole Maliotakis pushed back. New FEMA rules caused confusion, including shorter spend times. Amid lawsuits from 11 states, a judge ordered full grants. Trump credits the reversal as his honor to ensure safety. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From Fox News, Rep. Maxine Waters calls for using the 25th Amendment to find out what's wrong with Donald Trump. Democratic Congresswoman Maxine Waters is demanding the use of the 25th Amendment against President Trump, claiming he's unfit after firing Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook over alleged mortgage misrepresentations. Waters warns this could destabilize the economy, affect Wall Street, interest rates, and even benefit Trump personally, urging aggressive action to protect democracy without relying on courts. Cook has sued Trump, arguing the firing lacks cause, and the case may head to the Supreme Court, escalating tensions between the White House and the Fed. Fellow Democrat Debbie Wasserman Schultz calls the move preposterous, saying Trump really wants to oust Fed Chair Jerome Powell, but is targeting parts of the system instead. From CNN, Border Patrol arrests 2 crew workers helping battle Washington's biggest wildfire for being in the country illegally. Amid Washington's massive Bear Gulch fire, scorching nearly 9,000 acres, Border Patrol arrested 2 support crew workers cutting logs for being in the U.S. illegally following a criminal probe into their firms. Officials say the firefighting efforts weren't disrupted, but one worker, a 19-year U.S. resident since age 4, was on track for a U visa after aiding investigators in a family crime case. His lawyers call the arrest unjust. He's been waiting since 2018 for approval, and attorneys argue he's protected under policies barring enforcement in disaster zones, demanding his immediate release. Washington leaders like Governor Bob Ferguson and Senator Patty Murray blast the Trump administration's policies as cruel, questioning why they're extending to wildfire fighters amid ongoing deportations. From USA Today, Senator snaps back at RFK Jr. for linking antidepressants to Minnesota shooting. Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. suggests studying antidepressants like SSRIs for links to violence after a Minneapolis school shooting that killed 2 kids and injured 18. Shooter Robin Westman, who struggled with depression, prompted Kennedy's comments on Fox News, but a 2019 study found no causal tie between psych drugs and most school shootings. Minnesota Senator Tina Smith slammed Kennedy on social media, accusing him of peddling nonsense and ignoring guns. America has more firearms than people and 10 times the school shooting risk of other nations. Democrats push for gun control, while some conservatives highlight the shooter's gender transition. Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey condemns villainizing the trans community. From the Mirror US, where is Trump? And it happened trend online as health fears skyrocket. President Trump hasn't been seen publicly since Tuesday's cabinet meeting, sparking viral X trends like "Where is Trump?" and "It happened," with no weekend events fueling health fears. Speculation ramps up after photos showed a bruised hand, walking issues, and slurred speech, despite Trump's claims of peak health from his latest physical. Both supporters and critics question who's running the country, though Trump posted on Truth Social 7 hours ago. Could he just be golfing or with family? The White House hasn't commented, but recent whispers include a lip-read promise to Putin. Online buzz ignores his activity but amplifies unconfirmed worries. From The Telegraph, U.S. courts ruled Donald Trump's tariffs are illegal. A federal appeals court ruled 7-4 that President Trump's use of emergency powers to impose tariffs on trading partners like the EU, Japan, and China is illegal under the law. The decision questions deals lowering rates and tariffs aimed at stopping fentanyl flows, potentially forcing billions in refunds and chaos for tax cut funding. Tariffs brought in $142 billion this year. Trump fired back on social media, vowing to appeal and warning removal would weaken the U.S. economy like the Great Depression, insisting tariffs protect workers and made-in-America products. Tariffs stay in place until October 14th for a Supreme Court appeal. Separately, a judge blocked fast-track migrant deportations, citing due process violations for millions. From the Western Journal, Scott Jennings responds to CNN guest's vulgar Trump smear with one-sentence retort on Dems' election chances. On CNN, Republican strategist Scott Jennings shut down podcaster Jennifer Welch's wild claim that Trump tried oral sex on a microphone and shows mental decline. Welch accused Trump of priming for military rule, pardoning January 6 rioters, and being a felon, tying it to his recent press conferences and past behaviors. Jennings retorted in one sentence, "If this is Democrats' strategy, they've already handed Republicans congressional majorities for years," amid polls showing only 19% approve of Dem leadership. The DNC warns of fascism threats, but faces infighting and fundraising woes, with calls to drop out-of-touch practices like land acknowledgments. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From Fox News, Department of Education launches investigation into Duke University over alleged racial preferences. The Department of Education is probing Duke Law Journal's editor selection, where affinity group applicants could earn extra points for discussing race. The Office for Civil Rights says this may violate Title VI, sparking a federal investigation into Duke's practices. Secretary McMahon calls such policies an affront to meritocracy, urging Duke to review and reform all racial preference practices. Duke's faced similar criticism before, with past DEI initiatives labeled as promoting white supremacy culture in its medical school. From CNN, worst-case scenario of famine is unfolding in Gaza, UN-backed food security initiative says. A UN-backed agency warns Gaza faces famine, with over 20,000 children treated for acute malnutrition since April. Conflict and restricted aid have led to hunger-related deaths, with famine thresholds met in parts of Gaza City. President Trump acknowledged Gaza's real starvation, pledging U.S. food centers as Israel faces pressure to allow more aid. Gaza's death toll exceeds 60,000, with ceasefire hopes fading and international calls for humanitarian action growing louder. From CBS News, gunman in New York City office shooting tried to target NFL mayor says. A gunman, Shane Tamura, killed 4 in a Midtown Manhattan office intending to target NFL headquarters but hitting Rudin management instead. Tamura's note blamed the NFL for his believed CTE, a brain injury from his high school football days. Mayor Adams said Tamura took the wrong elevator, leading to the tragic shooting, including the death of an NYPD officer. With a history of mental health issues, Tamura's rampage has sparked debate over gun laws and workplace safety. From USA Today, Trump's working trip to Scotland includes opening a new golf course. President Trump opened a new 18-hole golf course in Aberdeen, Scotland, touting it as a global golf destination. The trip mixed business with diplomacy, hosting UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer to discuss trade and Gaza's humanitarian crisis. Trump's family joined on Air Force One, raising ethical concerns about profiting from his presidency via the Trump Organization. While Trump claims locals now love him, some neighbors still resent his developments, reopening old community tensions. From the Gateway Pundit, Trump's former impeachment lawyer David Schoen flips the script, uses Democrats' own argument to prove Obama can still be impeached, stripped of immunity, and indicted for his crimes. Trump's former lawyer David Schoen says Barack Obama could face impeachment over the Russia collusion hoax using Democrats' own logic. Citing Article 1, Section 3, Clause 7, Schoen argues ex-presidents can be impeached, stripping immunity for alleged crimes. Newly declassified documents allegedly showing Obama orchestrated the Russia probe, fueling calls for accountability. Democrats' impeachment tactics against Trump could now backfire, potentially exposing Obama to legal consequences. From the Associated Press, what Americans think about Israel's military action in Gaza, according to a new Gallup poll. A Gallup poll shows only 1/3 of Americans now support Israel's military actions in Gaza, down from half last year. Half of U.S. adults view Prime Minister Netanyahu unfavorably, his lowest rating ever, driven by Democrats and independents. Young adults and Democrats increasingly disapprove, while Republicans remain supportive of Israel's campaign. Trump faces less pressure than Biden did, with 8 in 10 Republicans backing his Middle East approach. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From CNN, 2 bridges collapse in Russian regions bordering Ukraine, killing at least 7. 2 bridges in Russia's Bryansk and Kursk regions near Ukraine collapsed, killing at least 7 and injuring dozens. In Bryansk, a passenger train was crushed by a falling bridge, blamed on an explosion. The train's engineer was among the dead. In Kursk, a freight train derailed after another bridge collapsed, sparking fires. Authorities point to illegal interference. Russia calls these terrorist acts, while Ukraine denies involvement, as peace talks loom. From the Daily Mail, chaos erupts as ICE raids office of top Democrat and detains staff. Federal agents raided Rep. Jerry Nadler's Manhattan office, detaining a staffer in a chaotic scene caught on video. DHS claims they were checking for protesters hiding in the office, but Nadler calls it an illegal overreach. The congressman slammed the intimidating tactics, saying no one is safe if this can happen in his office. DHS insists it was a routine security check. Who's in the right? From Forbes, Elon Musk says he doesn't want responsibility for Trump's actions. Elon Musk, ex-head of Trump's Doge, says he doesn't want to be blamed for the administration's every move. After quitting his role, Musk criticized a Trump-backed bill for raising the deficit, clashing with Doge's goals. Doge claims $175 billion in savings, but critics question the numbers. Trump still praises Musk's work. Musk says he'll advise Trump informally, but will he stay in the spotlight? From Fox News, Kevin Hassett very confident courts will back Trump's tariffs. White House Economic Director Kevin Hassett is very confident courts will uphold Trump's tariff plans. A federal court blocked Trump's tariffs citing overreach, but an appeals court paused the ruling. The tariffs, including a 10% baseline, aim to make trade fair, but face a tough legal battle. Hassett says they have backup plans if courts rule against them. Will Trump's trade agenda win? From the Washington Post. 2 dead, nearly 500 arrested as Paris celebrates Champions League victory. Paris erupted in joy as PSG won the Champions League, but violence left 2 dead and nearly 500 arrested. Clashes around Champs-Élysées saw looted stores and burned vehicles, with 192 injured. Police deployed 5,400 officers, blaming thugs for the chaos, not true fans. As PSG's victory parade looms, will Paris stay peaceful? From ABC, drone attacks target bombers at Russian airfields. Ukraine's SBU launched drones at 4 Russian airfields targeting over 40 bombers, including nuclear-capable ones. Strikes hit Murmansk and Irkutsk with drones launched from trucks disguised as mobile homes. Russia calls it a terrorist attack, while Ukraine denies involvement in separate deadly bridge collapses. As peace talks near, will these strikes change the game? From Time. Netanyahu accuses France, UK, Canada of emboldening Hamas. Netanyahu accused France, the UK, and Canada of supporting Hamas by demanding Israel end its Gaza offensive. The claims follow a deadly DC shooting of Israeli embassy staff, with the suspects shouting, "Free Palestine." The 3 nations called for more Gaza aid and hostage releases, citing a worsening humanitarian crisis. The leaders denied Netanyahu's accusations, supporting Israel's security within international law. From Fox News, Trump reverses course on Middle East tech policy, but will it be enough to counter China? Trump signed $2 trillion in deals with Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the UAE to counter China's influence. He lifted a ban on AI chip sales to the UAE and Saudi Arabia, raising fears of tech leaks to China. Critics warn that without safeguards, these deals could benefit the Chinese Communist Party. Supporters say the deals strengthen U.S. ties with key allies like the UAE hosting U.S. troops. From CNN. Judge extends block on Trump's mass layoffs at several agencies. Judge Susan Ilston issued an injunction halting Trump's mass layoffs at federal agencies. Trump's order aimed to shrink the federal bureaucracy, putting thousands on administrative leave. Unions argued the layoffs were unlawful, claiming Trump overstepped Congress's authority. The Justice Department's appeal heads to the Supreme Court, sparking a major legal fight. From the Post-Millennial, Suck It. Kristi Noem claps back at ACLU after lawsuit over holding suspected Tren de Aragua member. Illegal immigrants in Gitmo dismissed. DHS Secretary Kristi Noem posted "Suck It" after a lawsuit against Gitmo detentions was dismissed. The ACLU sued over transferring illegal immigrants, including a suspected gang member, to Gitmo. Most plaintiffs were deported or withdrew, including a suspected Tren de Aragua member. The ACLU called the detentions unlawful, but Noem's sharp response has stirred debate. From NBC News. Man wakes up to find giant cargo ship in his yard. A 442-foot cargo ship ran aground in Johan Hellberg's yard near Norway's Trondheim Fjord. Hellberg said the ship nearly hit his bedroom, woken by his neighbor's call. Police are probing the cause, with one suspect identified. No injuries reported. Rescue efforts continue to free the ship from Hellberg's yard. From the Washington Post. Trump threatens tariffs on Apple, European Union in trade war escalation. Trump threatened a 25% tariff on iPhones if Apple doesn't move production to the US. He also proposed a 50% tariff on the EU starting June 1st, criticizing their trade practices. Markets fell over 1%, though some call the threats a negotiation tactic. EU officials scramble as moving supply chains could take years. From CNN, how Trump is building a case to fire the Fed chair explained. President Trump is eyeing a way to fire Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell, but it's not about interest rates. It's about a pricey building renovation. The Fed's headquarters renovation in D.C. ballooned from $1.9 billion to $2.5 billion, sparking criticism from Trump and his allies, like Russell Vought. Critics call it a lavish project, comparing it to Versailles, citing plans for roof terraces and marble upgrades. Powell says these are practical fixes, like reusing original marble. Trump, who nominated Powell in 2017, now uses the cost overruns to question his leadership, despite Powell's call for an inspector general review. From Fox News, meet Annie Tomasini, the longtime Biden loyalist subpoenaed to testify Friday about his mental health. Annie Tomasini, a longtime Biden aide, faces a House Oversight Committee subpoena to testify about the former president's cognitive health and possible misuse of an autopen. Republicans are investigating claims of a cover-up regarding Biden's mental decline, also questioning Tomasini's ties to Hunter Biden from 2010 emails. A book by Jake Tapper describes Tomasini and aide Anthony Burnell as fiercely loyal to the Biden family, even using a teleprompter to prep Biden for interviews. Tomasini's counsel requested the subpoena for her Friday testimony, while another aide, Bernal, recently pleaded the fifth in a similar probe. From The Guardian, House Republicans passed Trump's proposed aid and public broadcasting cuts. House Republicans passed a $9 billion funding cut proposed by Trump targeting foreign aid and public broadcasting like NPR and PBS. The vote split 216 to 213, met a tight Friday deadline to avoid spending on programs like global AIDS prevention and food assistance. The bill hit a snag over the Epstein case, with Democrats pushing to release related files, forcing GOP leaders to delay and address the controversy. While some cuts were softened in the Senate, the bill now heads to Trump's desk, impacting programs like Corporation for Public Broadcasting. From USA Today, Trump bows to Epstein critics clamoring for more records. Will it calm MAGA's fury? President Trump is under pressure to release more Jeffrey Epstein case records, prompting him to ask Attorney General Pam Bondi for grand jury testimony. The Justice Department says no client list exists, but Trump's base and critics like Rep. Thomas Massie demand all files be made public. A bipartisan bill by Massie and Rep. Ro Khanna pushes for full disclosure, but some say grand jury records won't reveal the full story. Trump's move follows backlash from MAGA supporters and a lewd letter he reportedly wrote to Epstein, fueling calls for transparency. From Newsweek, FBI responds to explosion at LA Sheriff training site. A deadly explosion at the LA County Sheriff's Biscayne's training center killed 3 deputies Friday morning around 7:30 a.m. The blast near a bomb squad vehicle may have involved explosive materials, prompting an FBI and LAPD bomb squad investigation. Witnesses reported a massive boom and shattered glass. The site used for specialized training is now evacuated as officials probe the cause. Governor Newsom and Homeland Security's Kristi Noem offered support, with early reports suggesting it may be a tragic accident. From the Gateway Pundit, brutal. Joy Reid melts down after Piers Morgan tortures her for playing the race card over MSNBC firing. Former MSNBC host Joy Reid faced off with Piers Morgan after her show's cancellation, sparking a fiery debate over her firing. Reid suggested her exit was tied to her race, sharing an emotional video about her show's focus on issues like Black Lives Matter and immigration. Morgan challenged her, saying the firing was due to low ratings, not race, leading to a heated exchange where both raised their voices. Reid defended her work, calling it of God, while Morgan accused her of racializing the conversation, dividing opinions online. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From the Wall Street Journal, hiring slowed in May with 139,000 new jobs. The U.S. economy added 139,000 jobs in May, slightly above expectations, but signaling cautious hiring due to tariff uncertainties. Stocks rose as the job market held steady at 4.2% unemployment, despite weaker earlier job numbers. Healthcare added 62,000 jobs, while tariff-sensitive sectors like manufacturing saw small losses. The Fed's likely to keep rates steady, but Trump's pushing for cuts, citing the jobs report. From the Associated Press. The latest, Sean Diddy Combs' ex-girlfriend sobs while describing abuse. Jane, Diddy's ex, gave emotional testimony about enduring drug-fueled hotel nights with sex workers. She described smuggling drugs for Combs and feeling coerced to keep his financial support. Prosecutors played audio of Jane requesting a condom, which Combs allegedly denied, highlighting sex trafficking charges. Jane sobbed, saying Combs ignored her resistance, raising questions about coercion. From Bloomberg. U.S. companies delay impact reports with DEI ESG under attack. Firms like Nike and JP Morgan are delaying diversity and sustainability reports amid political backlash. Trump's anti-DEI orders and activist scrutiny have 25% of S&P 500 reports behind schedule. Companies cite timing issues, but shareholders worry about reduced transparency on ESG issues. Firms are caught between compliance and caution as investors watch closely. From Fox News. Claimed Trump nicks top Musk ally from NASA post over Dem donations. Trump withdrew Jared Isaacman's NASA nomination, with some citing his Democratic donations. Yet Trump's appointed ex-Democrats like RFK Jr., showing he's open to bipartisan picks. Critics link the move to Trump's feud with Elon Musk, not just donations. The decision raises questions about politics shaping space policy. From CNN. North Korea refloats destroyer that capsized during launch. North Korea refloated a 5,000-ton destroyer that capsized during its launch last month. Using balloons, workers righted the ship in just 2 weeks, surprising analysts. Kim Jong-un demanded repairs before a key meeting, calling the failure a criminal act. The ship's now set for repairs, possibly ready for sea trials soon. From The Guardian. Donald Trump says Elon Musk has lost his mind. Trump called Elon Musk the man who's lost his mind after Musk criticized his tax plans. Musk, who spent $300 million on Trump's campaign, suggested starting a new political party. Tesla's shares dropped 14%, and Trump threatened to cancel Musk's government contracts. The feud could shake politics and space, with no peace talks planned. From Fox News. Crockett argues a person committing a crime doesn't make them a criminal. Texas Democrat Rep. Jasmine Crockett shared insights on crime during a podcast appearance. She explained that committing a crime doesn't always make someone a criminal. It's about mindset versus survival needs, like stealing diapers for a child. Host Jonathan Van Ness agreed, contrasting crimes of survival with repeated corrupt acts like tax evasion. As a former public defender, Crockett uses her experience to push for safer communities through understanding root causes. From CNN, a gunman ambushed and killed 3 officers as they responded to a desperate plea for help, officials say. In rural Pennsylvania, a woman's plea for help turned deadly when her alleged stalker ambushed police. 24-year-old Matthew Ruth, armed with an AR-15, hid in the home after weeks of stalking, even killing the family dog. Officers serving an arrest warrant were shot upon entry. 3 killed, 2 injured in a brutal barrage. 1 injured officer fired back, ending the threat. Communities mourn as investigations continue. From MSNBC, Texas man arrested over Islamophobic threats against Zohran Mamdani. A Texas man faces charges for Islamophobic threats against Democratic New York City mayoral nominee Zohran Mamdani. Jeremy Fitzel allegedly sent death threats, racist messages, and wishes of harm to Mamdani and his family. Arrested in Texas and extradited to Queens, he pleaded not guilty to harassment and terroristic threats as a hate crime. If convicted, up to 15 years in prison. Officials stress no room for hate in politics. From CBS News. House passes GOP funding bill, teeing up shutdown fight in Senate. The House passed a Republican funding bill to avoid a government shutdown until November 21st. It passed 217 to 212 with mostly party-line voters, including extra security funds after recent violence. Now in the Senate, it needs 60 votes, but Democrats oppose, citing lack of negotiation on healthcare priorities. Leaders dig in, no talks yet, risking shutdown as recess looms. Blame game heats up. From Go Banking Rates. Trump said he would end inflation on day one of his presidency. See where we stand now. President Trump promised to end inflation on day one. Let's see where we stand 8 months in. Inflation averaged 2.65% from January to August, above the Fed's 2% target, but it was falling early on. Since April, it's rebounded to 2.9% with jumps in groceries, apparel, and more, linked to tariffs passing costs to consumers. August saw the biggest monthly rise in prices since December, sparking debate on policy impacts. From People, congressional staffer dies after catching fire. Her mom says she made heartbreaking plea when help arrived. Congressional staffer Regina Santos Aviles, 35, died after accidentally catching fire in Uvalde, Texas. Found outside her home by her mother, the incident was ruled accidental with no foul play. Conscious when help arrived, she pleaded, "I don't want to die," before being airlifted to a hospital. She leaves an 8-year-old son. Rep. Tony Gonzalez praised her dedication to her community. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. Welcome everyone to another episode of Just Some News. This again is a channel that I have started where I am going through different news sites, different articles that I found to be like the most prevalent of the day. I'm going to be doing a very unbiased summary of each of the articles. Let's hop into it. From CBS News, Luigi Mangione indicted on federal charges in CEO's killing. Luigi Mangione, the 26-year-old suspect in the killing of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson, has been indicted on federal charges including murder with a firearm and stalking. Thompson was shot dead outside Manhattan Hotel on December 4th, 2024. Mangione arrested in Pennsylvania after a manhunt allegedly planned the attack using a 3D printed ghost gun. Shell casings at the scene had words like delay and deny written on them. Mangione faces the death penalty if convicted, though his attorneys are fighting to remove that option. He's pleaded not guilty to both federal and state charges. Next, from Newsweek, Luigi Mangione's lawyer asked a judge to force Pam Bondi to confirm she read the law. Luigi Mangione's legal team is pushing a New York judge to make Attorney General Pam Bondi confirm she's read a court rule limiting prosecutors' public comments that could bias a jury. Mangione faces the federal death penalty charges for the 2024 murder of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. His lawyers claim Bondi's statements calling it a cold-blooded assassination violate fair trial rules and are asking for records on her death penalty decision. A judge has yet to rule with deadlines looming. Mangione's team says this is about protecting his due process rights. From Raw Story, silenced Americans. Rubio shuttered disinfo office amid surge in foreign influence ops. Secretary of State Marco Rubio is shutting down a State Department office meant to combat foreign disinformation, claiming it censored Americans instead. The office, known as R/FIMI, allegedly used taxpayer money to silence voices, especially on social media, over issues like COVID-19 origins. Rubio says it targeted Americans, not just foreign lies, and plans to investigate deplatforming cases. The closure aligns with Trump's budget cuts and comes amid rising foreign influence campaigns using AI and bots. Critics warn of risks as such threats grow. From CNN, Trump finds kindred European spirit in Melanie, however you pronounce her name. Italy's Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni visited President Trump, signaling a strong alliance. She praised their shared fight against woke and DEI ideology and aims to make the West great again. Meloni, a populist conservative, aligns with Trump's anti-migration stance and attended his inauguration. Unlike other European leaders, she is seen as a key intermediary for strained US-EU ties, though trade and Ukraine remain sticking points. Trump praised Meloni, sidestepping Italy's trade surplus and low defense spending, and even accepted her invite to Rome. A trade deal might be in sight. From Fox News, Trump admin imposes sanctions against Bank of Yemen for supporting Houthis. The Trump administration has imposed sanctions on the International Bank of Yemen for supporting Houthi terrorists aiming to halt their attacks on Red Sea shipping. The Treasury Department targeted the bank and its key leaders, accusing them of aiding Iran-backed Houthis with international transactions via the SWIFT network. All U.S.-based assets of those sanctioned are now blocked. State Department's Tammy Bruce emphasized disrupting Houthi finances and called out China's support for a company linked to Houthi attacks, urging global action to protect investigation. And lastly, from Fox News, Southwest Airlines flight bound for Mexico returns to Houston after engine issues. A Southwest Airlines flight to Los Cabos, Mexico turned back to Houston's Hobby Airport Thursday morning due to an engine issue. Flight 3006, with 134 passengers, landed safely. The crew followed procedures, evacuating everybody onto the tarmac. Southwest is now arranging to get passengers to Cabo San Lucas. The airline praised the crew's professionalism, emphasized safety first. This follows a recent Frontier Airlines incident in Puerto Rico where a hard landing broke a wheel, but no one was hurt. All right, everybody, that's all of our news summaries for today. All of these will be cut up into shorts, so if you ever just want to catch the shorts instead of watching the whole video, they will be up every 2 hours apart. And with that, that's not just any news, it's some news. Thanks for watching. From Fox News, RNC Chair Michael Whatley claims Zohran Mamdani is the face of the new Democratic Party. Democratic Socialist Zohran Mamdani, set to be New York City's first Muslim mayor, proposes free bus fares, tuition-free CUNY, and government-run grocery stores. RNC Chair Michael Whatley calls Mamdani the face of the new Democratic Party, arguing Democrats are shifting left away from mainstream voters. Republicans tie Mamdani to Democrats in competitive races, like Chris Pappas in New Hampshire, to portray them as radicals. Democrats counter that New York City's liberal leanings don't reflect swing states, and Mamdani's policies won't shape their national strategy. From CNN, an investigation is underway after a fire engulfed a Massachusetts assisted living facility, killing 9 people. Here's what we know. A fire at Gabriel House in Fall River, Massachusetts, trapped elderly residents, many in wheelchairs or on oxygen, as smoke filled the halls. Firefighters and police rushed to save 70 residents, some hanging out windows, desperately calling for rescue. 9 residents aged 61 to 86 died. The cause remains unclear, but not suspicious, officials say, as investigations continue. Governor Healy called it a tragedy, noting the challenges of rescuing vulnerable residents with mobility issues. From NBC News, lead investigator into Biden's use of an autopen signed letters with a digital signature. Rep. James Comer's probe into Biden's autopen use claims it shows a lack of control over his administration. But Comer's own letters, including 16 to Biden officials, used digital signatures, not hand-signed ones. Digital signatures are common in Congress, though Comer argues autopens shouldn't be used for legal documents. Biden denies misuse, explaining the autopen handled high volumes of clemency requests legally. From the Associated Press, Trump urged supporters to see conspiracies everywhere. With Epstein, that's coming back to haunt him. The Justice Department says no Epstein client list exists, frustrating Trump supporters who demand transparency. Trump, who once fueled conspiracy theories, now downplays the issue, urging focus on other priorities. Supporters, including Laura Loomer, demand answers, with some calling for resignations over the Epstein files. Experts warn Trump's past conspiracy rhetoric may now threaten his administration's unity. From the Washington Post, Senate Republicans divided over looming vote to rescind $9 billion in spending. Senate Republicans face a vote to cut $9 billion in foreign aid and public broadcasting, but some GOP senators hesitate. Senator Susan Collins warns cuts to HIV/AIDS relief could harm millions, calling them short-sighted. Cuts to NPR and PBS could shutter rural radio stations that provide critical emergency alerts. With a Friday deadline, the vote tests GOP unity as Democrats warn of future budget conflicts. From the Western Journal, Democratic governor who bragged about hiding illegal alien in home gets more bad news, a subpoena. New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy said he let a possibly undocumented woman stay above his garage, challenging federal authorities. Now the U.S. Attorney's Office is investigating, with FBI agents seeking witness interviews. Murphy's team claims he was misinterpreted and no undocumented person lived at his home. The probe could shake up New Jersey's tight gubernatorial race as Republicans capitalize on the issue. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From USA Today, Trump erupts when asked about taco trade, a new nickname mocking his tariff approach. President Trump clashed with a reporter over the taco trade nickname, mocking his tariff flip-flops. Taco stands for Trump Always Chickens Out, coined by analysts for his pattern of imposing then easing tariffs. Investors buy market dips after Trump's tariff threats, expecting him to back off, as seen with China and the EU. Trump defended his tariff changes as negotiation, slamming the nickname as a nasty question. With over 50 tariff policy shifts since January, the taco trade highlights Trump's unpredictable. Fox News. FBI examining COVID-19 origin cover-up amid new strain emergence, Bongino. FBI Deputy Director Dan Bongino says the Bureau is investigating the origins of COVID-19 amid a new strain. Bongino posted on X about probing a potential cover-up but didn't confirm a formal investigation. A new variant, NB.1.8.1, has emerged, sparking renewed focus on whether the lab leak theory was downplayed. In 2023, the FBI assessed a lab incident in Wuhan as the likely source, though China denies it. Congress continues to question early pandemic messaging as the FBI seeks NBC News. U.S. will aggressively revoke Chinese students' visas, Rubio says. Secretary of State Marco Rubio announced plans to revoke visas for Chinese students tied to the Communist Party. The Trump administration aims to tighten scrutiny on students from China and Hong Kong. About 277,000 Chinese students study in the U.S., but numbers have dropped amid rising tensions. This follows visa cancellations and deportations over political activism targeting international students. China calls it politicization, while the U.S. pauses new student visa gateway pundit. Possible crimes committed by Biden staffers using AutoPen without presidential awareness outlined. Questions swirl over Biden staffers using an AutoPen to sign orders and pardons without his knowledge. House oversight is probing potential felonies, like forgery and impersonation tied to unauthorized signatures. Reports suggest pardons, including Hunter Biden's, were issued while Joe was on vacation. Laws on forgery, false statements, and conspiracy could lead to years in prison for staffers. Was Biden's mental state hidden to keep power? The 25th Amendment from CNN. HHS letter tells health care providers to disregard treatment protocols for trans people, adhere to report by unnamed authors. HHS Secretary RFK Jr. urges doctors to ignore trans care protocols, citing a controversial HHS report. The report claims gender-affirming care's science is weak, but major medical groups disagree. Gender-affirming care is safe, say experts, but Trump's orders target trans youth care. Kennedy's letter pushes providers to follow the HHS review, not established guidelines. CMS is probing hospitals for experimental procedures, raising concerns over child safety. The Washington Post. Elon Musk is leaving his role in the Trump administration. Elon Musk is leaving his role, leading to the Doge service frustrated by federal bureaucracy. Musk clashed with Trump over a massive spending bill, saying it undermines his budget cuts. Tesla's profits dropped 71%, partly blamed on Musk's controversial government role. With Tesla and SpaceX facing challenges, Musk plans to focus on his companies. His exit raises questions about his future influence in Washington. From NBC News, Sean Combs' ex-assistant says he brainwashed her when he sent messages of support and love. In Diddy's sex trafficking trial, former assistant Mia testified for a third day alleging forced labor and sexual assault as part of a racketeering conspiracy charge. Defense lawyer Brian Steele questioned Mia's credibility, showing 2018 to 2020 texts expressing affection for Diddy. Mia claimed she was brainwashed, delaying her allegations. A juror appeared skeptical, while prosecutors raised concerns after Mia's face was briefly shown in court, violating the judge's order. Testimony also touched on Diddy's alleged hotel damages under aliases, with more witnesses expected soon. From ABC News, Trump's funding bill runs into Senate GOP fiscal hawks. President Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill Act, aiming to cut $1.5 trillion in spending, faces resistance from Senate GOP fiscal hawks like Rand Paul. The bill could add $3.1 trillion to the $37 trillion national debt, prompting demands for deeper cuts and concerns over a $4 trillion debt ceiling hike. Paul calls the cuts wimpy, while Trump warns opponents risk voter backlash. Senate moderates want to protect social programs. With a tight deadline, can the Senate and House agree before July 4th? From CNN, stabbing attack at Oregon homeless shelter sends 11 people to hospital, man in custody. A man armed with an 8-inch knife attacked a Salem homeless shelter, injuring 12 people, including 2 staff members. The suspect, Tony Williams, was arrested nearby after stabbing people inside and outside the Union Gospel Mission on Sunday night. 5 victims remain hospitalized with serious injuries. Police say the attack wasn't specifically targeting the homeless. The shelter is now reviewing safety measures after this shocking violence. From Fox News, suspicious incendiary device found near Blue Ridge Parkway prompts evacuation. National Park Service rangers found a suspicious incendiary device near Asheville, North Carolina on Sunday, prompting an evacuation. The Asheville Police Bomb Squad and FBI safely removed the device near the Folk Art Center, closing part of the parkway. No threats remain, but the NPS is investigating the improvised incendiary device found in the dirt. Authorities are seeking public tips to uncover who's behind this incident. From the BBC, how Ukraine carried out daring spiderweb attack on Russian bombers. Ukraine's spiderweb operation saw 117 drones strike Russian air bases, targeting nuclear-capable bombers in a massive attack. Drones were smuggled in wooden cabins on trucks launched remotely near airfields across 5 Russian regions. Ukraine claims 41 bombers hit, with at least 13 destroyed. Russia confirms damage but says some attacks were repelled. President Zelensky hailed the 18-month planned operation as a historic blow to Russia's Air Force. From The Guardian, suspect charged with federal hate crime and attack on Colorado rally for Israeli hostages. Mohammed Solomon, 45, faces federal hate crime charges for attacking a rally for Israeli hostages in Boulder with a flamethrower and Molotov cocktails. 12 people were injured, including a Holocaust survivor, during the Sunday attack. Solomon allegedly shouted, "Free Palestine." The FBI calls it a targeted act of terrorism. Solomon confessed that he'd do it again, per authorities. Facing life in prison, Solomon's court appearance is set for Monday. From CNN, Americans cut back sharply on their spending last month amid tariffs. Americans slashed spending by 0.9% in May, the steepest drop since January, as tariff fears cooled a spring buying spree. Car sales tanked 3.5%, while gas stations and home improvement stores also saw sharp declines. Even dining out took a hit, with bar and restaurant spending down 0.9%, the first drop since February 2023. Economists warn this could signal a broader economic slowdown if consumer caution persists. From Fox News, Fetterman calls out fellow Democrats for crazy rhetoric criticism of D.C. military parade. Senator John Fetterman blasts progressive Democrats for booing him and criticizing a D.C. military parade celebrating 250 years of the U.S. Army. He called their Nazi comparisons crazy and defended the parade as a tribute to American soldiers, not an extreme act. Fetterman also stood firm on supporting Israel against Iran and deporting criminal illegal immigrants. Breaking ranks, he says he's unapologetically pro-Israel and pro-law enforcement. From ABC News, Appeals Court set to hold hearing over Trump National Guard deployment in California. A federal appeals court is reviewing Trump's deployment of California's National Guard to handle LA immigration protests. Governor Newsom won a temporary court order calling Trump's move illegal, but the Ninth Circuit paused it. The court, with 2 Trump-appointed judges, will decide if the president overstepped his authority. California claims Trump inflamed protests by sending 4,000 guardsmen and 700 Marines to LA. From USA Today, R. Kelly hospitalized after prison overdose, alleged murder plot, lawyers say. R. Kelly's lawyers claim he overdosed on medication given by prison staff, landing him in a hospital. After being placed in solitary, Kelly allegedly received an overdose of anxiety meds, causing him to collapse. He was rushed to Duke University Hospital, but removed against medical advice for untreated blood clots. His team alleges a murder plot by prison officials and is pleading for a Trump pardon. From the Wall Street Journal, where Israel struck Iran's nuclear program, a visual breakdown. Israel struck Iran's key nuclear sites in Natanz and Isfahan, targeting underground enrichment facilities. 4 buildings, including a uranium conversion plant, were hit, potentially disrupting Iran's nuclear ambitions. The UN says Natanz's centrifuges may be destroyed, but Iran's Fordow site shows little damage. The fate of Iran's enriched uranium stockpile remains unclear, raising fears of a covert nuclear program. From the Federalists, riot-ravaged LA paid out $1.1 billion in overtime hours last year. Los Angeles paid $1.1 billion in overtime last year as riots and protests over immigration enforcement rocked the city. The LAPD alone spent $265.5 million on overtime, with $17 million tied to recent anti-ICE protests. Wildfires and staffing shortages worsened the crisis, leaving taxpayers with a massive bill. 5 city employees earned more in overtime than the U.S. president's salary, sparking outrage. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From Fox News, New York appeals court throws out $500 million penalty against Trump in Letitia James' civil case. Big news from New York. An appeals court has tossed out the massive $500 million penalty against Donald Trump in the civil fraud case brought by AG Letitia James. The court ruled the fine was excessive under the 8th Amendment, but upheld Trump's liability and some restrictions on his business. Trump called it a total victory on Truth Social, blasting the case as a political witch hunt. A dissenting judge agreed, saying it targeted Trump's career. The split decision means this could head to New York's highest court amid ongoing tensions, including a DOJ probe into James. From CNN, California Democrats prepare to pass the redistricting plan after Texas House approves new maps. California Democrats are pushing a constitutional amendment to redraw congressional maps, reacting to Republicans' moves in Texas. Texas House just passed GOP-favored maps aiming for 5 more seats their Senate could approve soon, amid Democratic quorum breaks. In California, the plan could net Dems 5 seats if voters approve in a special election, triggered only if other states like Texas redistrict mid-decade. Obama endorsed the push as a counter to gerrymandering, while both sides gear up for court fights over fairness and costs. From the Associated Press, illegal immigration hit a record high of 14 million in the U.S. in 2023, Pew Reports find. A new Pew report reveals unauthorized immigrants in the U.S. hit a record 14 million in 2023, up from 11.8 million the year before. Driven by asylum seekers and temporary protections under Biden, numbers surged from non-Mexican countries like Guatemala, India, and Venezuela. Total immigrant population reached 53 million, 15.8% of the U.S., California, and Texas top the list. 9.7 million are in the workforce. Trump ended many protections, leading to a drop this year, but estimates vary. Pew's is below some critics' claims, like 21 million. From the Wall Street Journal, U.S. jobless claims rose last week. U.S. jobless claims climbed to 235,000 last week, up from 224,000, signaling a slowdown in the labor market. Continuing claims hit 1.97 million, the highest since 2021, as hiring stalls and job searches drag on. Despite no mass layoffs, revisions show weaker spring hiring, economy faces weaker demand and higher prices. Walmart's CEO notes customers shifting to cheaper goods. Claims remain in a stable range, but investors watch closely. From the Washington Post, ICE is joining DC police patrols. Moped drivers are an early target. Under Trump's federal control of DC police, ICE agents are joining patrols, targeting moped delivery drivers for immigration checks. Many Central and South American drivers, often undocumented gig workers for DoorDash or Uber, faced attention during traffic stops. Videos show ICE at stops. Drivers flee to suburbs or quit, chilling the industry despite falling crime rates. Advocacy groups call it ramped up enforcement. City sues over cooperation orders as families search for detained loved ones. From Reuters, Trump's civil fraud penalty is thrown out by New York Appeals Court. In a key ruling, a New York Appeals Court has thrown out the nearly $500 million penalty imposed on President Trump for fraudulently inflating his assets. The court found the penalty too high, dealing a blow to AG Letitia James's lawsuit, though it kept other restrictions like a business monitor in place. Trial Judge Engron had ordered the fine after finding Trump duped lenders, but appeals judges showed skepticism during arguments. Trump denies wrongdoing. His lawyers argued overreach. The case stemmed from pre-2017 business practices. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From CNN, outrage after Israel kills 5 journalists in double-tap attack on Gaza hospital. Israel's back-to-back strikes on Gaza's Nasser hospital killed 20, including 5 journalists, in what's called a double-tap attack. The first strike hit a hospital balcony used by reporters, followed minutes later by another, targeting responders rushing to help. The IDF says it aimed at Hamas camera but admitted to a tragic mishap. Journalists from Al Jazeera, Reuters, and AP were among the dead. Global leaders and journalist groups demand an investigation, calling it a possible war crime. From Fox News, social media erupts after DNC speaker says migrant crime carjackings don't matter. Insha Rahman from the Vera Institute told Democrats that migrant crime and carjackings don't matter to most Americans, urging them to counter Trump's crime policies. Her remarks went viral, with conservatives slamming her for ties to defund the police movements and funding from groups like Soros. Rahman advised Democrats to claim credit for falling crime rates and focus on safety, not scare tactics. Trump's new order aims to end cashless bail and deploy federal forces to cities, intensifying the debate. From Reason, federal court says the $464 million fine in Trump's civil fraud case violated the Eighth Amendment. A New York appeals court ruled that a $464 million fine against Trump for inflating his wealth was unconstitutional. The court upheld fraud findings, but said the penalty was grossly disproportional under the Eighth Amendment's ban on excessive fines. Profits from deals like the old post office sale were wrongly included as they mixed legal and illegal gains. The ruling questions how much Trump actually profited from misstating his finances, scaling back the penalty. From USA Today, Trump order preps National Guard for public safety rule amid backlash to DC deployment. Trump's new executive order directs the National Guard to assist police, creating a special DC unit and a nationwide quick reaction force. Critics call it authoritarian, saying the Guard isn't trained for law enforcement, while Trump defends it as common sense safety. Deployments in DC and LA sparked debate, with Trump eyeing Chicago next despite declining crime rates. The order pushes rapid mobilization, but experts say state control limits Trump's power over the Guard. From CBS News, Kilmar Abrego Garcia taken into ICE custody, facing deportation to Uganda. Kilmar Abrego Garcia, an El Salvador native, was detained by ICE for deportation to Uganda after his release from U.S. custody. Previously deported by mistake, he's now on electronic monitoring, but his lawyer says ICE is punishing him for fighting charges. A Maryland judge paused his deportation, citing due process, as DHS claims he's an MS-13 member, which he denies. Advocates, including Senator Van Hollen, demand a fair trial, warning his case could set a dangerous precedent. From the Mirror US, fuming Trump demands person get out of Oval Office on live TV. President Trump halted a speech to kick someone out of the Oval Office for opening the door during a live bill signing. "Who's that? Get out of the room," he snapped before calmly resuming his speech about flag desecration laws. His new directive orders prosecution for flag burning despite Supreme Court rulings protecting it as free speech. The moment sparked laughs online, with some noting an injury on Trump's hand, fueling health rumors. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From Fox News, billionaire Democratic Governor Pritzker defends his wealth as party rails against the rich. Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker, a billionaire Democrat, was grilled on NBC about his wealth as some in his party, like New York City mayor candidate Zohran Mamdani, criticized billionaires. Pritzker said values, not wealth, define him. He supports healthcare, education, and democracy regardless of income. NBC's Kristen Welker also pressed him on Illinois' redistricting, accused of favoring Democrats. Pritzker defended the process, saying it followed public hearings. Critics gave Illinois' maps an F for fairness. Pritzker insisted Texas's redistricting violates voting rights, while Illinois played by the rules. From CNN, Trump moves Obama-Bush portraits to hidden stairwell. President Trump moved Barack Obama's portrait from the White House entryway to the top of the grand staircase out of public view. Portraits of George H.W. Bush and George W. Bush were also relocated to this restricted area, accessible only to select staff and the first family. This follows a prior move replacing Obama's portrait with a painting of Trump surviving an assassination attempt. Tradition places recent presidents' portraits prominently, but Trump's tensions with Obama and the Bushes seem to drive these changes. From USA Today, all is lost. Record rainfall leads to widespread floods in Milwaukee, more rain expected. Record rainfall of nearly 7 inches flooded Milwaukee, submerging cars and homes. The fire department rescued 65 people overnight. Governor Tony Evers deployed the National Guard to assist as residents like Jacqueline Zeldin lost basements to floodwater. The Wisconsin State Fair and a triathlon were canceled while thousands lost power. More rain is expected. Residents face major property damage, with river levels falling after record highs. Officials urge avoiding flooded roads. From the post-millennial, Biden admin pressured banks to cut ties with Trump over J6. A report claims Biden admin regulators pressured banks to cut ties with Trump after January 6, 2021, citing reputational risk. Trump said JP Morgan, Chase, and Bank of America dropped him, and at least 10 other banks followed suit post-2021. No explicit order was found, but banks feared enforcement or fines for keeping clients like Trump or crypto firms. Trump signed an order to stop debanking based on political beliefs, aiming to ensure fair banking access. From the Daily Mail, hundreds of National Guard troops to flood Washington, D.C. as Trump posts images of homeless from motorcade. We want our capital back. President Trump is deploying hundreds of National Guard troops and 100 FBI agents to Washington, D.C. to tackle crime and homelessness. Trump posted images of homeless encampments, vowing to evict them and jail criminals to take our capital back. D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser denies a crime spike, saying violent crime dropped 26% in 2025 compared to last year. Trump plans a Monday press conference to detail his plans, but his legal authority to evict remains unclear. From the Gateway Pundit, Border czar Tom Homan blasts South Park parody is in bad form amid escalating threats to ICE agents. Border czar Tom Homan slammed a South Park episode mocking ICE and its $50,000 hiring bonuses, calling it in bad form. The episode aired August 6, also jabbed Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem over her dog shooting controversy. Homan said assaults on ICE agents are up over 1,000%, and such rhetoric emboldens violence against them. Despite criticism, Homan noted record-high Border Patrol recruitment showing strong interest in the agency's work. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From CNN, Paramount settles Trump's 60 Minutes lawsuit with $16 million payout and no apology. Paramount Global just settled a lawsuit with President Trump over a 60 Minutes report for a hefty $16 million. The suit claimed CBS edited a Kamala Harris interview to favor her, sparking Trump's accusations of election interference. Paramount's payout will fund Trump's future presidential library, but no apology was issued, despite legal experts calling the suit frivolous. Critics say Paramount caved due to pressure from a pending merger needing Trump administration approval. Is this a win for free speech or a corporate compromise? From Fox News, MAGA rival attempts to push longtime Trump ally out of Senate. Former South Carolina Lieutenant Governor Andre Bauer is challenging Senator Lindsey Graham in the 2026 GOP primary. Bauer, a Trump loyalist, calls Graham a globalist, who's soft on immigration and spending, accusing him of betraying South Carolina. Despite Trump's endorsement of Graham, Bauer touts his early 2016 support for Trump and his America First credentials. With Republicans dominating South Carolina, this primary could be a fierce MAGA showdown. Who's got your vote? From the Daily Beast, Obama and Bush unite in rare move against Trump. Former presidents Obama and Bush team up to blast Trump's decision to gut the U.S. Agency for International Development. Trump's administration slashed 90% of USAID's contracts, folding it into a new America First State Department program. Elon Musk's efficiency push led to USAID's workforce dropping from 10,000 to just 300, risking millions of lives, says a Lancet study. Obama calls it a tragedy. Bush says it weakens America's heart. The White House insists it's about self-reliance. Who's right? From CBS News, is Trump really close to securing an Israel-Hamas ceasefire for Gaza? President Trump claims Israel's ready for a 60-day ceasefire, with Hamas urging the group to accept the deal. Israeli sources say it's just a framework, not a done deal, while Hamas demands a full end to the war and Israeli withdrawal. Far-right Israeli ministers may block the deal, complicating Netanyahu's upcoming meeting with Trump. Meanwhile, Gaza's humanitarian crisis worsens, with 640 civilians reportedly killed seeking aid. Is peace within reach? From NBC News. Could an Elon Musk third party disrupt American politics? Elon Musk is threatening to launch a new America Party after clashing with Trump over a $3.3 trillion spending bill. Musk wants a party focused on slashing national debt, calling both parties a Porky Pig party. With growing independent voters, Musk's Wealth and X platform could fuel a third-party push, but experts say it's a tough road. Trump fired back, threatening Musk's businesses. Could this spark a political revolution or just fizzle out? From The Federalist. Not everyone with U.S. citizenship is actually an American. A 1940 pamphlet says being American means loving the nation, its constitution, and shared values, not just holding citizenship. It warns against hyphenated Americanism, urging immigrants to fully embrace a unified American identity. The article claims figures like New York City's new mayor Zohran Mamdani, a naturalized citizen, isn't American due to his socialist views. Critics argue this view risks division, but the piece calls for enforcing loyalty to American principles. Is citizenship enough? And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From CNN. If Trump loses his tariff lawsuit, America may have to refund businesses more than $200 billion. A federal appeals court ruled Trump's use of emergency powers for tariffs on countries like China, India, and Brazil is illegal. Plans to appeal to the Supreme Court, warning a loss could devastate the economy, but businesses have paid over $210 billion in these tariffs. If upheld, refunds could be issued, though the process might require claims or lawsuits, and it could increase government borrowing and inflation risks. Experts say tariffs might stay in place during appeals, but a final loss means stopping collections and potential economic ripple effects. From Fox News. Nobody's in control, as chaotic street takeovers terrorize cities across U.S., crime expert. Street takeovers are surging across U.S. cities, with vehicles blocking roads, doing stunts, and causing fear among residents. Expert Peter Moskos says these events are dangerous, disrupt quality of life, and make it seem like no one's in control of public order. Recent incidents in LA, Tampa, Boston, and more led to arrests, vehicle seizures, and citations, but social media fuels the trend. Solutions include political crackdowns, cultural shifts, and physical barriers to deter participants and restore safety. From Newsweek, Trump's tariff gamble could trigger a $500 billion Treasury crisis. Opinion. The appeals court ruled against Trump's emergency power for tariffs, setting up a Supreme Court battle that could force over $500 billion in refunds with interest. Trump warns a loss could spark a Great Depression-like crisis as tariffs affect trillions in trade without clear congressional approval. Refunds would require massive borrowing, potentially spiking yields and stressing already weak Treasury markets amid deficits. A ruling could challenge other tariffs too, creating broader fiscal issues and market panic amplified by Trump's warnings. From USA Today. Why is Trump moving Space Command headquarters to Alabama? Inside the decision. President Trump is relocating U.S. Space Command headquarters from Colorado Springs to Huntsville, Alabama, reversing Biden's decision. Huntsville, known as Rocket City, hosts NASA and defense firms aligning with the Air Force's original preference for the site. The command handles space operations like satellite defense and missile warnings, separate from Space Force. Alabama leaders celebrate jobs and investment, while Colorado officials criticize it as wasteful and risky to national security. From MSNBC, Jeanine Pirro wants all violent teens off Washington, D.C.'s street, except one. U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro, tough on D.C. juvenile crime, let a 19-year-old convicted of armed carjacking walk free despite probation violations. The teen posted with a rifle online, but Pirro's office stopped prosecuting unlicensed long gun carrying, leading to probation termination. This contrasts with conservative views on crime versus guns amid debates after a Minneapolis church shooting killing children. Critics say it ignores gun prevalence and violence, while Pirro focuses on intent over instruments in prosecutions. From the Mirror US, ABC's David Muir fans fume. Where's the proof as he drops breaking Donald Trump news? ABC's David Muir reported President Trump's announcement of a U.S. military strike on a Venezuelan boat in the Caribbean. Trump said the vessel carried drugs for the U.S., killing 11 alleged gang members from Venezuela's Tren de Aragua. Fans questioned the proof of drugs, calling it aggressive and wondering why not intercept via Coast Guard instead. Comments highlighted potential environmental harm and execution without arrest, sparking uproar over the escalation. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From Fox News, Democrats should shut down the government rather than fund Trump's mafia takeover, New York Times columnist argues. New York Times columnist Ezra Klein argues on his podcast that Democrats should face a government shutdown to oppose President Trump. With funding expiring this month, Klein says Trump is corrupting the government like the mafia, using it for personal power and enrichment. He claims Democrats would be complicit if they fund it, though he admits a shutdown might not succeed but is better than inaction. Senate Republicans need Democratic votes to pass funding by October 1st amid ongoing debates. From CNN, Trump's crackdown on homeless residents in the nation's capital has them on the run. President Trump's law enforcement surge in D.C. has cleared over 50 homeless encampments since August, but without promised shelters or services. Residents like Jeff Paget are fleeing to Virginia woods at night to avoid harassment, constantly moving and hiding. Advocates say it's causing exhaustion, fear, and disruption to services, calling it political theater without long-term solutions. The White House claims it's making D.C. safer, while the city added shelter beds, but many homeless avoid them due to past traumas. From the Washington Post, it's not just Trump. Red states are cracking down on their own blue cities. In Mississippi, Republicans created a state-run court in Jackson to handle crime backlogs, appointing judges and prosecutors over the majority black Democratic city. Similar moves in Texas, Louisiana, Missouri, Georgia, and Indiana include deploying state troops and taking over local police or prosecutors. Critics say it's diverting resources from local control despite falling crime, creating unequal systems and reducing accountability. Polls show Republican support for such interventions, while experts warn of long-term impacts on community trust. From USA Today, Amy Coney Barrett says, "I'm nobody's justice." That includes Trump. Supreme Court Justice Amy Coney Barrett declares she's independent, not aligned with Trump, surprising both supporters and critics. In her new book, Interview, she emphasizes decisions are based on law, not politics, countering public skepticism about the court. As the only mother of school-age kids on the court, her experiences inform cases on education and tech, boosting compassion. She rejects being called a swing vote, focuses on long-term precedents, and defends court rulings on presidential power. From Newsweek, Russia responds to Trump's sanctions threat. President Trump threatens next phase sanctions on Russia over Ukraine, including tariffs on trading partners if no peace deal soon. Russia's Dmitry Peskov calls sanctions useless and ineffective after 4 years, blaming Ukraine and allies for escalation. Amid Russia's largest aerial attack hitting a Ukrainian government building, Zelensky urges stronger sanctions and actions. Key issues remain territory and security. India faces U.S. tariffs for Russian oil buys, while China provides economic support. From the Associated Press, Appeals Court upholds E. Jean Carroll's $83.3 million defamation judgment against President Trump. A federal appeals court upholds an $83.3 million defamation award to E. Jean Carroll against President Trump for his social media attacks. Trump denied Carroll's 1990s sexual assault claim, calling it a hoax. Juries found him liable for assault and defamation. The court rejects Trump's arguments for a new trial or reduced damages, calling his attacks extraordinary and egregious. Carroll's attorney welcomes the ruling, affirming her truthfulness. Trump sought immunity but was denied. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From CNN, Venezuela's Maduro wrote to Trump after U.S. strike on alleged drug boat. Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro sent a letter to Donald Trump just days after a U.S. strike on a boat accused of drug trafficking, killing 11 Venezuelans. In the letter, Maduro denies any involvement in narco-trafficking, calls the claims fake news, and offers direct talks with U.S. envoy Richard Grenell. The U.S. has accused Maduro of ties to cartels and deployed warships to combat drugs, while Venezuela responds with military exercises and claims of regime change attempts. Maduro shares data claiming Venezuela is drug-free and invites dialogue for peace. Trump says, "We'll see what happens." From Fox News, teen who sacrificed his life stopping school shooter could be declared a saint by Catholic Church. In 2019, 18-year-old Kendrick Castillo charged a school shooter at STEM School Highlands Ranch, sacrificing his life to save classmates. His heroic act helped subdue the attackers, preventing more deaths. Now, the Catholic Church is considering him for sainthood under the Offering of Life category. Known for faith, Castillo carried a rosary, volunteered at church, and attended funerals to pray for strangers. Prosecutors and parishioners praise his courage. The Diocese of Colorado Springs has opened his cause for canonization. From Popular Mechanics, scientists found 7,000-year-old mummies in the desert that don't share DNA with modern humans. Scientists analyzed DNA from 7,000-year-old mummies of female herders found in Libya's Takarkari rock shelter during the Green Sahara era. Surprisingly, their ancestry is from an unknown North African lineage isolated from sub-Saharan groups, with ties to 15,000-year-old Moroccan foragers. They have less Neanderthal DNA than non-Africans, but more than nearby sub-Saharan peoples, plus traces of a Levant farmer admixture. This suggests pastoralism spread via cultural exchange, not migration, due to diverse habitats limiting interactions. From USA Today, Howard Stern addresses longtime friend Jimmy Kimmel's suspension. Radio host Howard Stern is outraged over ABC's suspension of his friend Jimmy Kimmel after comments on Charlie Kirk's death and Trump's reaction. Stern calls it government pressure via the FCC, violating free speech, and plans to cancel his Disney Plus subscription and boycott. Kimmel mocked attempts to mischaracterize the suspect. FCC Chair Brendan Carr threatened action, leading to the suspension. Late-night hosts, stars, and even Senator Ted Cruz criticized the move, warning of dangers to democracy. From the Wall Street Journal, some Republicans warn of government overreach on free speech. Following Charlie Kirk's shooting, Trump's administration pressures media, suspending Jimmy Kimmel and targeting critics, sparking conservative concerns. Senator Ted Cruz warns government threats to ban media could backfire on conservatives, calling FCC Chair Carr's comments mafia-like. AG Bondi initially vowed to target hate speech, later clarifying only violent threats. Conservatives like Rand Paul and Ben Shapiro call it overreach. Trump designates Antifa a terrorist group. Figures like Megyn Kelly and Thomas Massie criticize as antithetical to the First Amendment. From MSNBC, Maddow blog, after forcing out disobedient prosecutor, Trump's new nominee makes matters worse. Trump pressured U.S. Attorney Eric Siebert to prosecute foes like Letitia James and James Comey without evidence, then fired him for refusing. Siebert, a Trump nominee with bipartisan support, resigned after the president demanded his ouster, calling him a woke rhino. Trump's replacement nominee is Lindsey Halligan, his former lawyer in the document case, with no prosecutorial experience. Background in insurance law. This escalates the abuse scandal. Halligan also leads anti-Smithsonian efforts, facing Senate confirmation amid calls for impeachment-level scrutiny. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From CNN, Trump bypasses Congress to cancel nearly $5 billion in foreign aid. President Trump just pulled a rare move, notifying Congress to cancel $4.9 billion in approved foreign aid using a pocket rescission, the first in nearly 50 years since Jimmy Carter. The cuts target USAID development aid, peacekeeping, and democracy programs, aligning with Trump's America First agenda, as Secretary Rubio called it, woke and weaponized spending. But it's sparking bipartisan backlash. Democrats call it illegal theft of funds, and even Republican Senator Susan Collins says it's a violation of the Impoundment Act per GAO rulings. With a funding deadline looming on September 30th, This could complicate shutdown talks, triggering a 45-day pause that might let the money lapse without Congress acting. From Fox News, who is Kilmar Abrego Garcia and why does he matter? Meet Kilmar Abrego Garcia, a Salvadoran in Maryland, turned symbol in the immigration debate. Deported to El Salvador's mega prison despite protections, now back facing smuggling charges. DHS says he's an MS-13 member, validated by police in 2019 with a 2022 traffic stop revealing 9 undocumented men in his van, suspected human trafficking plus past domestic violence claims. But Garcia denies gang ties, got withholding of removal in 2019 fearing rival gangs, and courts ordered his return after the administrative error deportation, now charged in Tennessee, released but detained again. Left-wing activists rally for him as a due process fight against endless deportation battles, while critics see it as endless litigation letting criminals stay. His case could set precedents for Trump's term. From the Associated Press, Governor Gretchen Whitmer calls special election for state Senate seat that could split Michigan chamber. After nearly 9 months of criticism, Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer finally called a special election for the vacant 35th State Senate District, primary February 3rd, general May 5th, 2026. The seat, held by Democrat Kristen McDonald Rivet until she went to Congress, covers Saginaw and Bay City, a Democratic stronghold shifting right, leaving 270,000 residents unrepresented amid budget fights. Republicans slammed the delay as denying voters' rights. Even some Democrats urged action. A resident lawsuit pressured Whitmer, who dodged explanations but now sets dates amid calls for her presidential run. A GOP win could tie the Senate at 19-19, letting Republicans block bills or force lieutenant governor tiebreakers, key in Whitmer's final term, with only 12 bills passed this year due to gridlock. From the Daily Express, J.D. Vance's White House outburst at Zelensky finally explained as real reason emerges. Remember Vice President J.D. Vance's heated Oval Office blow-up with Ukraine's Zelensky in February. Vance now says it highlighted a real U.S.-Ukraine disagreements, not just a public spat. Vance criticized Zelensky for lacking gratitude on aid, but his real frustration: the Biden admin's billions to Ukraine without a clear endgame strategy. Zelensky thanked Trump 9 times in 1 minute recently. In a USA Today interview, Vance regrets the public drama but says it was useful. He blames Biden for no peace plan, praises ongoing U.S.-Ukraine talks for territorial integrity without full Russian conquest. Trump has slammed U.S. aid levels versus Europe's, once wrongly claiming $300 billion versus $100 billion. Vance got GOP praise like from Senator Graham, but his stance is often amid recent Russia drone strikes killing 15. From Reuters, U.S. Homeland Security Chief reports breach at FEMA, fires 23 employees. DHS Secretary Kristi Noem revealed an IT breach at FEMA, firing 23 employees, including top IT leaders, for incompetence and neglect that let hackers access the network. A routine review found severe lapses like no multi-factor authentication and unpatched vulnerabilities threatening the whole department. But no sensitive data was stolen and no citizens directly impacted. This follows a dissent letter from scores of FEMA workers warning of catastrophe risks from inexperienced Trump appointees, echoing Katrina 20 years ago. Trump plans to eliminate FEMA for direct office funding. Amid a hiring freeze through year's end as hurricane season peaks, Noem blasted staff for dishonesty and obstruction. FEMA insists it's committed to Americans, but critics see it as part of broader cuts. From NBC News, Missouri's governor calls special session to redraw congressional maps and push to boost GOP seats. Missouri Governor Mike Kehoe called a special session starting Wednesday to redraw congressional maps aiming to create more GOP-leaning districts ahead of 2026 midterms. The push backed by Trump targets the Democratic 5th District in Kansas City, held by Rep. Emanuel Cleaver, potentially flipping it for a 7-1 Republican edge. Kehoe says it reflects Missouri values over extreme left. Following Texas Governor Abbott's new maps for 5 GOP pickups, this is Trump's strategy to hold the slim House majority. Missouri's GOP-led legislature will act, but Democrats vow court challenges. The session also tackles initiative petition reform to limit citizen-led ballot measures like abortion rights. Critics call it rigging elections, while Chaos says it ensures fair representation. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. Hello everybody, and welcome to another episode of Just Some News, where we go over news articles and give an unbiased summary. Let's hop into it. From CNN, Trump's tariff and Fed chair U-turn boosts markets. President Trump's tariff threats on China and talk of firing Fed Chair Jerome Powell had markets on edge. After warnings of empty shelves, Trump met with retail CEOs and backed off firing Powell while signaling trade talks with China. The Dow jumped 678 points, S&P 500 rose 2.3%, and Nasdaq climbed 3.3%, but rebalancing trade could take years. From Fox News, outrage over California's early release of immigrant convicted in teens' deaths. California's plan to release an undocumented immigrant who killed 2 teens in a 2021 drunk driving crash has sparked outrage. Trump's border czar Tom Homan vows ICE will deport Oscar Ortega Anguiano, a repeat offender with prior convictions. Victims' families demand he stay locked up, but California's sanctuary policies may block ICE's detainer. From NBC, Trump blames Zelensky for stalling Ukraine-Russia peace talks. President Trump slammed Ukraine's Zelensky for rejecting Russia's control of Crimea, saying it's stalling peace talks. London talks collapsed after U.S. officials Rubio and Witkoff pulled out, with both sides rejecting a land for peace deal. Ukraine and Russia signal ongoing talks, but Crimea remains a major hurdle. Can peace be achieved? From the AP, Trump's election overhaul targets little-known agency. President Trump's executive order to overhaul elections targets the U.S. Election Assistance Commission. Trump wants proof of citizenship on voter registration forms, but lawsuits argue the independent agency can't be ordered to act. The agency's board meets Thursday, but changes could take years and face legal battles. From CBS, FBI reports a record $16.6 billion lost to online scams in 2024. The FBI says scammers stole a record $16.6 billion in 2024, up 33% from last year. Seniors over 60 lost $4.8 billion, with investment scams leading to $6.5 billion. Cryptocurrency was the top payment method. Ransomware rose 9%, and the true loss is likely higher as many don't report. From USA Today, poll shows Trump losing trust on economy. A Pew poll shows 59% of Americans disapprove of President Trump's economic handling as his 100-day mark nears. Confidence in his economic decisions fell from 59% to 45% since November, with 6 in 10 opposing his tariffs. While the core supporters stay loyal, swing voters are slipping, and 67% doubt he can unite the country. And that's all the news stories we have for you today, my friends. Please leave a like, comment, subscribe. It greatly helps the channel. And remember, it's not any news, just some news. Thanks for watching. From CNN, Trump files $15 billion defamation lawsuit against the New York Times. President Trump has launched a massive $15 billion defamation lawsuit against the New York Times, calling it a Democratic mouthpiece. The suit targets the Times, Penguin Random House, and reporters over a book claiming Trump squandered his fortune and fake success. Experts say it's a strategy to silence critics, but the Times vows to fight, citing no merit and First Amendment protections. Trump hails it as restoring journalism integrity amid past settlements with other outlets like ABC and CBS. From Fox News, Jonathan Isaac's new sneakers suddenly mirror Charlie Kirk's message after assassination. NBA star Jonathan Isaac is dropping his Judah 2 sneakers, featuring 6 Bible verses to promote bold Christian expression. After befriending Charlie Kirk, Isaac says the shoes now echo Kirk's message of unity for believers and patriots. Kirk's tragic assassination hits hard, but Isaac remembers him as a respectful debater who encouraged open discourse. The Sold Out Judo one inspired an upgrade. Verses like Mighty Warrior to motivate wearers in life and games. From Business Insider, Adidas, Walmart, Home Depot, and other major brands say that Trump's tariffs are pushing them to raise prices. Trump's tariffs are forcing big brands like Adidas, Walmart, and Home Depot to hike prices on everything from shoes to tools. Adidas predicts a $218 million hit, passing costs from Vietnam and Indonesia imports to U.S. shoppers. Walmart warns of unavoidable increases, while Best Buy and Nike plan surgical hikes on electronics and apparel. From cars at Ford to luxury like Ferrari, companies say uncertainty means consumers will feel the pinch soon. From The Guardian, judge dismisses two top charges against Luigi Mangione in United Healthcare CEO shooting. A judge dismissed first and second-degree murder terrorism charges against Luigi Mangione in the United Healthcare CEO shooting. Evidence was insufficient for terrorism, but Mangione still faces second-degree murder and federal charges. The ruling rejects double jeopardy claims amid politicized debates linking to Charlie Kirk's assassination. Prosecutors push forward. The case has sparked healthcare debates, with Trump seeking the death penalty federally. From USA Today, as shutdown deadline nears, Democrats have rare leverage over Trump. They're digging in. With funding expiring October 1st, Democrats are leveraging Senate rules to demand concessions from Republicans and Trump. Key issues: reversing Medicaid cuts and extending Obamacare subsidies to prevent premium hikes for millions. A shutdown would furlough workers, close parks, but essential services continue. Both sides blame the other. Amid Kirk assassination fears, extra security funding is proposed, but Democrats hold firm for healthcare wins. From The Independent, MTG calls for a national divorce and for left-leaners to split from the conservatives in wake of Charlie Kirk shooting. In the wake of conservative activist Charlie Kirk's shocking assassination at a Utah University event, Rep. Marjorie Taylor Greene dropped a bombshell on X, calling for a peaceful national divorce between red and blue America. Greene says the U.S. is too far gone and divided, claiming the left's celebration of Kirk's death proves there's nothing left to talk about. Both parties have condemned the violence, with companies firing staff for hateful posts. The 31-year-old Kirk was gunned down publicly. Suspect Tyler Robinson, 22, hails from a Republican family with no party ties. Vice President J.D. Vance echoed the divide, blaming left-wing extremism and citing stats on violence, though research shows right-wing attacks have claimed more lives. Greene urged faith over politics, warning Republicans to protect families amid the rift. As shockwaves ripple, is this the end of unity? And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From CNN, America's incredible stock market rebound could be completed today. On April 8th, stocks nearly hit a bear market, but just 80 days later, the S&P 500 soared to $6,183.64, with the Nasdaq also hitting record highs. Trump's tariffs raised fears, but trade deals with the UK and China, plus a rare earth market reopening, calmed investors. The AI boom and hopes for Fed rate cuts fuel the rally, but high valuations and debt ceiling talks could spell trouble. Will the party last? Middle East tensions and tariff risks loom. Stay tuned. From Fox News, human smugglers sentenced in horrific Texas truck deaths of 53 migrants. In June 2022, 66 migrants were trapped in a 100-degree trailer near San Antonio with no AC. Tragically, 53 died, including 6 children. Smugglers Felipe Orduna Torres got life. Armando Gonzalez Ortega got 87.5 years for their roles in this deadly smuggling attempt. The judge warned smugglers of harsh penalties. A third suspect was extradited from Guatemala to face charges. The deadliest smuggling case in U.S. history exposes the dangers of illegal crossings. From NBC News, Republican senators propose slashing size of Intel office led by Tulsi Gabbard. Senator Tom Cotton's bill aims to cut the Office of National Intelligence, led by Tulsi Gabbard, from 1,600 to 650 staff. Gabbard already reduced staff by 20%, but Cotton wants ODNI to focus on coordinating spy agencies, not duplicating their work. The plan shifts counterterrorism to the FBI and cuts centers like climate security to streamline operations. Will Trump's team back it? The bill's fate is unclear, but reform is brewing. From ABC News, Supreme Court rejects challenge to Obamacare mandate task force. In a 6-3 ruling, the Supreme Court upheld the Obamacare task force that mandates free preventative care for 150 million Americans. Christian businesses challenged the task force's power, arguing its members lack Senate oversight, but the court disagreed. Justices Thomas Alito and Gorsuch dissented, but the ruling secures free screenings and meds for millions. Health advocates celebrate, but future challenges may arise. What's next? From CBS News, Trump praises Supreme Court ruling on nationwide injunctions. The Supreme Court curbed federal judges' use of nationwide injunctions in a 6-3 ruling, a win for Trump's agenda. The decision, tied to Trump's birthright citizenship order, limits courts from broadly blocking executive actions. Trump praised Justice Barrett's opinion, saying it protects democracy. Sotomayor warned it could threaten rights like gun ownership. The ruling may speed up Trump's policies, but debates over birthright citizenship continue. From the Washington Post, Supreme Court sides with religious parents seeking to opt out of LGBTQ storybooks. In a 6-3 ruling, the Supreme Court said Maryland parents can opt kids out of lessons with LGBTQ+ themed books, citing religious freedom. The case involved books like Uncle Bobby's Wedding. Parents wanted opt-outs, which the school stopped allowing. Justice Alito said schools can't force kids into lessons clashing with parents' beliefs. Sotomayor warned of public education risks. This could reshape school policies nationwide. Will more opt-outs follow? And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From Fox News, Patel and Duffy signal Charlotte train murder under federal investigation with national implications. The brutal killing of Ukrainian refugee Irina Zarutska on Charlotte's metro has FBI Director Kash Patel and Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy launching federal investigations. Patel says the FBI's been on it from day one, hinting at big updates soon, while Duffy slams the transit system's safety failures. Tied to President Trump's zero tolerance on crime, Duffy warns cities like Charlotte risk losing federal funds if they can't curb violence on trains and buses. The administration sees this as a test for accountability, emphasizing no one should fear public transport. Local cops lead, but feds are watching closely. From CNN, NATO shoots down Russian drones in Polish airspace, accusing Moscow of being absolutely reckless. Early Wednesday, NATO jets from Poland, Netherlands, Italy, and Germany shot down multiple Russian drones that violated Polish airspace during an attack on Ukraine. Polish Prime Minister Donald Tusk calls it an unprecedented violation with 19 incursions, mostly from Belarus, invoking NATO's Article 4 for urgent talks. Russia denies intent, claiming no Polish targets, but NATO's Mark Rutte labels it reckless and dangerous. Debris including Jabera drones found across eastern Poland. Allies from the US to EU denounced the escalation, with Trump reacting in surprise. Poland hit, but no injuries. Tensions rise as Russia ramps up assaults. From Bloomberg, a Berkshire heir is spending millions to stop Newsom's redistricting plan. Charles Munger Jr., heir to Berkshire Hathaway's fortune, drops $30 million to block Governor Gavin Newsom's push to revamp California's congressional districts for Democrats. Munger, a physicist and reform advocate, fights mid-decade gerrymandering as a cancer. backing the independent commission he helped create, criticizing both parties. Newsom frames it as saving democracy against Texas GOP maps, aiming for $100 million in support from donors like Moritz and Hastings. Polls show voter skepticism. With allies like Kevin McCarthy opposing, the November 4th vote could sway Congress and 2028 races. Munger vows more family funds for fair elections. From Newsweek, Democrats react as Republican majority shrinks after special election. James Walkinshaw wins the special election for Virginia's 11th district, replacing late Rep. Gerald Connolly, keeping the heavily Democratic seat blue. This flips the House to 219 Republicans and 213 Democrats, narrowing Speaker Mike Johnson's margin and complicating funding votes by September's end. DNC Chair Ken Martin hails it as overperformance against Trump's agenda. Rep. Abigail Spanberger praises Walkinshaw for honoring Connolly's legacy. More specials loom in Arizona, Texas, and Tennessee. Dem-leaning districts could shift power further as midterms approach in 2 months. From NBC News, a black man who was punched in the face by a white Florida officer asks the DOJ to investigate. William McNeil Jr., a 22-year-old black man, was punched in the face by Jacksonville officer D. Bowers during a February daylight traffic stop for alleged no headlights. Video captures McNeil refusing to exit, asking for a supervisor. Officers break the window. He pleaded guilty to resisting and a suspended license but claims excessive force. Attorneys Harry Daniels and Ben Crump demand DOJ's civil rights investigation, citing low substantiation rates for forced complaints in Jacksonville. Sheriff T.K. Waters defends the stop, saying compliance is required. State cleared officers, but McNeil never filed internally. Case now in litigation. From Fox Business, Auto Workers Union condemns Hyundai working conditions in wake of federal raid on Georgia site. A federal raid detained 475 at Hyundai's Georgia EV battery site, mostly subcontractor immigrants from South Korea. UAW condemns exploitative conditions and safety lapses. Union highlights 3 on-job deaths in 2 years, urging OSHA and NLRB probes. Blames Hyundai for cutting corners, denying unions, and relying on immigrant labor. UAW stands with all workers against militarized crackdowns. Detainees to be released per U.S.-South Korea deal. But union says corporations, not workers, are the issue. Hyundai prioritizes safety across supply chains, vowing better oversight. Raid underscores tensions in auto industry's push for green manufacturing. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From Fox News, Auburn coach Bruce Pearl says Charlie Kirk was assassinated because they couldn't beat him in tribute. Auburn basketball coach Bruce Pearl paid an emotional tribute to conservative activist Charlie Kirk, assassinated on Wednesday, calling him a man of faith leading a revival among young conservatives. Pearl said Kirk's opponents turned violent because they couldn't defeat him in debates on faith, family, and history, stating they couldn't beat him, so they killed him. Pearl emphasized Kirk's legacy will live on through his followers, despite his unique gifts being irreplaceable. Suspect Tyler Robinson was arrested in Utah. Pearl concluded that no one could match Kirk, and he'll be sorely missed amid rising political tensions. From CNN, NATO launches Eastern Sentry operation in response to Russian drone incursions. NATO has launched Eastern Sentry to bolster Europe's eastern defenses after a Russian drone incursion into Polish airspace this week, announced Secretary General Mark Rutte. The operation involves assets from Denmark, France, UK, Germany, and others, including F-16s, Rafales, and Eurofighters, to counter increasing Russian recklessness. Polish Prime Minister Donald Tusk called it an intentional attack, not a mistake, with up to 21 drones involved. US President Trump suggested it might be accidental, but NATO vows to defend every inch. Modeled after Baltic Sentry, it covers from the high north to the Mediterranean, with ongoing assessments of Russia's actions. From USA Today, Charlie Kirk shooting suspect Tyler Robinson arrested, widow vows to fight. 22-year-old Tyler Robinson was arrested for the fatal shooting of conservative activist Charlie Kirk during a Utah event, facing aggravated murder charges after confessing to relatives. Kirk's widow, Erica, vowed in a tearful live stream to continue his mission of patriotism and faith, saying his death has ignited a stronger movement. Authorities recovered a rifle with engraved casings referencing memes and anti-fascist lyrics. Neighbors described Robinson as quiet, smart, and from a church-going family. President Trump announced the arrest and plans to attend Kirk's funeral in Arizona as investigations reveal Robinson's growing political views. From Bloomberg, ICE agents shoot man in Chicago area as officer injured. An ICE officer shot and killed a man during a vehicle stop in Franklin Park near Chicago after he dragged the officer while fleeing, leaving the officer injured but stable. The man was not legally in the U.S. and resisted arrest, per DHS, which praised the officer's actions amid Operation Midway Blitz targeting criminal immigrants. This escalates tensions with Illinois' Democratic leaders like Governor J.B. Pritzker, who called it troubling, while President Trump has criticized Chicago's handling of crime. Trump considered deploying National Guard to Chicago, but opted for Memphis instead, following legal hurdles and similar California deployments. From Raw Story, I don't want to talk about it. Trump warns U.S. to pay trillions if he doesn't get his way. President Trump avoided detailing plans if courts overturn his tariffs, saying on Fox, I don't want to talk about it, but warned a loss would cost the U.S. trillions. Tariffs, key to boosting U.S. manufacturing, were ruled unlawful by a federal court. The Supreme Court will hear the case in November, which Trump calls historic. Resumed in August, tariffs have led to higher prices, slowed job growth, and rising inflation, with public support dropping to 40% per recent polls. 77% of Americans believe tariffs raise short-term costs as opposition grows despite Trump's claims of an economic boom. From the Associated Press, California lawmakers passed bill barring authorities from wearing face masks. California lawmakers passed a bill banning most law enforcement, including federal agents, from wearing face masks during operations, responding to masked ICE raids in Los Angeles. The bill prohibits ski masks and similar coverings, with exceptions for undercover work or medical masks, amid fears of racial profiling and public panic. Governor Gavin Newsom has until next month to sign it. Supporters cite no interference with duties, while critics say it endangers officers facing harassment. Similar proposals are in other states and Congress, as Trump officials defend masks for agent safety in contentious immigration enforcement. From Fox News, WNBA stars All-Star Game message on pay increase draws social media reaction. At the 2025 WNBA All-Star Game in Indianapolis, players, including sideline star Caitlin Clark, wore t-shirts reading, "Pay us what you owe us," during warm-ups, signaling frustration in ongoing contract talks. The Women's National Basketball Players Association, led by Nneka Ogwumike, praised the unity, saying it's key to pushing for higher salaries as the league's $2.2 billion media deal looms. Commissioner Kathy Engelbert remains optimistic about a transformational deal before the current agreement expires on October 31st, despite the league reportedly losing $40 million in 2024. The message sparked mixed reactions online, with some fans supporting the players and others questioning the league's finances. Will they reach a deal? From CNN, DHS Secretary blames New York City officials' sanctuary city policies for shooting of off-duty Border Patrol agent. An off-duty Border Patrol agent was shot in the face and arm during an apparent robbery in New York City's Riverside Park. The 42-year-old, now stable, exchanged gunfire with the suspect. Miguel Mora, a 21-year-old undocumented immigrant with a criminal history, was arrested after arriving at a hospital with gunshot wounds. His alleged accomplice was also detained. DHS Secretary Kristi Noem blamed New York City's sanctuary city policies, claiming they allowed Mora, previously arrested multiple times, to remain free. Mayor Eric Adams denied responsibility. The incident has fueled debate over sanctuary policies, with federal charges expected and calls for policy changes growing. The agent is expected to recover. From NBC News, Breonna Taylor's family is heartbroken over one-day sentence recommendation for ex-cop. Breonna Taylor's family is outraged after the DOJ recommended just 1 day in prison for ex-cop Brett Hankinson, convicted of violating her rights in a 2020 botched raid. Hankinson fired 10 bullets blindly into Taylor's home, though none hit her. The DOJ says he poses no public threat, but Taylor's family calls it an insult. Taylor's mother, Tamika Palmer, and her lawyers, including Ben Crump, urged the judge to impose a tougher sentence, arguing it sets a dangerous precedent. With sentencing set for Monday in Louisville, the family hopes the judge will deliver justice for Breonna. Will the court agree? From The Guardian, Jeffrey Epstein accuser urged FBI to investigate Trump decades ago. Maria Farmer, who accused Jeffrey Epstein of assault in 1996, told the FBI to investigate Donald Trump, citing an unsettling 1995 encounter at Epstein's office. Farmer, then in her 20s, said Trump stared at her legs and Epstein told him, "She's not here for you." She reported no further issues with Trump. Farmer's claim could appear in unreleased Epstein files, stirring controversy as Trump faces backlash for blocking their release, despite denying wrongdoing. The White House insists Trump ended his Epstein ties years ago. Will these files change the narrative around their past connection? From the Associated Press, the latest, Harvard heads to court in $2.6 billion lawsuit against Trump administration. Harvard is suing the Trump administration, claiming it illegally cut $2.6 billion in funding, threatening the university's research on cancer and veterans. In court, Harvard argued the cuts violated its First Amendment rights tied to demands from an anti-Semitism task force. The government denies retaliation. Judge Allison Burroughs questioned the government's lack of evidence for the cuts. A ruling is expected soon, which could restore Harvard's funding. Even with a $53 billion endowment, Harvard says it can't fully self-fund. Will the court side with the university or the administration? From the Gateway Pundit, establishment Democrats are plotting ways to stop Zohran Mamdani. Far-left candidate Zohran Mamdani's win in New York City's mayoral primary has some Democrats worried, fearing he's too extreme and a GOP target. Former Governor Andrew Cuomo and Mayor Eric Adams, running as independents, are seen as moderates who could split the vote, potentially handing Mamdani the win. Leaders like Schumer and Hochul face pressure to pick a side, with some calling Mamdani a Marxist and others warning of a fractured party. Strategists say only one independent must drop out to stop Mamdani. Will Democrats unite before the general election? And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From CNN, why Jamie Dimon is warning of cockroaches in the U.S. economy. JP Morgan CEO Jamie Dimon warns that recent bankruptcies in subprime auto loans and auto parts suppliers might signal bigger issues, like cockroaches hiding more problems. Tricolor Holdings, a subprime lender, went bust last month amid risky loans and high living costs, even hitting JP Morgan with $170 million in losses. The first brands filed for bankruptcy over opaque off-balance sheet financing and alleged double-dipping on invoices, echoing Lehman Brothers tactics. Dimon says these could be early signs of systemic trouble as the economy slows, especially with tariffs adding stress, reminding us of 2008's hidden dangers. From Fox News, ICE reveals disturbing details after agency rescued 3-year-old abducted to Mexico. ICE rescued a 3-year-old Alabama girl kidnapped by her mother, Haley Harris, who fled to Mexico with the child. Harris took the girl through Pensacola, Atlanta, San Diego, Tijuana, and Mexico City over 12 days before authorities located them. During the ordeal, Harris contacted her boyfriend, Pedro Pedraza Trejo, a deported Mexican national charged with child rape and molestation 193 times. Harris was extradited and faces international parental kidnapping charges. The child is safely back home thanks to U.S.-Mexican cooperation. From NBC News, Obama endorses Abigail Spanberger in Virginia's race for governor. Former President Obama endorses Democrat Abigail Spanberger against Republican Winsome Earl Sears in Virginia's key governor election. In digital ads, Obama highlights the economy and abortion rights, saying Republicans raise costs for families and attack women's rights. Spanberger leads in polls, has outspent her opponent, and history favors her party out of power, though turnout in off-year elections is tough. Other Dems like Pete Buttigieg and Andy Bashar are campaigning too, as this race signals 2026 midterms vibes post-Trump's win. From the Associated Press, a former security guard at the U.S. Embassy in Norway is convicted of spying for Russia and Iran. A 28-year-old Norwegian ex-security guard at the U.S. Embassy in Oslo was convicted of spying for Russia and Iran, sentenced to over 3 years. He shared diplomat details, floor plans, and security routines, motivated by U.S. ties to Israel and the Gaza war, per prosecutors. He admitted facts but denied guilt. Defense says info was worthless, like a janitor's access, and questions the espionage definition. This is the second UIT university-linked spy case. Norway, bordering Russia, has tightened entries since Ukraine invasion. From the Washington Post, new English exam sidelines 6,000 truckers testing U.S. supply chain. Over 6,000 commercial truckers pulled off roads since June for failing English proficiency tests under new Trump admin rules. Tests ask basics like where are you going? No data links language to accidents, but DOT says it's for safety, citing a fatal crash. California loses $40 million in funding for non-compliance. Texas pulled 500 plus drivers. Industry fears shortages, especially among Latino drivers. Schools now teach mock tests. Advocates worry about bias, while drivers say GPS handles navigation, not chit-chat. From USA Today, Chicago judge orders ICE to wear body cams after clash with protesters, reports say. A Chicago federal judge ordered ICE agents to use body cameras following clashes with protesters during Operation Midway Blitz. Agents used tear gas and non-lethal weapons on Southeast Side residents. Judge concerned after photos showed weapons pointed at unarmed youth. This follows a temporary ban on non-lethal force without warnings. The op targets criminal immigrants, but critics say it harms innocents. DHS defends actions, calling one protester a thug, arrested for assault. Order aims to cool tensions in the crackdown. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From CNN, South Korea just learned a deep lesson about dealing with Donald Trump. Imagine stealing a $350 billion deal with the US only to face a massive immigration raid weeks later. That's what happened to South Korea under Trump. Nearly 500 agents stormed a Hyundai LG battery plant in Georgia, arresting 475 people, mostly South Korean nationals on questionable visas. South Korean officials called it a slap in the face, with workers treated like criminals despite promises to boost US jobs. This could chill foreign investments as companies rethink deals with unpredictable US policies. From Fox News, Chicago Democrat warns history will prove party wrong on crime as officials reject Trump's help. Chicago Alderman Raymond Lopez blasts fellow Democrats for ignoring crime and rejecting Trump's help. He warns that far-left leaders like Governor Pritzker and Mayor Johnson are whitewashing stats, even as homicides persist. While crime is down, homicides by 30%, shootings by 40%, Lopez says any violence is too much and urges a centrist shift. Democrats resist federal troops in blue cities, but Lopez predicts history will judge them harshly. From Macon Telegraph, thousands cancel migration to U.S., report. Trump's strict immigration policies are reversing migrant flows, with a 97% drop in northward movement. Over 14,000, mostly Venezuelans, have turned back from Colombia, Panama, and Costa Rica, citing barriers and deportation fears. Aid cuts have scaled back services, leaving migrants vulnerable to exploitation and trafficking. Half plan to return to Venezuela, but UN officials warn of risks without support. From Bloomberg, Trump's Chicago crackdown starts with Midway Blitz by ICE. Trump's immigration enforcement ramps up with Operation Midway Blitz targeting Chicago and Illinois. DHS blames sanctuary policies. Governor Pritzker calls it fear-mongering, not crime-fighting. Thousands protested as agents began arrests, with no prior notice to local leaders. Trump threatens National Guard deployment, highlighting weekend violence to push his agenda. From USA Today, what is Trump's approval rating? Polls show how Americans feel about inflation. Newsom. Trump's approval hovers at minus 6.1 points, lower than most modern presidents in their first year. Polls show steady but negative ratings, dipping amid controversies like Epstein. Inflation and economy top voters' concerns, with Trump's handling at minus 30 net approval. Meanwhile, Newsom's 2028 support surges to 25%, leading Democrats. From LA Times, Bonta disappointed by Supreme Court ruling on LA immigration raids. California AG Rob Bonta slams a Supreme Court ruling allowing ICE to use race and occupation in stops. The The decision lifts restrictions on profiling in LA area raids, backed by Justice Kavanaugh. Bonta calls it unconstitutional, violating protections against unreasonable searches. He criticizes the court's emergency docket for lacking transparency. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From Fox News, Oklahoma college student says he was scolded by faculty for wearing Trump hat during Charlie Kirk tribute. An Oklahoma State University student, Josh Wilson, gave a tribute to slain conservative activist Charlie Kirk during a student government meeting, wearing a Turning Point USA hat Kirk had given him. Wilson praised Kirk's impact on campus dialogue and free speech, without mentioning politics or endorsing candidates. Later, a faculty member reprimanded him, saying the hat violated nonpartisan rules and could trigger some people due to differing lived experiences. Wilson defended it as free expression. The university affirmed its commitment to free speech, stating no official policy restricts partisan expression. From CNN, last of 10 New Orleans escapees captured after nearly 5 months following standoff with Atlanta police. The final prisoner from a group of 10 who escaped a New Orleans jail in May has been caught in Atlanta after a tense standoff. Derek Groves, convicted of 2 murders during Mardi Gras 2018, was hiding in a crawlspace. Gas was deployed to flush him out. The escape involved tampering with cell doors and cutting through walls, leaving a mocking message behind. Multi-agency collaboration led to his arrest. Groves faces life in prison plus escape charges. All escapees are now in custody at Angola Penitentiary. From the Daily Beast, Pope Leo ramps up his Trump feud with order to American bishops. Pope Leo, the first American-born pope, met U.S. bishops and urged them to speak strongly against Trump's hardline immigration policies. He was moved by letters from migrants fearing deportation and family separation under the administration's enforcement. This escalates Leo's criticism, questioning if such measures align with Catholic pro-life principles, drawing White House backlash. Leo has also supported Gaza and Ukraine, distancing from MAGA views, while Trump officials defend deporting criminal immigrants as fulfilling promises. From Newsweek, more than 30 Christians beheaded, church burned. Report. Over 30 Christians were beheaded in Mozambique last month, with churches and homes torched in northern provinces, per a MEMRI report. Islamic State Mozambique province claimed raids on villages, burning over 100 homes and multiple churches in attacks from September 23rd through 30th. The group aims to establish an Islamic State. Mozambique ranks high for Christian persecution, with extremists targeting believers. President Chapo says security has improved, but threats persist. International aid and military efforts continue to combat extremism. From The Atlantic, the civil-military crisis is here. The article warns of a civil-military crisis as Trump seeks control over the military alongside intelligence and justice systems. Despite firings, top officers remain loyal to the Constitution, but Trump wants to use troops against domestic issues like cities he calls war zones. Actions like deploying forces to U.S. cities or against narco-terrorists raise legality concerns. Courts have blocked some moves. Senior leaders urged to resist illegal orders. The piece stresses military neutrality to protect democracy amid potential confrontations. From NBC News, FBI fires special agents who worked on Jack Smith's probe into Trump. The FBI fired at least 3 agents linked to Jack Smith's investigation into Trump, including classified documents and election interference cases. These agents were part of a precursor probe that obtained congressional phone toll records following DOJ policies. New FBI Director Kash Patel confirmed firings, dismantling the corruption unit involved. Some see it as chilling for agents. Smith's report detailed Trump's role in January 6 and false election claims. Firings amid government shutdown raised concerns over bureau independence. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From Fox News, former Biden advisor admits failure to address border crisis reality led to Trump's re-election. Former Biden border advisor Blas Nunez Neto says the administration's failure to tackle the border crisis helped Trump win re-election. Nunez Neto called the surge in illegal crossings a crisis and pointed to a lack of resources and delayed policies as key issues. He admits by the time Biden worked on bipartisan immigration reform, it was too late, tangled in election politics. Nunez Neto urges Congress to create a system balancing legal immigration and strict enforcement to avoid future crisis. From CNN, powerful Israeli strikes rock Damascus as Syrian forces clash with Druze militias. Israel launched heavy strikes on Damascus, targeting Syrian government sites as clashes between Syrian forces and Druze militias intensify. At least 3 were killed and 34 injured, with Syria condemning the attacks as a dangerous escalation. Israel says it's protecting the Druze minority, but tensions rise as a ceasefire with the Druze remains uncertain. Netanyahu warns Israeli Druze not to cross into Syria as the U.S. expresses concerns over the strikes. From Newsweek, Donald Trump disapproval rating hits record high. A new poll shows President Trump's disapproval rating at a record 55%, with only 41% approving his performance. Backlash over the Epstein case, where no client list was found, fuels public distrust, with 79% wanting full disclosure. Support among Democrats and independents has dropped sharply, while Republicans remain steady. This could impact Trump and the GOP as the 2026 midterms approach. From USA Today, President Trump says he doesn't understand fascination with pretty boring Epstein case. President Trump calls the Jeffrey Epstein case boring and questions the public's fascination with it. Despite his stance, top Republicans and MAGA voices demand the Justice Department release all Epstein files. House Speaker Mike Johnson joins calls for transparency, breaking from Trump's dismissive tone. The DOJ says no client list exists, and Epstein's death was ruled a but public skepticism persists. From WIVB Buffalo, Trump tells GOP lawmakers he will likely fire Powell soon. President Trump told GOP lawmakers he may soon fire Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell, sparking market concerns. The S&P 500 fell after reports of Trump's plans, fueled by his frustration over Powell's refusal to cut interest rates. Trump later called firing Powell unlikely unless fraud is proven, but tensions remain high. Legal challenges could arise if Trump moves to oust Powell before his term ends in May. From the Post-Millennial, former Spokane City Council president federally indicted for riot against ICE facility in Washington. Former Spokane City Council president Ben Stuckert faces federal charges for a riot at an ICE facility in June. Stuckert allegedly rallied others to block an ICE bus, with co-defendants accused of slashing tires and assaulting officers. 9 were indicted, with Stuckert released under strict conditions, while 2 others remain in custody. The riot, part of a wave of anti-ICE protests, trapped federal agents and detainees for hours. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From CNN, it's a scary time to be here right now. Americans stuck in Israel are desperate to get out. After Israel's attack on Iran, missile strikes shut down airspaces, canceling flights out of Tel Aviv. Families like the Mammons, visiting for a wedding, now jump between shelters dodging louder, bigger bombs. The U.S. Embassy is arranging evacuation flights to Athens, but the process is slow, prioritizing families and the elderly. For people like Noah, with anxiety, the terrifying sounds of missiles linger, pushing many to seek any way out. From Fox News, Los Angeles taxpayers to foot millions for peaceful anti-ICE protests. The protests, costing $32 million, turned violent, damaging property and requiring extensive cleanup. Over $29 million went to police response, including citywide tactical alerts after clashes with demonstrators. Arrests included a man accused of planning to harm officers with fireworks during the riots. The costs don't include potential lawsuits, leaving taxpayers to cover emergency services and repairs. From the Associated Press, GOP's food stamp plan is found to violate Senate rules. It's the latest setback for Trump's big bill. The Senate parliamentarian ruled that shifting SNAP costs to states violates chamber rules. The proposal aimed to save billions to offset $4.5 trillion in tax cuts, but critics say it would cut aid for millions. The Byrd rule blocks certain policy changes in budget bills, forcing Republicans to rethink their strategy. The broader bill, including tax cuts and spending reductions, faces more hurdles as Senate debates continue. From Newsweek, State Department starts exit flights from Israel as Trump mulls war entry. The U.S. State Department has started assisted departure flights for Americans in Israel amid escalating conflict. Israel's strikes on Iran, followed by retaliatory missile attacks, have heightened tensions in the region. The U.S. Embassy is helping citizens leave via flights, ships, or land routes to Jordan and Egypt. President Trump is meeting with advisors to decide on U.S. involvement as the situation remains volatile. From the Washington Post, U.S. warplanes strike 3 Iranian nuclear sites in sweeping attack. U.S. B-2 bombers struck 3 Iranian nuclear facilities, including the fortified Fordow site. The targets included uranium enrichment centers, escalating U.S. involvement in the Israel-Iran conflict. With thousands of U.S. troops in the region, Iran has threatened retaliation against American forces. The Pentagon has deployed additional ships and planes as the conflict's outcome remains uncertain. From The Independent, U.S. has bombed 3 nuclear sites in Iran, Trump announces. President Trump announced U.S. strikes on 3 Iranian nuclear sites, Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan. Fordow, a heavily fortified uranium enrichment site, was hit with a full payload of bombs. Iran's leaders warned of irreparable harm to the U.S., raising fears of retaliation. The strikes follow Israel's attacks on Iran, deepening the regional conflict. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From CNN, Trump administration accuses Columbia University of violating federal civil rights law by failing to protect Jewish students. The Trump administration accuses Columbia University of failing to protect Jewish students from harassment since October 2023, alleging violations of federal civil rights law. The claim cites a hostile environment for Jewish students amid protests linked to the Israel-Gaza conflict, with Columbia accused of inadequate responses to vandalism and complaints. The Department of Health and Human Services says Columbia didn't act effectively until last summer, risking federal funding if changes aren't made. Columbia insists it's committed to fighting anti-Semitism and is working with the government to address these concerns. From Newsweek, Donald Trump removes dozens of NSC officials in liquidation. President Trump is drastically cutting the National Security Council, dismissing dozens of staff and sending others back to their home agencies. Described as a liquidation, the overhaul follows the removal of NSC head Mike Waltz after a messaging scandal, with Marco Rubio now acting advisor. Staff were given 30 minutes to clear out as Trump aims to shrink the federal government's size and scope. Critics question if this slimmed-down NSC can still function effectively. What's next for national security? From Fox News, New Orleans police make another arrest in ongoing jail escape investigation. New Orleans police arrested Emmett Weber, accused of helping inmates escape from Orleans Parish Jail on May 16th. Weber is one of several suspects charged with aiding escapees, with 5 of the 10 fugitives still at large. The escapees face serious charges like murder and weapons violations, and authorities warn they're armed and dangerous. Police are urging the public to stay vigilant as the manhunt continues. From Bloomberg, Trump signs orders to revive U.S. leadership in nuclear power. President Trump signed orders to boost U.S. nuclear power, aiming to build new reactors and revive the industry. The plan targets small, innovative reactors and large-scale projects to meet rising energy demands from AI and data centers. Trump wants 10 new reactors by 2030 and faster approvals. but some worry about regulatory risks and costs. Can the US reclaim its nuclear lead over China and Russia? Stay tuned. From the Associated Press, Defense Secretary Hegseth, bedeviled by leaks, orders more restrictions on press at Pentagon. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth is tightening press access at the Pentagon after embarrassing leaks citing national security. Reporters now need escorts in key areas and new badges. Moves from the Pentagon Press Association calls an attack on press freedom. Leaks about military plans and a messaging scandal prompted the restrictions, raising tensions with the media. Will these rules protect secrets or limit transparency? The debate heats up. From USA Today, illegal border crossings have plunged. DHS still says it needs billions to build a wall. DHS is requesting $45.6 billion for a border wall, despite illegal crossings dropping to 8,400 in April from 129,000 last year. Secretary Noem claims the border is the most secure ever, but says vulnerable areas need more fencing and tech. Senate Republicans question the high cost, with estimates suggesting far less is needed for the 1,950-mile border. As Congress debates, will the wall get funded or scrapped? Stay tuned. From CNN, Vance says those who celebrate Charlie Kirk's death should face consequences as he ramps up criticism of the left. Vice President J.D. Vance says those celebrating Charlie Kirk's assassination should face consequences like job loss, arguing free speech doesn't shield offensive actions. Vance told Fox News that universities could lose funding if professors cheer Kirk's death, emphasizing civil society's role in accountability. The Trump administration plans to target groups like Antifa, labeling them as terrorist organizations for alleged left-wing violence. Critics warned this could stifle dissent, while Vance calls for lowering political tensions but urges the left to reflect. From Fox News, lawmaker who tied Kirk to domestic terrorism facing expulsion calls amid politician blowback nationwide. West Virginia delegate Anitra Hamilton faces expulsion calls after posts calling Charlie Kirk's rhetoric racist and akin to domestic terrorism. Hamilton's deleted posts compared Kirk to a train-stabbing suspect, sparking outrage from Republicans like Rep. Riley Moore. Other officials like a Pennsylvania mayor also faced criticism for comments implying Kirk's death was justified. Expulsion requires a tough vote, but the debate highlights tensions over free speech and political violence. From The Independent, Tucker Carlson says Trump administration is using Charlie Kirk's killing to trample First Amendment. Tucker Carlson accuses the Trump administration of using Charlie Kirk's death to push hate speech laws threatening free speech. Carlson called Kirk a free speech champion, warning against laws that could control thought, urging civil disobedience. Attorney General Pam Bondi's comments on targeting hate speech drew backlash, later softened after criticism. The debate grows as officials vow to punish those mocking Kirk's death, raising First Amendment concerns. From CBS News, Trump announces he's designating Antifa as a major terrorist organization. President Trump announced plans to designate Antifa a terrorist organization, citing links to political violence. The move follows Charlie Kirk's murder, with Trump vowing to investigate those funding the loosely organized group. Trump called Antifa a radical left disaster on Truth Social, but legal implications remain unclear. Federal law lacks a clear process for labeling domestic groups as terrorists, sparking debate over enforcement. From USA Today, was Jimmy Kimmel fired? Here's the status after ABC preempts late-night talk show. ABC has indefinitely suspended Jimmy Kimmel Live after comments Kimmel made about Charlie Kirk's murder. Kimmel criticized Trump supporters, prompting Trump to claim the show was canceled, though it's only paused. Nexstar, a major ABC affiliate, dropped the show, calling Kimmel's remarks offensive to the national discourse. FCC Chair Brendan Carr criticized late-night shows, as Kimmel's contract runs until May 2026. From Reuters, Trump asks U.S. Supreme Court to allow firing of Fed Governor Lisa Cook. Trump's administration asked the Supreme Court to allow the firing of Fed Governor Lisa Cook, a historic first. Cook, accused of pre-office mortgage fraud, denies the claims, saying they're a pretext for her policy stance. A lower court blocked the removal, citing the Fed's legal protections against political interference. The case could impact the Fed's independence, critical for global economic stability as Trump pushes his authority. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From CNN, feds rack up arrests in Memphis as part of Trump admin's latest crime crackdown operation. Federal agents are storming Memphis as part of Trump's crime crackdown in Democratic-led cities. Over 50 arrests and 20 guns seized in just days by the new task force. Attorney General Pam Bondi and Secretary Hegseth visited, calling it a liberation for local law enforcement. National Guard spotted, but Memphis sees crime drops already this year. Locals are divided. Some welcome the help for understaffed police. Others demand funds for education and prevention instead. Meanwhile, in Portland, state leaders sued Trump, calling the Guard deployment unlawful amid mostly peaceful protests. From Fox News, meet the 3 senators who broke with Democrats to support a bill to keep government open. 3 senators, Dems, Cortez Masto, and Fetterman, plus independent King, sided with Republicans to back a GOP spending bill and avoid a government shutdown. They fear a shutdown would hurt families and empower Trump for more cuts. Cortez Masto calls for bipartisan fixes on healthcare costs. Fetterman voted for the country over party, while King sees shutdown as handing power to extremists. But Dems like Rep. Goldman criticize them for caving. Republicans say it shows Schumer's weakening grip. They need more crossovers to pass the bill amid Obamacare subsidy debates. From Reuters, U.S. Supreme Court expands its emergency docket and Trump's power too. The Supreme Court's conservative majority is fast-tracking Trump's policies via its emergency docket, siding with him in 21 of 23 cases since his return. Liberal Justice Kagan dissents, warning of rushed decisions without full process, like allowing $4 billion foreign aid withhold and mass firings. Paths include spotting judge errors, pausing rulings, and signaling precedent shifts, letting actions like transgender military bans proceed. Critics say it expands presidential power unchecked, making effects hard to reverse. Conservatives defend it as balancing judicial overreach. From USA Today, you are making war. Chicago suburb tells ICE they want them out. In Broadview, Illinois, Mayor Katrina Thompson blasts ICE for sieging her community during Trump's immigration crackdown, Operation Midway Blitz. Tensions rise with tear gas and arrests. 34 protesters detained, some with guns. Residents complain of fumes affecting neighborhoods and parking chaos. Local police probe ICE for hit and runs and assaults. Thompson trusts her chief over DHS denials, calling it a disinformation campaign. DHS says protesters are rioting and obstructing justice, vowing no change until activities stop. Illinois leaders see it as a federal power grab. From the Associated Press, newly elected Arizona lawmaker has yet to be sworn into office as House Democrats welcome her. Adelita Grijalva, newly elected to Arizona's 7th District, waits to be sworn in after winning big, replacing her late father Rep. Raul Grijalva. With House out of session, she's without an office or staff, leaving constituents unrepresented amid shutdown talks. Speaker Johnson calls it standard practice, planning next week, but past Republicans were sworn in faster, sparking accusations of delay tactics. Dems say it's to block a vote on Epstein files release. Grijalva's signature could force it. Even some GOP urge quick swearing in. From Newsweek, weak jobs report sparks backlash from Donald Trump critics. What to know? ADP reports 32,000 private sector jobs lost in September, hitting leisure and business services hardest, revised August to a loss too. Economists caution ADP may not match official BLS data, delayed by shutdown. Possible factors: tariffs, immigration crackdown, hiring caution. Trump critics like Governor Newsom mock it as killing jobs, while others warn of recession signals if trends continue. White House highlights trillions in investments from tariffs, promising growth via tax cuts and deregulation. BLS report timeline unclear. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From Fox News, Trump reveals which major U.S. city is next in crime crackdown while touting success of Operation Summer Heat. President Trump announced that federal law enforcement will next focus on San Francisco to combat crime, praising the FBI's achievements under his administration. He highlighted over 23,000 violent criminal arrests since taking office, double the last year of the Biden administration. and the disruption of 170 criminal enterprises. Operation Summer Heat led to 8,700 arrests, over 2,200 guns seized, and 421 kilograms of fentanyl in just 3 months. Trump aims to make cities safe again, stating every American deserves protection from violence. From CNN, multiple airports refuse to play Kristi Noem video that blames Democrats for government shutdown. Major U.S. airports are refusing to play a TSA video from Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem that blames Democrats for the government shutdown. The video starts with travel tips but shifts to claim Democrats' refusal to fund the government impacts operations with TSA workers unpaid. Airports from New York to Oregon cite political content, potential Hatch Act violations, and policies against partisan messages as reasons for denial. Only a few, like Detroit and Bismarck, are showing it on TSA-controlled screens. DHS hopes for a quick resolution. From ABC News, Israel-Gaza live updates. U.S. military won't be needed to disarm Hamas, Trump says. As the U.S. brokered ceasefire holds, aid flows into Gaza, with Palestinians returning amid destruction from the 2-year conflict. All 20 living hostages are free, 2,000 Palestinian prisoners released, and 7 hostage remains returned, though one body didn't match. A U.S.-led center in Israel will oversee rebuilding. Trump says U.S. military won't disarm Hamas, but warns they'll act if needed. Officials note Hamas efforts on remaining bodies. Priorities include aid, deconfliction, and Gaza's secure redevelopment. From MSNBC, Trump's presidential library hits another snag in court. A Florida court ruled that Miami-Dade College likely violated the Sunshine Law in transferring land for Trump's presidential library. The lawsuit claims inadequate public notice for the meeting, breaching transparency rules meant for open government business. The land near the historic Freedom Tower was handed to the state, then to the Library Foundation. Critics call it corrupt and symbolically wrong. The ruling doesn't block the project but requires proper public notice for any redo. Officials can reconvene legally. From USA Today, are black voting rights under siege at the Supreme Court? The Supreme Court hears Louisiana vs. Calais, questioning if Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act violates constitutional bans on racial discrimination. Louisiana's map had one majority black district out of 6. A new one with 2 was struck down for racial sorting, creating a legal bind. The act aims to prevent vote dilution for minorities. A ruling could limit race considerations, potentially reducing minority representation. Civil rights groups argue ongoing discrimination justifies it. Outcome may reshape redistricting nationwide and boost GOP seats. From Bloomberg, Trump warns of relocating World Cup from Boston, LA Olympics. President Trump warned he'd relocate 2026 World Cup games from Boston if safety issues arise under Mayor Michelle Wu's policies. Citing recent street disturbances, he said he'd contact FIFA to move sold-out matches expected to boost the economy by $1 billion. Similarly, he'd shift 2028 LA Olympics if unprepared, criticizing Governor Gavin Newsom's fire handling. Officials defend Boston is safe. Both events promise massive economic and global impacts. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From CNN, Cory Booker's message to the Democratic Party: don't bend the knee to Trump. Senator Cory Booker is calling on Democrats to stand firm against President Trump, warning that history will judge those who comply with his agenda. In a fiery CNN interview, Booker criticized institutions for bending the knee to Trump, urging his party to prioritize Americans over politics. He pushed for aggressive redistricting in New Jersey to counter GOP moves in Texas, saying Democrats must fight to win the midterms. Booker also clashed with Democrats over police funding, accusing some of enabling Trump's authoritarian tactics. From Fox News, Netanyahu responds after Israeli hostage seen emaciated digging grave. Cruelty of Hamas has no boundaries. Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu slammed Hamas after a chilling video showed hostage Aviatar David emaciated and digging his own grave. The propaganda video released by Hamas revealed the 24-year-old in dire conditions, sparking outrage from his family. David's brother spoke at a Tel Aviv rally, calling Hamas's starvation tactics a barbaric assault on humanity. As ceasefire talks stall, Netanyahu vows relentless efforts to free hostages while aid continues to flow into Gaza. From the Washington Post, White House has no plan to mandate IVF care despite campaign pledge. President Trump promised to fund or mandate IVF coverage, but the White House now says it can't without Congress. Despite internal talks, plans to require IVF coverage for millions on Obamacare exchanges are off the table. GOP divisions over federal mandates and rising insurance costs are stalling Trump's campaign pledge. Experts warn that prioritizing holistic health over IVF could delay access for families desperate to conceive. From USA Today, Trump addresses pardon decision for Sean Diddy Combs, says mogul was half innocent. President Trump discussed pardoning Sean Diddy Combs, acquitted of major charges in a sex crimes trial, on Newsmax. Combs was convicted on lesser charges, but Trump called him half innocent, citing past hostility from the mogul. Trump admitted personal feelings make a pardon more difficult, despite once being friendly with Combs. Conservative host Megyn Kelly urged against a pardon, warning it could alienate GOP voters, especially women. From the Associated Press, broken altimeter ignored warnings. Hearings revealed what went wrong in DC crash that killed 67. A Black Hawk helicopter's broken altimeter contributed to a deadly collision with a jet over DC, killing 67. NTSB hearings revealed the helicopter was flying too high and the FAA ignored years of warnings about risks. Army and FAA officials deflected blame, but tight separation distances and visual reliance raised concerns. NTSB's Jennifer Homendy slammed the FAA, demanding action. 67 people are dead. Fix it. From ABC News, Larry Summers says Trump's accusations of manipulated jobs numbers are preposterous. Former Treasury Secretary Larry Summers called Trump's claim that jobs numbers were manipulated preposterous. Trump fired the BLS chief over revised jobs data, but Summers says one person can't alter the numbers. Summers warned that attacking statisticians mirrors authoritarian tactics like targeting media or universities. He also criticized Trump's Fed bashing and tariffs, saying they raise costs and hurt the economy. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From Fox News, California high school volleyball team with trans athlete sees more forfeits following lawsuit by teammates. A California high school girls volleyball team with a transgender player is facing more forfeits after a lawsuit from teammates. 3 players sued the school district and state agencies, claiming a hostile environment and privacy issues in the locker room, rooted in their religious beliefs. Several schools, including Aquinas and Yucaipa, forfeited games, adding to earlier ones this season. Officials point to state laws allowing trans participation, urging changes through lawmakers. From CNN, GOP lawmaker says Trump is wrong to threaten the media in wake of Kimmel controversy. Retiring GOP Rep Don Bacon sharply criticizes President Trump for threatening media outlets amid the Jimmy Kimmel suspension. Bacon says Trump's threats to poll licenses violate free speech and press freedoms, calling it un-American. The controversy stems from Kimmel's comments on Charlie Kirk's killer, leading to ABC pulling the show after FCC suggestions. Bacon also slams Trump's tariffs, isolationism, and lack of moral clarity on issues like Ukraine. From the Wall Street Journal, in historic shift, UK, Australia, and Canada recognize a Palestinian state. In a historic move, the UK, Australia, and Canada recognize a Palestinian state amid frustration over Israel's Gaza war. Leaders aim to revive the two-state solution, citing ongoing settlements and Gaza's high death toll of over 65,000. Israel condemns it as rewarding terrorism, with Netanyahu vowing retaliation. More countries may follow at the UN. This shifts from using recognition as a reward, isolating Israel further while empowering moderate Palestinians. From the Charlotte Observer, church leaders indicted on 10 counts. Kingdom of God Global Church leader David E. Taylor and director Michelle Brannon indicted on 10 counts, including forced labor. Allegations include running call centers with unpaid victims, psychological abuse, and misusing donations for luxuries. Victims reportedly face deprivation of food, sleep, and were pressured to give personal funds to the ministry. DOJ and IRS call it a criminal enterprise disguised as religion, vowing justice against human trafficking. From the LA Times, after ICE raids surged this summer, calls to LAPD plummeted. Following surged ICE raids in LA this summer, calls to LAPD plummeted by 28% in the initial weeks. In a city with a third foreign-born residents, fears of deportation led to unreported crimes, especially domestic violence. Calls for family disputes fell significantly, echoing past drops of high-profile enforcement or incidents. LAPD reaffirms sanctuary status and boosts outreach, but trust issues persist in immigrant communities. From the Associated Press, after cuts to food stamps, Trump administration ends government's annual report on hunger in America. The Trump administration scraps the USDA's annual hunger report, calling it politicized and inaccurate. This follows July cuts to food stamps, potentially disqualifying 3 million from SNAP benefits. Despite lower poverty rates reported, critics say it's to hide rising hunger from policy impacts. Opponents accuse the move of manipulating data, similar to non-democracies avoiding bad news. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From CNN, Trump's claims about violence are falling apart in court. President Trump has long described parts of the U.S. as a violent hellscape, justifying military deployments and more power. But judges are pushing back. In Chicago, a Biden-nominated judge ruled no rebellion existed, calling federal evidence unreliable. In Oregon, even a Trump-nominated judge said claims of insurrection were untethered to facts, noting protests had dwindled. Similar rulings rejected invasion claims for migrant deportations, often from Republican judges. From Fox News, Vance Musk call out Church of England for simulated graffiti art display on walls of UK's oldest cathedral. The Church of England installed simulated graffiti stickers on Canterbury Cathedral's walls, asking, "What would you ask God?" Inspired by marginalized communities, it drew backlash as ugly or demeaning, with J.D. Vance calling it ironic and embarrassing. Elon Musk demanded firings, blaming anti-Western propaganda. Others saw it as cultural decay. Dean David Monteith defended it as a bold way to engage faith questions, urging visits over online reactions. From the Washington Post, Trump escalates his use of federal power to target Democratic states. During the shutdown, Trump canceled billions in projects in Democratic states like New York and Chicago, citing merits. He sent National Guard to blue states like Illinois over crime, while shifting funds from blue to red areas. Energy projects in Democratic coastal states are blocked, but not in Republican ones. HHS closed offices in Harris voting states. Democrats sue, calling it partisan abuse. Experts note it's unusually overt, fueling division. From the Wall Street Journal, Israel prepares to receive its last living hostages held by Hamas. Hamas confirmed 20 living hostages remain, ready for release under a Trump-brokered deal for prisoners and ceasefire. Israel preps reception centers and hospitals, expecting physical and mental trauma after 2 years in captivity. Aid surged into Gaza with 600 trucks. A multinational task force will search for deceased hostages' bodies. Trump visits for a peace summit. Israel insists on destroying remaining Hamas tunnels post-release. From MSNBC, Democrats' shutdown wager is paying off. This is how they stick the landing. Democrats hold firm in the shutdown, fighting healthcare cuts but framing it as resisting Trump's authoritarianism. They urge continuing the shutdown over funding raids, detention camps, surveillance, and rights rollbacks. Beyond healthcare, link it to rights like reproductive freedom and clean air, refusing to fund overreach. Shift narrative, not shutting down government, but Trump's corruption. Stand strong like the GOP has in the past. From The Guardian, Chicago TV journalist pushed to ground and arrested during ICE raid, then later released. WGN's Debbie Brockman was tackled and arrested by federal agents during an ICE raid in Lincoln Square. Videos show her handcuffed after allegedly throwing objects. Witnesses called it horrifying, shouting at fascist agents. DHS claimed she assaulted officers blocking their vehicle. A landscaper was also detained. Release without charges, follows dropped protester cases and a judge's order limiting force on journalists. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From the Wall Street Journal, aboard Marine One, a phone call and the decision to strike Iran. On Marine One, President Trump gets a call from Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth deciding whether to strike Iran's nuclear sites or abort. Hours later, B-2 bombers hit Iran's nuclear facilities, aiming to halt Tehran's nuclear ambitions after failed diplomacy. The strikes risk escalating Middle East tensions, dividing Trump's MAGA coalition, with hawks like Lindsey Graham cheering and critics like Marjorie Taylor Greene warning of war. Trump calls it a great victory, but Democrats slam the move as unlawful, questioning the strike's timing and evidence. From Fox News, Democratic Senator Fetterman shuts down AOC's call for Trump's impeachment after Iran strikes. Pennsylvania's Senator John Fetterman slams Rep. AOC's call to impeach President Trump over airstrikes on Iran's nuclear sites. AOC calls the strikes a constitutional violation, demanding impeachment after Trump's Operation Midnight Hammer hit Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan. Fetterman says impeachment talk is pointless, noting Trump's already survived 2 impeachments and it won't help the debate. Trump hails the mission as a success, but the left and some Republicans question its legality. From CNN, buy now, pay later loans will factor into Americans' credit scores. FICO's new credit scores will soon include buy now, pay later loan data, revealing how well Americans manage these popular installment loans. BNPL helps young consumers with flexible payments, but overspending risks phantom debt, especially for daily purchases like groceries. Responsible use could boost credit for young borrowers, but frequent loans might hurt scores due to their unique repayment patterns. Launching this fall, FICO's new scores aim to give lenders a clearer view of consumer credit, though adoption may be slow. From the Post-Millennial, copper thieves target Seattle area light rail, shutting down train line. Copper thieves strike Seattle's 2 line at 2 a.m., cutting fences and stealing wire, halting service and costing thousands. Sound Transit and King County Sheriff's deputies investigate as copper thefts surge, with 30 cases in Seattle this year alone. Driven by drug addiction, thieves target critical infrastructure, disrupting transit traffic and even hospital networks. Service resumed by afternoon, but officials scramble to secure the system against this growing regional crime wave. From the Washington Post, Truth Social parent company announces $400 million stock buyback. Trump Media, parent of Truth Social, announces a $400 million stock buyback to boost its share value after a volatile year. Shares rose 3%, but later dipped down 48% year to date, despite the company holding $3 billion in cash. Trump actively posts on the platform, outpacing his first-term tweets, though it lags behind X and Threads in users. CEO Devin Nunes says the buyback supports shareholders, but the company still faces losses over $400 million in 2024. From USA Today, what is Iran's next move? Israel steps up attacks after U.S. bombing. Israel intensifies airstrikes on Tehran, targeting Evin prison and Revolutionary Guard sites after U.S. bombs hit Iran's nuclear facilities. Iran launches missiles hitting an Israeli electrical facility as fears grow of a wider Mid-East conflict. Global leaders urge restraint, while the UN nuclear watchdog expects significant damage at Iran's Fordo site. Trump hints at regime change, but his team insists the goal is to stop Iran's nuclear program, not start a war. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From Fox News, instead of impeachment, Dems are using Article 2 challenges to impede Trump this time. In Trump's second term, Democrats are ditching impeachment for a new strategy. challenging his actions under Article 2 of the Constitution, claiming overreach in executive orders. Over 400 lawsuits target policies like reducing federal government size, ending DEI initiatives, and deporting illegal immigrants, tying them up in courts. The White House calls it Trump derangement syndrome, insisting policies are lawful and will be upheld, while critics like Oregon's governor sue over National Guard deployments. Unlike the two failed impeachments in his first term, this focuses on authority limits, with ongoing cases testing presidential powers. From CNN, more than half of CDC staffers recently fired by Trump administration have been reinstated. Hundreds of CDC staff were fired late Friday in a Trump administration reduction in force, but over half, about 700, were quickly reinstated due to a coding error. Reinstated include key roles in measles response, immunization, global health, and epidemic intelligence service officers tackling outbreaks. Around 600 remain laid off, mainly in violence prevention and injury centers, sparking concerns over U.S. preparedness for health crisis. Critics call it managerial incompetence. Trump blamed Democrats for the shutdown and targeted Democrat-oriented workers, leading to lawsuits. From Reuters, appeals court rejects Trump request to deploy National Guard in Chicago area. A federal appeals court rejected the Trump administration's bid to deploy National Guard troops to Illinois, upholding a lower court's block on the move. The order halts mobilization amid claims of protecting federal agents from protesters, but Illinois' Democratic governor sued, arguing it's a mischaracterization of mostly peaceful demos. Similar blocks in Oregon and past rulings in LA highlight disputes over presidential authority in domestic deployments. Trump has sent troops to other cities despite objections, with the Illinois block in place until at least October 23rd. From WIVB Buffalo, lawmakers rejected from Knesset after disrupting Trump's speech. President Trump's speech at Israel's Knesset was interrupted by two lawmakers shouting slogans and holding signs, leading to their ejection. Arab-Israeli Ayman Odeh demanded "Recognize Palestine," while Ofer Kassif accused the government of occupation and apartheid. The protests happened as Trump marked the return of the last hostages from Hamas, part of a Gaza deal milestone. Netanyahu rejects Palestinian state recognition despite Trump's 20-point peace plan, aiming for sovereignty, amid international calls. From CBS News, Trump announces extra 100% tariff on Chinese goods starting next month. President Trump announced a 100% additional tariff on Chinese imports starting next month, on top of the current 30%, in response to China's new export controls on rare earths. Rare earths are key for semiconductors, EV batteries, and weapons. Trump called China's rules aggressive, also imposing U.S. export controls on critical software. Markets tumbled Friday after the threat, with China vowing not to back down and urging negotiations, retaliating with port fees on U.S. ships. This spikes tensions ahead of a potential Trump-Xi meeting amid ongoing trade complexities like TikTok and student restrictions. From the Washington Post, the real winners of Trump's attack on clean energy aren't American. As Trump attacks renewables as a scam and pushes fossil fuels, global economics favor clean energy, with prices dropping 90% for solar since 2015. China and India lead massive solar and wind expansions, overtaking coal, while countries like Brazil and Pakistan adopt renewables for cheaper, reliable power. USC's slashed forecasts, canceled projects, and billions lost in investments due to policy shifts, risking a $152 billion trade deficit by 2035. Experts say no one can stop the irreversible shift, with China dominating exports. U.S. focus on fossils may boost short-term sales but lose long-term clout. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From Fox News, Russian lawmakers claim WhatsApp is a national security threat, should prepare to leave the country. Russian lawmakers are pushing WhatsApp out, calling it a national security risk. Deputy Anton Gorkin says Meta's app may soon be banned, boosting Russia's state-backed Max app. President Putin's new law aims to cut reliance on foreign apps like WhatsApp and Telegram. Critics warn Russia's move could track users and limit free speech with fines for accessing banned platforms. From CNN, Trump said he never wrote a picture. This woman solicited 2 drawings from him. Trump denies ever drawing pictures, but a 2004 charity auction tells a different story. Dr. Lowry Lockard says Trump sent 2 signed New York City skyline doodles for her Ohio charity event. His sketches, done in gold Sharpie, fetched thousands at auctions, contradicting his claims. One doodle's up for auction again, with Trump's signed authentication. Will it sell big? From Newsweek, Riley Gaines tells Trump to sue Rupert Murdoch, her boss, into oblivion. Riley Gaines urges Trump to sue media mogul Rupert Murdoch over a Wall Street Journal story. The Journal reported Trump sent a bawdy letter to Epstein in 2003, which he calls fake. Gaines, a host on Murdoch's Outkick, backed Trump's legal threats on X, saying, "Sue them into oblivion." This comes after Gaines criticized Trump for dismissing Epstein conspiracy theories. From ABC News, migrants sent to CCOT returned to Venezuela in swap, 10 Americans freed. Over 200 Venezuelan migrants held in El Salvador's CCOT prison are heading back to Venezuela. El Salvador's Bukele says it's part of a swap freeing 10 Americans detained in Venezuela. The deal also released Venezuelan political prisoners, but critics slammed Trump's deportation tactics. Many deny gang ties, raising questions about due process in Trump's immigration crackdown. From the Wall Street Journal, Justice Department asks court to release Epstein grand jury transcripts. The Justice Department wants to unseal Epstein and Maxwell grand jury transcripts. Attorney General Pam Bondi says it's a matter of public interest despite secrecy rules. Trump, who denies a 2003 Epstein letter, pushed for the release but now sues the Journal. Will the court agree to release the files, or will victims' privacy concerns block it? From the Federalist, the leather-bound Epstein book reeks of being a fake plant to implicate Trump. A leather-bound book with a Trump letter to Epstein smells like a fake to the Federalist. Trump denies writing a body 2003 note with a naked woman's sketch, calling it a fraud. The article compares it to a 2016 black ledger used to smear Trump's campaign with Russia ties. Is this another Democrat FBI plot to tarnish Trump? The Federalist thinks so. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From CNN, Trump's victory over PBS and NPR bias will be devastating for rural areas, station leaders say. The Senate voted to eliminate federal funding for PBS and NPR, a move hailed by Trump as a win against perceived bias. Rural stations heavily reliant on these funds may cut staff and shows like Daniel Tiger's Neighborhood. NPR's Catherine Marr calls it a public safety lifeline, with 3 in 4 Americans relying on it for news and alerts. Smaller stations could go off air, weakening local news and emergency services. From Fox News, Karine Jean-Pierre, more top Biden aides to appear in House cover-up probe. Former White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre and 3 other Biden aides will face House oversight interviews. Chairman James Comer is probing if they hid Biden's mental and physical decline during his term. Biden insists he made every decision himself, refuting claims of a cover-up. The investigation could shake up perceptions of Biden's presidency. From CBS News, DOJ fires Maureen Comey, who helped prosecute Sean Diddy Combs and Jeffrey Epstein. Maureen Comey, daughter of ex-FBI Director James Comey, was fired from the DOJ. She led the prosecution against Sean Diddy Combs, securing convictions for interstate prostitution. Comey also helped convict Elaine Maxwell in the Jeffrey Epstein case. Her firing, tied to presidential powers, raises questions about DOJ moves. From the Wall Street Journal, U.S. jobless claims fell last week. U.S. jobless claims fell to 221,000 last week, down from 228,000, beating expectations. This signals a healthier job market after a spring spike worried analysts. Continuing claims rose slightly to 1.96 million, hinting it's tougher for some to find work. The unemployment rate stays steady at 4.2%, showing resilience. From ABC News, Senate Democrats walk out of committee vote to advance Trump court pick Emil Bove. Democrats stormed out before a vote on Trump's court pick, Emil Bove, for the Third Circuit. Bove, once Trump's attorney, is accused of firing DOJ staff and dropping cases for political reasons. Senator Cory Booker begged for more debate, calling Bove's actions a threat to DOJ integrity. Over 900 ex-DOJ officials oppose Bove, but Republicans push him forward. From the Daily Mail, Obama's private Martha's Vineyard Beach could be opened to public if wealthy developer gets his way. A legal battle could open up the Obama's private Martha's Vineyard Beach to the public. Developer Richard Friedman says shifting sands make the beach public property under state law. Governor Healey's bill supports this, but critics call it a favor to her donor Friedman. If passed, hundreds, including the Obamas, could lose private beach access. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From CNN, Minnesota Democrats revoke endorsement of Democratic Socialist candidate for Minneapolis mayor. Minnesota Democrats just pulled the plug on Omar Fateh's endorsement as a mayoral candidate after a messy convention vote. Fateh, a Democratic Socialist, won the delegate vote, but complaints about voting errors led to the state party stepping in. Incumbent Mayor Jacob Frey's team called it a flawed process, while Fateh's supporters claim it's an attack on progressive voices. With the endorsement revoked and no new convention allowed, the race is wide open for Minneapolis voters to decide. From Fox News, Hegseth authorizes 2,000 National Guard troops to carry weapons in D.C. if necessary, U.S. official. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth just greenlit nearly 2,000 National Guard troops to carry weapons in D.C. to tackle rising crime. President Trump met with law enforcement, praising their efforts as D.C.'s violent crime drops 27% since last year. The Guard can't make arrests, but can detain suspects, working closely with local and federal police. With no homicides in over a week, is this crackdown making the Capitol safer? From CBS News, Cracker Barrel loses almost $100 million in value after new logo release. Cracker Barrel's stock tanked, losing nearly $100 million after unveiling a new logo, ditching its iconic Uncle Herschel. The sleek design sparked backlash, with critics calling it generic and some even labeling it woke. The chain's trying to modernize, but experts warn alienating loyal fans could hurt more than help. Shares rebounded slightly, but is Cracker Barrel's rebrand a recipe for disaster? From USA Today, FBI searches home of Trump critic John Bolton, report says. Live updates. The FBI searched Trump critic John Bolton's Maryland home in a national security probe led by Director Kash Patel. Bolton, a former Trump advisor, faced scrutiny over classified info in his 2020 book, though no charges were filed. Trump called Bolton a lowlife, while critics slammed the raid as a vindictive move against a vocal opponent. Is this a lawful search or political payback? The debate's heating up. From The Hill, opinion. Once again, Democrats have proven how useless they are. Texas Democrats return to Austin, letting Republicans push a redistricting plan that could add 5 GOP House seats. They broke quorum to block the plan, but caved after 2 weeks, despite threats of arrests from Governor Abbott. Critics say Democrats threw away real power, letting Trump's naked power grab move forward unchallenged. With democracy at stake, will Democrats regret not fighting harder? From Late Night On, Gavin Newsom calls for late-night TV shows cancellation. California Governor Gavin Newsom mocked Trump by calling for Fox News to cancel Greg Gutfeld's late-night show. Newsom's satirical tweet mimics Trump's rant against hosts like Colbert, whose show was recently canceled. Gutfeld's show is a ratings hit, and Newsom's jab only boosts its spotlight. Is this just political theater or a sign of deeper TV wars? And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From CNN, consumer sentiment surges in first improvement since December. Consumer sentiment in the U.S. jumped 16% to 60.5, says the University of Michigan, the first rise since December after near record lows during Trump's tariff blitz. Easing trade tensions from April's high tariffs sparked the uptick, but sentiments still 20% below December levels. With Trump's reciprocal tariffs set for July 8th and legal battles ongoing, economists warn volatility could shake confidence again. Spending, the economy's backbone, rose just 0.2% in April. A steady labor market is key to keeping wallets open. From Fox News, mother of murdered jogger slams Rep. Crockett for dismissing migrant crime victims. Patty Morin, whose daughter Rachel was murdered, spoke on Fox and Friends about her daughter's killer, an undocumented migrant. Morin criticized Rep. Jasmine Crockett for saying Republicans cherry-pick migrant crime victims during a House hearing. Crockett called the Sanctuary City hearing political theater, while Morin decried protests supporting illegal immigrants. Morin supports Trump's immigration policies, urging stricter enforcement to prevent tragedies like her daughter's murder. From USA Today, Trump keeps control of National Guard ahead of widespread protests. Trump keeps California's National Guard as an appeals court blocks a judge's order to return control to Governor Newsom. Protests over Trump's immigration raids continue, with 700 Marines now guarding federal property in Los Angeles. In New Jersey, 4 detainees escaped Delaney Hall amid unrest over poor conditions, prompting a law enforcement response. No Kings protests planned for June 14th expect millions to oppose Trump's policies across the country. From Reuters, analysis: Trump's peacemaker pledge takes big hit as Israel strikes Iran. Israel struck Iranian targets, risking regional war despite Trump urging Netanyahu to avoid attacking Iran. Trump's envoy Steve Witkoff failed to secure a U.S.-Iran nuclear deal, and a Gaza ceasefire collapsed weeks ago. Analysts say the strikes snubbed Trump's diplomacy, with no progress on Ukraine or the Abraham Accords. Iran vows retaliation, and experts warn of a spiral of escalation threatening Trump's peacemaker goals. From ABC News, Israel strikes live updates. U.S. provided exquisite intel to Israel, sources say. Israel hit Iran's nuclear sites, killing scientists and leaders. Iran's 100 drones were shot down in response. Natanz was damaged, but no radiation leaks. Per the IAEA, the U.S. gave exquisite intel, not military aid. Trump praised the strikes, urging Iran to make a nuclear deal and warning of more attacks soon. Iran called the attack unlawful, demanding UN action and vowing a decisive response. From The Guardian, Kilmar Abrego Garcia pleads not guilty to human smuggling charges. Kilmar Abrego Garcia pleaded not guilty to human smuggling charges in a Tennessee court. Wrongly deported to El Salvador's gang prison by Trump's administration, he was returned after campaigners fought back. Critics say his removal ignored due process. He's charged with smuggling migrants, drugs, and firearms. Abrego Garcia contests detention as his case fuels debate over Trump's deportation policies. From CNN, Big Trump wins, boomerang appeals define Supreme Court term. The Supreme Court wrapped its term with major wins for President Trump, but the fight's not over. A 6-3 ruling upheld Trump's executive order ending birthright citizenship, sparking immediate lawsuits from immigrant groups. Another 6-3 decision backed Tennessee's ban on gender-affirming care for minors, leaving other trans issues unresolved. Justice Jackson's fiery dissents called out the court's rulings as a threat to the rule of law. More appeals are coming. From Fox News, MSNBC host erupts over SCOTUS ruling on Trump's birthright citizenship order. MSNBC's Simone Sanders Townsend called the Supreme Court's birthright citizenship ruling insane on air. The 6-3 decision limited lower courts' power to block Trump's executive order with universal injunctions. Critics like Slate's Mark Stern say the ruling creates chaos, questioning how citizenship will be determined. Justice Barrett clarified the ruling focuses on judicial remedies, not the order's legality, leaving debates open. From The Guardian, Trump hits out at Republican senator for refusing to back Big Beautiful Bill. President Trump lashed out at Senator Tom Tillis for opposing his massive tax and spending bill. The Senate narrowly passed a procedural vote 51-49, with Tillis and Rand Paul voting no. Tillis cited billions in Medicaid cuts as his reason, warning of harm to North Carolina's hospitals. Trump threatened to back a primary challenge against Tillis, who's up for re-election in 2026. From the Gateway Pundit. This excerpt from Ketanji Brown Jackson's dissent explains why she got nuked by Amy Coney Barrett. Justice Jackson's dissent in a Supreme Court ruling is making waves for its casual tone. She used the phrase, "wait for it," prompting critics to compare her writing to a YouTuber's style. Justice Barrett sharply rebuked Jackson, saying her argument ignored centuries of precedent. X users called Jackson's tone unprofessional, sparking debate about her judicial style. From USA Today, American students reveal how they fled the Israel-Iran war. American students in Israel faced terror as Israel and Iran traded missile strikes this month. Teens from Arizona and Florida hid in bunkers as sirens blared, fearing for their lives. Over 2,800 students were evacuated, many on a luxury cruise to Cyprus, then flown home. Emotional reunions unfolded as students returned, haunted by memories of war. From the Wall Street Journal. Senate narrowly advances Trump's tax and spending megabill. The Senate voted 51-49 to advance Trump's massive tax and spending bill despite GOP defections. The bill extends tax cuts, boosts border security, but cuts Medicaid and green energy funding. Senators Paul and Tillis opposed it, citing debt and Medicaid cuts, worrying moderates. Trump wants it passed by July 4th, but the House faces a tough fight ahead. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From Fox News, Democratic senator calls internet an accelerant driving extremism after Kirk killing. Following the brutal assassination of conservative activist Charlie Kirk at Utah Valley University, Democratic Senator Chris Coons appeared on CBS's Face the Nation. Coons blamed the internet as an accelerant fueling extremism, saying it drives Americans apart left and right, despite the importance of free speech under the First Amendment. Kirk, 31, was shot during a debate on his American Comeback Tour after a question about transgender issues. Suspect Tyler Robinson was arrested days later. Republican Senator James Lankford agreed, noting social media algorithms push anger and crazy content, sidelining civil dialogue. From CNN, Elon Musk buys $1 billion worth of Tesla shares, a sign that he's sticking around. In a rare move, Elon Musk bought $1 billion in Tesla shares using his own money, as revealed in a Monday regulatory filing. Investors cheered, with shares jumping 7% at open, seeing it as Musk's vote of confidence after a turbulent year of sales drops and political backlash. Tesla faces EV competition from China, ending tax credits, and Musk's focus on self-driving tech and robotaxis amid his other ventures like SpaceX and XAI. Tesla proposed a massive pay package for Musk tied to growth milestones, emphasizing his commitment, though critics highlight income inequality concerns. From the Wall Street Journal, Trump calls for ending quarterly earnings reports. President Trump proposed ending quarterly earnings reports for U.S. companies, suggesting semi-annual updates instead to save costs and boost long-term focus. Posted on Truth Social, the idea echoes a petition from the Long-Term Stock Exchange to the SEC, which has shown interest in reducing regulations. Advocates say it could reverse the drop in U.S. public companies, now at 3,700, down 17% in 3 years, by easing clerical burdens that keep firms private. Europe and the UK ended quarterly mandates years ago, though many still report. Trump explored this in his first term, but it stalled. Will it gain traction now? From USA Today, federal judge hands press groups wins in lawsuits against LAPD DHS. A federal judge issued preliminary injunctions protecting journalists covering Los Angeles immigration raid protests from LAPD arrests and DHS interference. Judge Hernan Vera ruled LAPD's heavy-handed tactics violated laws, barring arrests for failing to disperse or blocking media coverage. For DHS under Secretary Kristi Noem, the order prohibits dispersing, threatening, or assaulting journalists without unrelated crimes, citing indiscriminate force. Vera condemned violence by some, but said it doesn't justify endangering peaceful protesters and media, demanding better under the First Amendment. From Prime Timer, don't want you to track my music. Forrest Frank reacts to 30,000 people unfollowing him on Instagram over Charlie Kirk post. Christian singer Forrest Frank lost 30,000 Instagram followers after posting a video of Charlie Kirk praising his music's impact on youth. Kirk, the Turning Point USA founder, assassinated recently, featured in the clip. Frank responded with a bold video prioritizing faith over fame. Frank said he doesn't want fans tracking his music or shows unless they follow Jesus, repenting for past lukewarm content and urging spiritual focus. Emphasizing everyone is welcome, he aims to make heaven crowded, gaining support from faith leaders amid 1.8 million likes on the original post. From Newsweek, Donald Trump responds to Texas beheading, evil person. President Trump called the accused in Dallas motel beheading an evil illegal immigrant from Cuba who should never have been in the U.S. Yordanos Cobos Martinez, 37, faces first-degree murder charges for machete-killing motel manager Chandra Nagamalaya in front of his family over a washing machine dispute. DHS noted Cobos Martinez had prior crimes like child sex abuse and was released when Cuba refused him. Trump's admin pushes deportations to third countries. Trump vowed full prosecution, highlighting his hardline immigration policy ending leniency, while Rep. Ro Khanna called the murder horrific and the suspect's freedom unacceptable. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From Fox News, bank robbers turn blue state into hotspot for heists as bandits grow bolder, industry leaders warn. Despite a national drop in bank robberies, Colorado ranks third with 104 heists in 2023 behind California and Illinois. Banking leader Jennifer Waller notes a recent uptick, blaming easy highway access and economic woes, though most are nonviolent note jobs. Banks are locking doors, using die packs, cameras, and armed guards to fight back, while fraud like check washing and jugging rises. Strong FBI partnerships solve many cases, but emotional toll on victims remains high. Safety first, comply if robbed. From CNN, federal officials tried to reassure Judge they're following her orders to tone down and record Chicagoland protest actions. Amid Chicago's anti-ICE protests, Judge Sarah Ellis questions if agents are obeying her order to use body cams and avoid tear gas without warnings. Officials testify all 200-plus CBP agents have cameras and are trained, denying reports of unannounced tear gas during Operation Midway Blitz, which netted over 1,000 arrests. Protests at Broadview led to arrests, with the judge demanding accountability after media reports suggested violations. Ellis warns she'll keep probing until satisfied, emphasizing body cams capture full context to protect all sides. From the Washington Post, here's who pays when undocumented immigrants get healthcare in America. Undocumented immigrants can't access federal plans like Medicaid or ACA insurance, often paying out of pocket or using ERs as last resort. Shutdown debate claims Democrats want taxpayer-funded care for them, but experts say federal funds indirectly reimburse hospitals for emergency care, under 1% of Medicaid spending. Many forego care due to barriers, relying on clinics. Trump's law cut benefits for some legal immigrants, potentially uninsured 1.4 million. States like California offer coverage but face cuts. Fear of deportation keeps enrollment low, straining budgets. From the Miami Herald, DOJ vows prosecution after ICE clash in Chicago. During anti-ICE protests, agents faced chaos as vehicles were rammed, with an armed woman shot after allegedly attacking. Republican Alderman Napolitano blasts reported police non-response, calling it political interference and rock bottom. FBI's Dan Bongino vows the mission continues. DOJ promises to prosecute assaults on officers, including officials if involved. Amid Operation Midway Blitz, Illinois leaders criticize federal tactics, while feds demand accountability for obstructions. From The Independent, Vance's motorcade hit by shrapnel during military exercise despite Newsom warning against reckless stunt. During a Marine Corps parade in California, shrapnel from live munitions hit Vice President J.D. Vance's motorcade on Interstate 5, denting vehicles but no injuries. Governor Gavin Newsom warned against the reckless stunt, closing highway sections post-blast. He demands an apology for endangering lives. CHP calls it unusual and concerning. Explosion was early, from 155mm shell over civilians. Trump admin defends it as routine training. Newsom ties it to shutdown, urging to honor troops by paying them. From USA Today, don't count on a blue wave in midterms. Most Americans say Democrats are weak. Opinion. Polls show Democrats up just 1.6 points on generic ballot, far from 2018's 9-point lead that flipped the House. Party hits historic low 27% positive rating. 64% call them weak, while Republicans score higher despite unpopularity. Shutdown blame narrows, with Dems at 33% versus GOP's 39%. Resist tactics like protests may not energize like before. Trump's approval mid-40s, higher than Obama-Bush at this point. Dems need more than anti-Trump fervor for midterms. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From Fox News, not a Democrat. John Fetterman calls Zohran Mamdani's New York City primary win a gift to the GOP. Senator John Fetterman told Fox News that Zohran Mamdani, a 33-year-old socialist, isn't a true Democrat, clashing with his policies. Mamdani's primary win, with promises like taxing the rich and free buses, is a GOP branding opportunity, Fetterman says. With Adams and Cuomo running as independents, Fetterman warns a split vote could let Mamdani win the mayoral race. Fetterman calls New York City's politics a circus mirror, saying it doesn't reflect battleground states like Pennsylvania. From CNN, Trump threatens 50% tariffs on Brazil if it doesn't stop the Bolsonaro witch hunt trial. Trump sent Brazil's President Lula a letter demanding an end to Jair Bolsonaro's trial, threatening 50% tariffs by August 1st. Bolsonaro faces coup charges, but Trump says Brazil can avoid tariffs by manufacturing in the U.S. Lula vowed retaliation, citing sovereignty. A U.S. trade surplus means American industries could face backlash. Trump sent tariff letters to 21 other countries, raising stakes in global trade negotiations. From USA Today, U.S. stocks open lower as Trump escalates trade war with Canada. Bitcoin climbs to record. U.S. stocks dropped after Trump imposed a 35% tariff on Canada, effective August 1st, escalating trade tensions. Canada, the U.S.'s second-largest trading partner, repealed a digital tax to negotiate, but blanket tariffs may rise to 20%. Meanwhile, Bitcoin hit a record $118,000, boosted by corporate adoption and upcoming crypto week in Congress. Delta Airlines' strong earnings outlook lifted some stocks, despite tariff fears impacting markets. From Newsweek, Trump departs for Texas flood zone, calls disaster horrible. President Trump called Texas's deadly floods horrible before heading to survey the damage and meet victims' families. Over 120 died and 170 missing. Trump, joined by Governor Abbott and Melania, will tour hard-hit areas like Kerrville. The Community Foundation raised $30 million, with $5 million in grants for local recovery efforts. The Salvation Army provided thousands of meals and cleanup kits, urging financial donations for ongoing relief. From Reuters, State Department starts firing more than 1,350 workers in Trump's shakeup of diplomatic corps. The State Department began firing over 1,350 employees to streamline operations under Trump's America First agenda. Secretary Rubio called the department bloated, cutting roles like civilian security to focus on core diplomacy. Critics, including Senator Tim Kaine, warned the cuts weaken U.S. influence against rivals like China and Russia. Over 130 retired diplomats opposed the overhaul as the U.S. navigates a new era of global competition. From the Post-Millennial, FBI investigates apparent shooter at ICE raid on California weed farm. The FBI offers $50,000 for info on a shooter who fired at federal officers during an ICE raid at a California weed farm. The raid at Glass House Farms sparked protests, with agents using smoke canisters to disperse crowds. Authorities found 10 minors, including 8 unaccompanied, working illegally, prompting a child labor investigation. Governor Newsom criticized the raid, while Glass House Farms cooperated with ICE's search warrant. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From Fox News, alleged human smugglers arrested in Texas after hiding migrants inside hollowed hay bales. In Flatonia, Texas, deputies stopped a pickup towing a hay trailer and made a stunning discovery. The hay bales were hollowed out, hiding 12 migrants in dangerously tight spaces under metal and hay. The driver and 2 alleged coordinators face federal and state smuggling charges after the risky operation. The migrants were turned over to ICE, highlighting the dangerous tactics smugglers use on Texas highways. From CNN, Trump says he's not looking for a deal with the EU after threatening a 50% tariff. President Trump threatened a 50% tariff on EU goods, citing a $250 billion trade deficit and unfair barriers. European markets tanked, with Germany's DAX down 2.4% and the Dow falling 480 points after the news. The EU's trade commissioner urged mutual respect, saying they're ready to negotiate but will defend their interests. Trump doubled down, saying he's not seeking a deal as talks with other trade partners progress. From Tag24 News, South Africa minister rejects Trump's white genocide claim with statistics. South Africa's police minister rejected Trump's white genocide claims, calling them totally unfounded. Stats show most farm murder victims are black, with only 1 white victim last quarter, not thousands. Trump's claims of white farmer persecution have strained U.S.-South Africa ties, cutting aid. The minister clarified no government land grabs exist, urging accurate crime reporting. From USA Today, we are putting America first. 5 takeaways from Trump's West Point commencement speech. President Trump told West Point grads to put America first, rejecting global nation-building missions. He criticized diversity programs, banning them, and transgender service while praising the military's lethality. Protesters outside decried Trump's policies, but he pushed for a Golden Dome missile defense shield. Trump hinted at peace talks with Russia and a grand V-Day celebration for America's victories. From the Daily Mail, Target staff panic about store closures and job losses after cultural madness led to huge sales slump. Target employees are panicking online, fearing job cuts and store closures after a sales slump. Workers shared videos of chaotic back rooms, blaming understaffing for unmet expectations. Sales dropped 2.8% to $23.85 billion, missing Wall Street's mark, with shares down 31% this year. CEO Brian Cornell admitted the struggle, as tariffs and boycotts add pressure from all sides. From The Federalist, U.S. universities have blood on their hands in latest violence against Jews. A suspected terrorist killed 2 Jewish embassy workers in D.C. shouting, "I did it for Gaza." The attack follows rising anti-Semitism on U.S. campuses, with an 84% spike in incidents since 2023. Trump condemned the killings, vowing to cut funds to universities allowing anti-Semitic environments. Harvard lost $60 million in federal funds and its ability to enroll foreign students due to hate issues. From CNN, Trump just said he solved inflation, but prices are rising, in part because of his policies. President Trump claimed he'd solved inflation, saying costs are down and we have almost none. But new data paints a different picture. Consumer prices jumped 0.4% in August, pushing annual inflation to 2.9%, the highest since January. Food prices rose sharply, with coffee up 3.6% monthly and tomatoes 4.5%. Linked to new tariffs on imports from Brazil and Mexico. Economists point to Trump's tariffs on imports and tougher immigration enforcement as factors driving up costs. Fewer immigrant workers in agriculture have raised labor expenses, fueling higher food prices. Other tariff-hit goods saw big hikes too. Jewelry up 6.8%, women's outwear 4.4%. While effects are modest now due to stockpiling, experts warn prices could climb further. From Fox News, Blackburn cheers Trump's move to make Memphis safe again. President Trump announced plans to send the National Guard to Memphis, Tennessee, calling it deeply troubled, with the highest crime rate in the U.S. per FBI data. Senator Marsha Blackburn praised the move, saying Trump answered her call to make Memphis safe again. She highlighted his success in reducing D.C. crime and vowed to hold soft-on-crime officials accountable. Trump shifted focus from Chicago after a chat with a railroad executive who suggested Memphis. He said the Democrat mayor and Tennessee governor are on board, and he'll bring in the military if needed. This follows Trump's federalization of D.C. police, which ended after 30 days without extension. Guard presence there continues as Trump aims to tackle crime in major cities one by one. From The Independent, Tyler Robinson, 22, facing capital murder and weapons charges. Details emerge about alleged Charlie Kirk assassin. 22-year-old Tyler Robinson was arrested for the fatal shooting of conservative activist Charlie Kirk at Utah Valley University. Kirk, 31, was hit in the neck during a speaking event. Robinson, politically unaffiliated but from a Republican family, confessed to a relative who tipped off authorities. He arrived in a gray Dodge Challenger, wearing a maroon t-shirt and shorts, and fled after jumping from a rooftop. Evidence includes Discord messages about retrieving a rifle and ammo engraved with anti-fascist phrases like "Hey fascist, catch" and "Bella Ciao." Families said he viewed Kirk as spreading hate. Kirk's event drew 3,000 despite protests. He leaves a wife and 2 kids. Trump called for unity, awarded Kirk the Presidential Medal of Freedom posthumously, and hopes for the death penalty. Investigation ongoing, no other suspects. From MSNBC, the Justice Department is reportedly assembling an unprecedented national voter database. The Justice Department is compiling the largest national voter database ever, seeking names, addresses, and more from across the country, according to reports. This supports Trump's unsubstantiated claims of widespread non-citizen voting to challenge 2020 results. Experts say non-citizen voting is extremely rare, like 0.0001% in high immigration areas. Efforts through DOJ's civil and criminal divisions may violate laws, per election experts. It's like federal overreach into state functions, called wildly illegal by former DOJ official Justin Levitt. Related SAVE program checks flagged over 33 million voters. Concerns include disinformation, privacy breaches under the Privacy Act, and misuse to undermine election trust. No official response yet. From Newsweek, video shows ICE detain U.S. citizen green card holders at gunpoint. Masked ICE agents smashed a car window and detained 3 people at gunpoint in a Los Angeles strip mall parking lot, as captured on video. A woman, reportedly a U.S. citizen, shouted as agents pointed guns at her. She was briefly held but released. 2 men were cuffed and taken away. Witnesses called the force excessive. DHS says the men were MS-13 gang members. Jose Horacio Mexicanos, a Guatemalan with a manslaughter conviction, and driver Douglas Rodriguez Melgar from El Salvador. One left his passport behind. This followed a Supreme Court stay on ban against roving ICE patrols in LA aimed at preventing racial profiling. LAPD monitored to keep peace amid community tensions over intensified enforcement. From Reuters, people killed in U.S. boat strike were not Tren de Aragua, Venezuelan minister says. Venezuela's interior minister says none of the 11 killed in a U.S. military strike on a Caribbean boat last week were Tren de Aragua gang members or drug traffickers. Diosdado Cabello called it a murder, questioning how the U.S. identified drugs without arresting anyone. Families deny ties, and Trump posted what Venezuela claims is AI-generated video. In response, President Maduro deployed forces to 284 battlefronts nationwide, boosting troops along Colombia borders. He warned of readiness for armed conflict amid U.S. military buildup in the region. The U.S. doubled Maduro's arrest reward to $50 million over drug links he denies. Pentagon hasn't commented. Tensions rise as U.S. deploys F-35s to Puerto Rico for anti-smuggling efforts. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From CNN, Democratic Texas lawmaker passes 24-hour mark on state house floor after refusing GOP demand for law enforcement escort. In a dramatic protest, Texas Democratic Rep. Nicole Collier has spent over 24 hours on the House floor, refusing Republican demands for a law enforcement escort after Democrats returned from fleeing the state. Democrats left to block a GOP redistricting plan they say harms minority voters. Now back, most accepted escorts to move freely, but Collier stands firm, calling it an attack on her dignity. Joined by colleagues overnight with snacks in tow, Collier vows to protect her constituents' rights amid threats of gerrymandering that could add Republican seats. The House now has quorum, but the standoff highlights the fierce battle over voting maps, sparking a nationwide redistricting debate. From Fox News, Newsom-backed high-speed rail boondoggle hit with new House investigation. California's ambitious high-speed rail project, backed by Governor Gavin Newsom, faces a new House investigation over skyrocketing costs and questionable projections. Approved in 2008 at $33 billion, the price tag has ballooned up to $128 billion, with delays pushing service to 2030, far from original goals. Republicans are probing if ridership estimates were misleading to secure funds, especially after the Trump admin pulled $4 billion and called it a boondoggle. Newsom defends it as vital for jobs, but critics demand accountability as litigation continues over federal funding. From CBS News, Venezuela deploying millions of militia after outlandish threats by U.S. Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro is deploying 4.5 million militia members in response to what he calls outlandish U.S. threats, including a doubled $50 million bounty on his arrest. Accused by the U.S. of leading a drug cartel, Maduro blasts renewed sanctions and anti-drug operations in the Caribbean, vowing to arm peasant and worker forces. The U.S. has deployed vessels and targeted Latin America cartels, while Maduro thanks supporters and claims to defend sovereignty. With a militia founded by Hugo Chavez, official numbers hit 5 million, though estimates vary, amid ongoing tensions over elections and sanctions. From The Telegraph, Netanyahu has pushed Hamas to the brink of destruction. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's aggressive stance may be pushing Hamas toward a ceasefire, as reports suggest they've agreed to release hostages in a 60-day truce proposal. After European recognitions of Palestine emboldened Hamas and stalled talks, Israel's plan to expand operations in Gaza adds pressure, aiming to dismantle remaining guerrilla forces. Backed by Egypt and Qatar, the deal involves 10 living hostages and 18 bodies, but Israel insists on all hostages freed at once for any permanent peace. Amid criticisms that Hamas exploits civilian deaths, the IDF sees a turning point after 22 months, though uncertainties linger in this complex conflict. From The Independent, I don't regret it. Duo arrested after decapitating roommate and confessing to their alleged crime. Two men, Rainer Joyner and David DeGroot, face first-degree murder charges after allegedly killing and dismembering their Army veteran roommate, Matthew McLaughlin. The former soldiers with desertion warrants confessed to ambushing McLaughlin over rumors and drugs, shooting him and scattering remains along a highway. Joyner showed no remorse, saying he doesn't regret it, while DeGroot claimed he was forced to help. Authorities call it premeditated. Friends remember McLaughlin as kind and sweet, met during service in Georgia, as the investigation reveals a chilling betrayal. From the Daily Express, Fox News halted mid-air for breaking news as President Trump issues serious warning. Fox News broke into programming as President Trump shared optimism on Ukraine peace after summits, warning of ongoing challenges amid the Russia conflict. At an Alaska summit, Trump whispered assurances and believes Putin agreed to security for Ukrainians, urging Europe to share the burden. Zelensky called talks constructive. Starmer thanked Trump for progress, and leaders like Melania and Merz praised his role in negotiations. Trump eyes a tri-party meeting with Putin and Zelensky for a lasting accord, preferring ceasefire but noting it's not immediate yet attainable. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From Fox News, Diddy received standing ovation from fellow inmates after jury found rapper not guilty on RICO charge. Sean Diddy Combs was acquitted of major charges like racketeering and sex trafficking after a 7-week trial. Back at MDC Brooklyn, fellow inmates gave him a standing ovation, celebrating his win against the government. His lawyer, Mark Agnifilo, says inmates rarely see anyone beat the system, making Diddy's victory a symbol of hope. But Diddy faces up to 20 years for 2 prostitution-related convictions, with sentencing set for October. From CNN, Trump administration moves to terminate a form of humanitarian relief for Nicaraguans and Hondurans in the U.S. The Trump administration is ending temporary protected status for 76,000 Nicaraguans and Hondurans in the U.S. TPS started in 1999 after Hurricane Mitch protects migrants from deportation due to unsafe conditions in their home countries. The move has sparked legal challenges, with critics arguing it ignores ongoing hardships in Honduras and Nicaragua. DHS Secretary Kristi Noem says the program is no longer needed, but lawsuits may delay the decision. From the Washington Post, U.S. measles cases reach a 33-year record high as outbreaks spread. The U.S. hit a 33-year high with 1,277 measles cases across 38 states, driven by vaccine hesitancy. 92% of cases involve unvaccinated people, with outbreaks fueled by misinformation and low vaccination rates. West Texas saw over 750 cases, with 3 deaths, including 2 children, highlighting the disease's danger. Experts warn the U.S. could lose its measles elimination status if outbreaks continue unchecked. From USA Today, U.S. stocks opened down on tariff uncertainty. Deadline moved but threat remains. Tesla sinks. U.S. stocks fell as Trump tariff deadline shifted from July 9th to August 1st, creating market uncertainty. The Dow, S&P 500, and NASDAQ dropped, with Trump threatening extra tariffs on BRICS nations. Tesla shares sank 8% amid tensions between Elon Musk and Trump over a new political party. Oil prices rose despite OPEC's plan to boost production, signaling a strong market outlook. From BBC News, ex-hostage says Trump can bring home all those still captive in Gaza. Keith Siegel, freed from Hamas captivity, says Trump can secure the release of 50 remaining hostages in Gaza. Kidnapped during the October 2023 attacks, Siegel endured 484 days before a Trump-brokered ceasefire freed him. As Trump meets Netanyahu, hopes rise for a new deal to free hostages and end the Gaza conflict. But Hamas and Israel remain divided, with talks stalling despite urgent calls for peace. From Fortune, Alphabet's Isomorphic Labs has grand ambitions to solve all diseases with AI. Now it's gearing up for its first human trial. Alphabet's Isomorphic Labs is gearing up for human trials of AI-designed drugs to fight diseases like cancer. Built on DeepMind's AlphaFold, the company uses AI to design medicines faster and more accurately. Partnerships with Novartis and Eli Lilly aim to boost drug discovery, with $600 million raised in 2025. The goal? A future where AI creates drugs with a single click, revolutionizing healthcare. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From CNN, U.S. Rep. LaMonica McIver pleads not guilty to assault charges stemming from immigration center visit. U.S. Rep. LaMonica McIver, a New Jersey Democrat, pleaded not guilty to federal assault charges after a May visit to an immigration detention center. The charges stem from an incident at Newark's Delaney Hall, where McIver allegedly pushed and grabbed federal agents during a chaotic congressional oversight visit. Indicted on 3 counts, McIver faces up to 8 years if convicted. Her lawyer says she's innocent, claiming agents escalated the situation. Democrats call the prosecution politically motivated amid tensions over Trump's immigration policies. A trial is set for November 10th. From Fox News, flashback. New York City mayoral candidate Zohran Mamdani vowed to arrest Netanyahu if he visited the city. New York City mayoral candidate Zohran Mamdani, a Democratic socialist, won the primary and once vowed to arrest Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu if he visited the city. Mamdani said he'd act on international law, citing ICC warrants, despite the U.S. not being an ICC member. Trump sanctioned the ICC over this. Linked to anti-Israel activism, Mamdani supports Israel's right to exist, but calls for equal rights for all. Critics highlight his protest ties. His stance sparks debate as he aims to lead New York City, promising to resist Trump's policies and align the city with global values. From the Washington Post, Trump administration is preparing to challenge budget law, U.S. officials say. The Trump administration is gearing up to challenge a 1974 budget law aiming to withhold billions in congressionally approved funds. White House aides argue the law limits presidential power. Delays in spending have stalled research grants and agency contracts. Health and science funding is frozen, with agencies like NIH and NSF unable to award grants, risking illegal fund cancellations. Experts warn of a constitutional clash, with Democrats alleging violations. The issue may head to court, reshaping federal power. From CBS News, Trump says U.S. will meet with Iran next week. President Trump says the U.S. will meet with Iran next week following a ceasefire after a 12-day Israel-Iran conflict. Trump claims U.S. strikes obliterated Iran's nuclear sites, though intelligence suggests only months of setbacks. Israel says years. As the NATO summit, Trump pushed for higher defense spending and discussed peace with Ukraine's Zelensky and NATO allies. No formal agreement is planned, but Trump insists Iran's nuclear threat is neutralized. The world watches the ceasefire's stability. From USA Today, deadly Israel-Iran conflict is now over, Trump declares at NATO. President Trump declared the 12-day Israel-Iran conflict over at a NATO summit, saying neither side will resume fighting. Trump insists U.S. strikes destroyed Iran's nuclear facilities, disputing leaks suggesting only minor delays to Iran's program. Israel claims the attacks set Iran's nuclear ambitions back years, while Iran says its program continues despite heavy losses. NATO allies pledged to boost defense spending to 5% of GDP, a Trump priority, as the FBI probes the leaked intelligence. From the Wall Street Journal, New York City mayoral primary is latest blow to Democratic establishment. Democratic Socialist Zohran Mamdani's New York City mayoral primary win stunned the Democratic establishment, beating ex-Governor Andrew Cuomo. Backed by Bernie Sanders and AOC, Mamdani's progressive plans like free buses and rent freezes resonated with voters. He proposes higher taxes on the wealthy to fund his vision, while critics warn his policies, like anti-Israel stances, may polarize. The win highlights Democratic divides, with Republicans framing Mamdani as too far left. A ranked choice count will confirm the nominee. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From CNN, how Trump is building a case to fire the Fed chair explained. President Trump is eyeing a way to fire Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell, but it's not about interest rates. It's about a pricey building renovation. The Fed's headquarters renovation in D.C. ballooned from $1.9 billion to $2.5 billion, sparking criticism from Trump and his allies, like Russell Vought. Critics call it a lavish project, comparing it to Versailles, citing plans for roof terraces and marble upgrades. Powell says these are practical fixes, like reusing original marble. Trump, who nominated Powell in 2017, now uses the cost overruns to question his leadership, despite Powell's call for an inspector general review. From Fox News, meet Annie Tomasini, the longtime Biden loyalist subpoenaed to testify Friday about his mental health. Annie Tomasini, a longtime Biden aide, faces a House Oversight Committee subpoena to testify about the former president's cognitive health and possible misuse of an auto pen. Republicans are investigating claims of a cover-up regarding Biden's mental decline, also questioning Tomasini's ties to Hunter Biden from 2010 emails. A book by Jake Tapper describes Tomasini and aide Anthony Burnell as fiercely loyal to the Biden family, even using a teleprompter to prep Biden for interviews. Tomasini's counsel requested the subpoena for her Friday testimony, while another aide, Bernal, recently pleaded the fifth in a similar probe. From The Guardian, House Republicans passed Trump's proposed aid and public broadcasting cuts. House Republicans passed a $9 billion funding cut proposed by Trump targeting foreign aid and public broadcasting like NPR and PBS. The vote split 216 to 213, met a tight Friday deadline to avoid spending on programs like global AIDS prevention and food assistance. The bill hit a snag over the Epstein case, with Democrats pushing to release related files, forcing GOP leaders to delay and address the controversy. While some cuts were softened in the Senate, the bill now heads to Trump's desk, impacting programs like Corporation for Public Broadcasting. From USA Today, Trump bows to Epstein critics clamoring for more records. Will it calm MAGA's fury? President Trump is under pressure to release more Jeffrey Epstein case records, prompting him to ask Attorney General Pam Bondi for grand jury testimony. The Justice Department says no client list exists, but Trump's base and critics like Rep. Thomas Massie demand all files be made public. A bipartisan bill by Massie and Rep. Ro Khanna pushes for full disclosure, but some say grand jury records won't reveal the full story. Trump's move follows backlash from MAGA supporters and a lewd letter he reportedly wrote to Epstein, fueling calls for transparency. From Newsweek, FBI responds to explosion at LA Sheriff Training Site. A deadly explosion at the LA County Sheriff's Biscayne's Training Center killed 3 deputies Friday morning around 7:30 a.m. The blast near a bomb squad vehicle may have involved explosive materials, prompting an FBI and LAPD bomb squad investigation. Witnesses reported a massive boom and shattered glass. The site used for specialized training is now evacuated as officials probe the cause. Governor Newsom and Homeland Security's Kristi Noem offered support, with early reports suggesting it may be a tragic accident. From the Gateway Pundit, brutal. Joy Reid melts down after Piers Morgan tortures her for playing the race card over MSNBC firing. Former MSNBC host Joy Reid faced off with Piers Morgan after her show's cancellation, sparking a fiery debate over her firing. Reid suggested her exit was tied to her race, sharing an emotional video about her show's focus on issues like Black Lives Matter and immigration. Morgan challenged her, saying the firing was due to low ratings, not race, leading to a heated exchange where both raised their voices. Reid defended her work, calling it of God, while Morgan accused her of racializing the conversation, dividing opinions online. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From the Wall Street Journal, aboard Marine One, a phone call and the decision to strike Iran. On Marine One, President Trump gets a call from Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth deciding whether to strike Iran's nuclear sites or abort. Hours later, B-2 bombers hit Iran's nuclear facilities, aiming to halt Tehran's nuclear ambitions after failed diplomacy. The strikes risk escalating Middle East tensions, dividing Trump's MAGA coalition, with hawks like Lindsey Graham cheering and critics like Marjorie Taylor Greene warning of war. Trump calls it a great victory, but Democrats slam the move as unlawful, questioning the strike's timing and evidence. From Fox News, Democratic Senator Fetterman shuts down AOC's call for Trump's impeachment after Iran strikes. Pennsylvania's Senator John Fetterman slams Rep. AOC's call to impeach President Trump over airstrikes on Iran's nuclear sites. AOC calls the strikes a constitutional violation, demanding impeachment after Trump's Operation Midnight Hammer hit Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan. Fetterman says impeachment talk is pointless, noting Trump's already survived 2 impeachments and it won't help the debate. Trump hails the mission as a success, but the left and some Republicans question its legality. From CNN, buy now, pay later loans will factor into Americans' credit scores. FICO's new credit scores will soon include buy now, pay later loan data, revealing how well Americans manage these popular installment loans. BNPL helps young consumers with flexible payments, but overspending risks phantom debt, especially for daily purchases like groceries. Responsible use could boost credit for young borrowers, but frequent loans might hurt scores due to their unique repayment patterns. Launching this fall, FICO's new scores aim to give lenders a clearer view of consumer credit, though adoption may be slow. From the Post-Millennial, copper thieves target Seattle area light rail, shutting down train line. Copper thieves strike Seattle's 2 line at 2 a.m., cutting fences and stealing wire, halting service and costing thousands. Sound Transit and King County Sheriff's deputies investigate as copper thefts surge, with 30 cases in Seattle this year alone. Driven by drug addiction, thieves target critical infrastructure, disrupting transit traffic and even hospital networks. Service resumed by afternoon, but officials scramble to secure the system against this growing regional crime wave. From the Washington Post, Truth Social parent company announces $400 million stock buyback. Trump Media, parent of Truth Social, announces a $400 million stock buyback to boost its share value after a volatile year. Shares rose 3%, but later dipped down 48% year-to-date, despite the company holding $3 billion in cash. Trump actively posts on the platform, outpacing his first-term tweets, though it lags behind X and Threads in users. CEO Devin Nunes says the buyback supports shareholders, but the company still faces losses over $400 million in 2024. From USA Today, what is Iran's next move? Israel steps up attacks after U.S. bombing. Israel intensifies airstrikes on Tehran, targeting Evin prison and Revolutionary Guard sites after U.S. bombs hit Iran's nuclear facilities. Iran launches missiles hitting an Israeli electrical facility as fears grow of a wider Mid-East conflict. Global leaders urge restraint, while the UN nuclear watchdog expects significant damage at Iran's Fordow site. Trump hints at regime change, but his team insists the goal is to stop Iran's nuclear program, not start a war. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From CNN, Bernie Sanders thinks Democrats have turned on their base. Now it's time to fight back. Senator Bernie Sanders calls Texas Republicans' redistricting plan, backed by Trump, an attempt to rig the system by adding 5 GOP House seats. Texas Democrats fled to block the plan, while governors in California and New York consider redrawing their own maps to counter it. On his Fighting Oligarchy tour, Sanders urges Democrats to stand with the working class, saying the party has lost touch with its base. Sanders also warns against escalating the Israel-Gaza conflict and supports a fair Ukraine peace deal as Trump meets Putin. From Fox News, it's not just Democrats. Socialist Mamdani's plans should worry Republicans nationwide. Zoran Mamdani, a socialist New York City mayoral candidate, gains traction with Senator Elizabeth Warren praising his ideas as the Democratic message. Critics warn Mamdani's plans, like abolishing private property, could shape the Democratic Party's future and inspire similar candidates. A former Republican ambassador defends capitalism's opportunities, citing his rise from welfare to Congress, and calls socialism outdated. With 2028 elections nearing, Mamdani's race could signal a shift in American politics. From CNBC, Trump's no tax on tips raises worker questions. One bartender says it feels too good to be true. Trump's no tax on tips law offers up to a $25,000 deduction for tipped workers, but it phases out at $150,000 income. Bartender Maddie Lopez says it sounds too good to be true, with unclear rules on qualifying tips and state taxes still applying. Experts note mandatory gratuities like those for large parties may not count, and employer reporting rules remain unclear. As tipping declines, workers await IRS clarity on the tax break by October. From HuffPost, Trump rips disgusting degenerate Nancy Pelosi in Saturday night stock rant. President Trump accused Nancy Pelosi of using inside information for stock market gains, calling her a disgusting degenerate. Pelosi's husband, Paul, has outperformed top hedge funds, raising questions about whether her political role gives him an edge. Pelosi denies influencing her husband's trades and recently backed a bill to ban stock trading by federal lawmakers. The debate over politicians and stock trading continues to stir controversy. From USA Today, Texas Democrats fled the state to oppose GOP redistricting. Why this one stayed behind? State Rep. Richard Pena Raymond stayed in Austin to fight a GOP plan to add 5 Republican House seats, while others fled to block a vote. Raymond, a veteran lawmaker, engages Republicans, hoping to avoid a Supreme Court fight as he did in a similar 2003 battle. The GOP plan could secure their House majority, but blue states like California may counter with their own redistricting moves. Raymond fears a GOP-friendly Supreme Court could uphold the maps, making his fight tougher. From Newsweek, Trump envoy slammed for damaging incompetence over Putin talks. Trump's envoy Steve Witkoff met Putin to discuss a Ukraine ceasefire, but faced criticism for presenting conflicting plans to European leaders. Reports say Witkoff outlined different ceasefire terms, causing confusion with critics like Michael McFaul calling it damaging incompetence. Trump promised to end the Ukraine war quickly, but Witkoff's talks have raised doubts about progress. Trump will meet Putin in Alaska on August 15th to push for a ceasefire. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From Fox News, Cincinnati felon with 22 prior arrests indicted for allegedly snatching victim's chain during viral beatdown. A brutal brawl in Cincinnati's downtown shocked the nation after going viral. Now a 7th suspect, Gregory Wright, is indicted. Wright, with 22 prior arrests, faces charges of aggravated riot and robbery for allegedly stealing a necklace during the attack. Court records show Wright's history includes drug trafficking and gun charges, often escaping with plea deals or probation. 6 co-defendants also face serious charges with bonds up to $500,000 as the city grapples with this violent incident. From CNN, federal court hearing about legal conditions of Alligator Alcatraz detainees ends without immediate ruling. A federal judge heard arguments over conditions at Alligator Alcatraz, a controversial Florida detention camp. The ACLU claims detainees lack access to lawyers and clear immigration courts, calling conditions extorting. The government says legal access is improving, with private meeting rooms added, but venue disputes linger. No ruling yet, as the judge weighs if the case is in the right court, leaving detainees' rights in limbo. From Reuters, Texas Democrats end walkout as Republicans try to pass redrawn map. Texas Democrats ended their walkout, returning to fight Republican efforts to redraw congressional maps. The walkout broke quorum, stalling GOP plans to gain 5 congressional seats pushed by President Trump. Governor Abbott called a new session to push redistricting, while California's governor counters with his own plan. Democrats vow to keep fighting for fair representation in this high-stakes political. From ABC News, deadly Russian drone missile barrage on Ukraine marks Trump-Zelensky talks. Russian drones and missiles killed 7, including 2 children, in Ukraine's Kharkiv on Sunday night. Ukraine's Air Force downed 88 of 140 drones, but strikes hit multiple regions, killing and injuring dozens. As President Zelensky heads to meet Trump in Washington, he calls Russia's attacks cynical amid peace talks. Trump pushes for a deal to end the war, but Russia's relentless strikes complicate diplomacy. From the Wall Street Journal, Zelensky heads back to Washington under pressure from Putin. Ukrainian President Zelensky returns to Washington to meet Trump, seeking security guarantees amid war. A deadly Russian drone strike in Kharkiv killed 4, underscoring the urgency as Putin demands territory. Joined by European allies, Zelensky faces pressure to balance Trump's support and Ukraine's resistance. Security guarantees are key, but territorial concessions remain a sticking point. From The Independent. Harvard researcher attacked by 5 teens after asking them to be quiet during screening of weapons. A Harvard researcher, Thiago Rentz, was attacked by 5 teens at a Boston AMC theater during a horror movie. Rentz asked the teens to quiet down, but they turned violent, punching him as he tried to leave. Left with a black eye, Rentz says no one helped, and AMC hasn't responded about security failures. Rentz demands the teens be identified via cameras, calling for better theater safety measures. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From Fox News. DHS scoops up criminal illegal immigrant suspected of killing man on lawnmower. Senseless tragedy. In Louisiana, DHS issued an ICE detainer for Roberto Romero Hernandez, a Mexican national suspected of driving drunk and killing 59-year-old Ricky Maddox. Romero Hernandez allegedly struck Maddox, who was mowing on Highway 1 with his Chevrolet Silverado. Maddox later died in the hospital. DHS says the detainer ensures Romero Hernandez, arrested without a license, won't be released pending local proceedings. This follows other recent incidents involving illegal immigrants and DUI fatalities amid rising ICE detainer activity. From CNN, the Fort Stewart shooting is the latest act of violence at a U.S. military base. An Army Sergeant, Cornelius Radford, allegedly shot and wounded 5 soldiers at Fort Stewart, Georgia. Fellow soldiers tackled Radford, stopping the attack. All 5 victims are stable after 3 underwent surgery. The shooting occurred in the 3rd Infantry Division's area, a unit hit by tragedy before including a 2022 killing. This incident joins other violent attacks at U.S. bases like Fort Hood and Pensacola, raising safety concerns. From the Wall Street Journal. U.S. trading partners race to secure exemptions from Trump's tariffs. New U.S. tariffs hit Thursday, with countries like the EU, Japan, and South Korea seeking exemptions. Deals with Brazil and Chile already exempt products like orange juice and copper, covering billions in exports. Trump's 100% tariff on semiconductors spares companies investing in U.S. manufacturing like Apple. Uncertainty lingers as nations push for more carve-outs, fearing impacts on prices and investment. From the Washington Post, live updates. Trump's sweeping tariffs go into effect after delays. President Trump's tariffs, effective Thursday, impose up to 39% taxes on imports from India, Switzerland, and more. Commerce Secretary Lutnick claims tariffs will bring $50 billion monthly, but critics warn of higher consumer prices. Meanwhile, Fort Bliss prepares to detain 1,000 immigrants, part of Trump's deportation plan using military bases. Trump also eyes a Putin meeting and a new census, stirring debates on trade, immigration, and politics. From ABC News, White House pushes back on Kremlin claims Trump and Putin agreed to meeting. The Kremlin claims a Trump-Putin meeting is set, but the White House says no location is confirmed. A U.S. official says Putin must meet Ukraine's Zelensky first for any Trump summit to happen. Zelensky insists Ukraine and Europe must be part of peace talks to end the Russia-Ukraine war. With a new envoy in Moscow, talks continue as Trump sets a Friday deadline for Russia to make peace. From the Gateway Pundit, leftists flip out as President Trump orders new census that would exclude illegals. Up to 30 Democrat House seats could evaporate. President Trump ordered a new U.S. census to exclude illegal immigrants despite the 2020 census being recent. The move could shift House seats and Electoral College votes, potentially costing Democrats up to 30 seats. Critics call it an attempt to erase communities and cut funding for healthcare and education. Supporters say it ensures only legal residents count, amid heated debates over redistricting. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From Fox News. Human remains discovered days after devastating California fireworks facility explosion. A firework facility in Esparto, California, exploded Tuesday night, injuring 2 and leaving 7 missing. The blast sparked fires across 80 acres. Firefighters were pulled back due to safety risks from unignited fireworks. By Friday, the Yolo County Coroner's team accessed the site. Human remains were found, but no identifications have been made. Recovery efforts will continue through the weekend with respect for families. Yolo County offers grief support as investigators probe the cause, which remains unknown. The community seeks answers. From CNN, Hamas submits positive response to ceasefire proposal in major step towards a deal. Hamas gave a positive response to a U.S.-backed 60-day ceasefire proposal, setting the stage for detailed talks with Israel. The deal involves releasing 10 living hostages, surging aid into Gaza, and partial Israeli withdrawal from northern areas. Proximity talks are next, but issues like withdrawal timelines remain. Hamas made minor amendments to the proposal. Backed by Trump, Qatar, and Egypt, this could move toward peace. But will it last? Negotiations are ongoing. From the Washington Post, 200 Marines sent to Florida to support ICE, U.S. Northern Command says. 200 Marines from North Carolina will assist ICE with administrative and logistical tasks, not direct detainee contact. They'll manage cases and maintain vehicles at facilities like the new Alligator Alcatraz in the Everglades. The deployment follows Trump's controversial troop moves, raising concerns about human rights and environmental impacts. Authorized under Title X, this is the first wave. Critics question the military's role in immigration enforcement. From USA Today, tropical depression brews off southeast coast. Forecast to hit South Carolina as Tropical Storm Chantal. A tropical depression formed off the southeast U.S. coast on July 4th, expected to become Tropical Storm Chantal by the weekend. A tropical storm watch is in effect from Edisto Beach to Little River Inlet, South Carolina, and winds nearing 35 miles an hour. Heavy rain is the main threat, potentially causing flooding in Georgia and the Carolinas. Travel hazards are expected. An Air Force Hurricane Hunter is surveying the storm. If named Chantal, would be the third storm of an active 2025 season. Will Chantal strike? Keep up with the forecast. From Newsweek, Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum responds to renowned boxer's ICE arrest. Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum hopes boxer Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. is deported to Mexico to face charges after his ICE arrest. DHS arrested Chavez in California, alleging he made fraudulent statements and has ties to the Sinaloa cartel via marriage. Chavez faces Mexican warrants for organized crime and firearms trafficking. DHS calls him a public safety threat. Sheinbaum pushes for his return to serve a sentence. Chavez's lawyer calls the allegations outrageous. Deportation is next. From ABC News, Russia hits Kiev with massive air attack, biggest of war so far. Russia launched the war's largest air attack on Kiev, sending 539 drones and missiles, killing 1 and injuring 23. Residents sheltered in metro stations as fires lit up the night. The assault followed a Trump-Putin call urging peace. Ukraine's Zelensky called the attack cynical, saying Russia shows no intent to end the war despite ceasefire talks. Trump paused some U.S. aid, raising fears of reduced support. Zelensky and Trump plan to boost Ukraine's defenses. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From The Guardian, my stomach just dropped. Foreign students in panicked limbo as Trump cancels visa interviews. The Trump administration has paused student visa interviews worldwide to implement new social media screening, leaving international students in limbo. Students like Oliver Cropley, set to study in Kansas, fear delays could cost scholarships and housing. Many can't even schedule interviews. Recent moves, like banning Harvard from enrolling foreign students, add to the uncertainty. A federal judge blocked that, but the future's unclear. With 1.1 million international students in the U.S., many are now reconsidering their academic plans amid growing anxiety. From CNN, stocks drop as Trump claims China has violated trade agreement and tensions flare. Stocks fell Friday after Trump accused China of violating trade agreements, hinting at new tax sanctions on Chinese firms. The Dow dropped 230 points, with the Nasdaq down 1.48% as Trump's trade war rhetoric heats up after a week of tariff battles. A court blocked Trump's tariffs, but an appeal paused that ruling, leaving markets uncertain as legal fights continue. Despite the volatility, some investors bet Trump may back down, but the trade war's impact is far from over. From CBS News, Taylor Swift buys back Masters, shares new info about Reputation. Taylor Swift announced she's bought back her first 6 albums, Masters, sold in 2019, calling it a dream come true. She's paused re-recording Reputation, saying it's too unique to redo, but teased unreleased vault tracks that are fire. Her debut album's re-recording is done and she's excited to share it when the time's right, thanks to fan support. Swift praised fans for backing her re-recordings and hopes her fight inspires artists to own their work. From Fox News, Harvard vs. Trump. All the president wants is for the university to obey the law. President Trump is clashing with Harvard, demanding reforms like merit-based hiring and auditing for viewpoint diversity. Harvard's president rejected the demands, prompting Trump to freeze $2.2 billion in grants and ban foreign student enrollment. Critics call Harvard's stance hubris, while others say Trump's targeting universities to fight woke culture. With 27% of Harvard students international, the financial and academic stakes are high in this ongoing feud. From the Associated Press, Supreme Court lets Trump strip legal protections from 500,000 people, exposing more to deportation. The Supreme Court allowed Trump to end legal protections for over 500,000 migrants from Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua, and Venezuela. This follows a similar ruling affecting 350,000 Venezuelans, exposing nearly 1 million to potential deportation. Critics like Justice Jackson warn of chaos for families and communities, while the administration calls the protections temporary. The case returns to a lower court, but for now, these migrants face an uncertain future in the U.S. From the Federalist. By appeasing rogue judges, Trump legitimizes leftist judicial coup. Critics say Trump's compliance with lower court judges' injunctions is undermining his presidency and the Constitution. At a briefing, Press Secretary Leavitt dodged questions on fighting rogue judges, blocking Trump's policies, promising legal battles. Some argue these judges overstepped their power, halting Trump's agenda backed by 77 million voters. Without a broader strategy, critics warn Trump risks legitimizing a judicial coup that could delay his policies for years. From Fox News, our leaders abandoned Chicago. Trump is right. It's time to call in the Guard. Imagine Chicago's South Side as a war zone with 617 homicides last year. Neighborhoods like Inglewood devastated. A local pastor shares his heartbreak over endless violence. Trump calls it a mess, suggesting National Guard intervention, while Mayor Johnson and Governor Pritzker push back, citing dropping crime and calling it unconstitutional. The author supports troops as a shock tactic, but warns it's temporary. Real change needs community programs like his nonprofit, training youth and rebuilding families. From gang control to failed policies, it's time for action that puts kids first, block by block. From CNN, judge says Trump administration's use of U.S. military in Los Angeles violated federal law. A federal judge rules Trump's deployment of National Guard and Marines in LA violated the Posse Comitatus Act, banning troops from domestic law enforcement during an immigration crackdown. Judge Breyer detailed how soldiers set up blockades and aided agents, calling it a systemic violation, now blocked in California with appeals pending. Governor Newsom celebrates the win against illegal militarization amid Trump's plans for other cities like Chicago. Public polls show strong opposition, especially from Democrats. Experts say this ruling could influence nationwide cases, highlighting limits on presidential power. From NBC News, D.C. grand jury declines to indict another defendant amid Trump crime crackdown. In Trump's crackdown, a D.C. grand jury refuses to indict Natalie Jones for alleged threats against the president on social media, citing weak evidence and her mental health issues. This marks at least 6 similar declines recently, including cases like tossing a hoagie at officers or scuffles with FBI. Local juries made of D.C. residents are resisting federal overreach. Defense attorneys push for her release, calling the case baseless amid National Guard deployments. It's a trend showing community opposition to the heavy-handed approach. Rare for federal grand juries, but here it's emerging as pushback against the crackdown in the nation's capital. From the Washington Post, Nestle removes CEO after investigation into relationship with subordinate. Nestle, the world's biggest food giant, fires CEO Laurent Frégy over an undisclosed romantic relationship with a subordinate, breaching company conduct rules. The investigation, led by the board chairman and outside counsel, led to immediate dismissal. Frégy, who rose through ranks since 1986, had just refocused the company on core products like coffee and pet food. Enter Philip Navratil as new CEO, a veteran exec from Nescafé and Nespresso, amid challenges like dropping profits from tariffs and currency issues. Nestle emphasizes strong governance, but this scandal shakes up its global empire serving billions. From Daily Mail, 21,000 American casualties, millions of civilians trapped, and the world on the brink of war. War games reveal a Chinese blockade of Taiwan could cost the U.S. 21,000 casualties, dozens of ships, and over 1,000 aircraft, drawing America into devastating conflict. CSIS scenarios show China losing big too, but escalation risks nuclear threats. Taiwan could run out of fuel in weeks, trapping millions and forcing U.S. convoys or airlifts. With G prepping generals by 2027 and building warships 3 times faster than the U.S., experts urge Pentagon prep, blockade seen as first step, not full invasion. Total victory impossible, U.S. must decide, intervene or let Taiwan fall, reshaping global power. From the Daily Express, CNN interrupted live on air for breaking Donald Trump news ahead of big announcement. CNN cuts to breaking news. Trump orders a new accurate census excluding undocumented immigrants using 2024 election data for redistricting. Expert reveals 2020 errors undercounted red states like Alabama while overcounting blue ones like Rhode Island, potentially shifting political power. But critics slam it as unconstitutional. 14th Amendment requires counting all persons and Congress controls the process, not the president. It could take years. Amid health rumors like hand bruises from handshakes, this move aims to get undocumented out, sparking debate on fairness. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From Fox News, Texas man charged with terroristic threat against Charlie Kirk vigil. A Texas man faces charges after allegedly threatening a vigil for slain conservative activist Charlie Kirk. 19-year-old Zaylin Dunbar posted on Facebook hinting he'd use his truck to disrupt the event at UTSA. He wrote, "I'ma make this a movie, me and my truck," and warned against stopping his Ford 250 diesel. The vigil, attended by about 1,000, honored Kirk, assassinated days earlier. Authorities flagged the posts via a fusion center, leading to Dunbar's arrest at his apartment. He admitted the comments but called them dumb and clowning around. Dunbar's held on $40,000 bond for terroristic threat, facing potential violence charges. From CNN, Kimmel nods to big ratings, heckles Trump as an 80s movie-style bully in second post-suspension show. Jimmy Kimmel's back for night 2 after suspension, roasting President Trump as an 80s movie bully like Biff from Back to the Future. Trump accused Kimmel of being a Democratic arm and threatened ABC. Kimmel quipped only Trump would threaten to prove he's not threatening. He defended his jabs, saying he hates bullies from his clarinet playing days. The show hit record ratings, over 6 million TV viewers and nearing 20 million on YouTube. But it's preempted on some affiliates amid controversy over Kimmel's Kirk comments. Kimmel championed free speech. "We live in a country that allows this." Critics like J.D. Vance say he didn't apologize enough. From The Guardian, Oklahoma superintendent who put Trump Bibles in classrooms resigns. Oklahoma's school superintendent Ryan Walters, known for pushing conservative views, is resigning to lead a national nonprofit. Since 2022, Walters placed Trump-endorsed Bibles in classrooms, required teaching 2020 election conspiracies, and pushed for Turning Point USA chapters in all high schools after Charlie Kirk's death. He fought woke indoctrination, appointing right-wing figures to committees and rejecting church-state separation. Now, he'll head Teacher Freedom Alliance to destroy teachers' unions nationally. Walters announced on Fox, calling it liberals' worst nightmare. He's made over 400 media appearances promoting Christian nationalism. From the Washington Post, Hegseth orders rare, urgent meeting of hundreds of generals admirals. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has summoned hundreds of U.S. generals and admirals to an urgent meeting at a Virginia base next week, sparking confusion. The order covers all command-level officers 0 to 7 and up worldwide, including from conflict zones. No reason given amid firings and a potential shutdown. Hegseth slashed general ranks by 20%, fired leaders like DIA director and rebranded DoD as Department of War. Scrutiny on promotions adds to unease. Officials question pulling leaders from posts, calling it unusual and risky. Possible topics: new defense strategy prioritizing homeland over China. From the Associated Press, Trump says he was victim of triple sabotage at UN and Secret Service is looking into the matter. President Trump claims he faced triple sabotage at the UN General Assembly, prompting a Secret Service probe. First, an escalator halted with Trump on it, blamed by UN on a US videographer. Trump called it absolute sabotage and wants arrests. Second, his teleprompter went dark, handled by the White House per UN officials. Third, sound issues meant some, like Melania, couldn't hear without interpreters. Trump labeled it not a coincidence and urged saving security tapes. UN cites ongoing escalator issues from budget cuts, partly due to US delays. From USA Today, ICE facility shooting updates. 1 detainee killed, 2 wounded in Dallas attack. A shooter attacked a Dallas ICE facility, killing 1 detainee and wounding 2 from a rooftop, ruled a targeted act of violence. The gunman, reportedly 29-year-old Joshua John, died by unaliving. Evidence like anti-ICE on ammo suggests ideological motive per FBI. Victims include a seriously injured Mexican national. Mexico demands investigation. This follows other ICE attacks amid rising assaults on agents. Officials like Ted Cruz and J.D. Vance blame demonizing rhetoric. Democrats condemn violence. Trump plans order against domestic terrorism networks. ICE boosts security nationwide. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From NBC News, as Gabbard eyes revamping Trump's intelligence briefing, one idea is to mimic Fox News. National Intelligence Director Tulsi Gabbard is exploring ways to revamp President Trump's daily intelligence briefings to suit his style. One idea? Turn the president's daily brief into a Fox News-style video, complete with graphics and possibly a network personality presenting it. Trump has taken the brief less often than past presidents, prompting discussions to tailor it to his preference for visuals over text. While the content would stay the same, critics question if this risks politicizing intelligence. Gabbard's team denies the claims, calling them fake news. From the BBC, UK steelmakers call Trump doubling tariffs another body blow. UK steelmakers are reeling after President Trump doubled U.S. import tariffs on steel and aluminum to 50%. The trade group UK Steel warns orders may be cancelled, with some shipments already en route across the Atlantic. A recent UK-US trade deal to drop tariffs is still being finalized, leaving the industry in limbo. UK officials are pushing to resolve this fast, as specialized steel exports to the US face a costly hike. From Fox News, Michelle Obama facing backlash over claim about women's reproductive health. Former First Lady Michelle Obama is under fire for saying creating life is the least of what a woman's reproductive system does. On her podcast, Obama argued women's reproductive health is about more than just choice, but her words drew sharp criticism from pro-life activists. Critics like Danielle DeSouza Gill called motherhood a miracle, slamming Obama for downplaying it. Obama also criticized Republican voters, suggesting some women vote based on their husband's views, fueling further debate. From Newsweek, Steve Bannon says Elon Musk and Scott Bessent had physical confrontation. Steve Bannon claims Elon Musk shoved Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent during a heated White House argument over budget cuts. The clash reportedly happened after Bessent challenged Musk's unfulfilled promise of $1 trillion in federal spending cuts. Trump sided with Bessent, and Musk's role in the administration has since diminished, says Bannon. Musk, who left his Doge role, jokingly blamed a black eye on his son, but his exit raises questions about his influence. From the Post-Millennial, NYC Dem lawmakers claim NYPD e-bike crackdown is racist and could lead to deportations. NYC's progressive lawmakers are slamming the NYPD's e-bike crackdown, calling it racist and a risk for deportations. The NYPD is issuing criminal summons for traffic violations like running red lights, targeting delivery drivers, many of whom are minorities. Council members like Tiffany Caban argue the fines could lead to court appearances and deportations for undocumented drivers. NYPD's commissioner defends the measures, citing safety concerns, but critics say it unfairly targets communities of color. From CNN, Trump's mass firings at several agencies will remain on hold, appeals court rules. A federal appeals court has halted President Trump's plan for mass firings across multiple government agencies. The Ninth Circuit ruled that Trump's executive order for sweeping layoffs lacks congressional approval, calling it unconstitutional. Federal employee unions and groups challenge the order, arguing it oversteps the president's authority. The White House vows to fight the ruling, which could head to the Supreme Court, stalling Trump's government overhaul. From Fox News, War Department launches new counter-narcotics task force under Trump directive to crush cartels. The Department of War just launched a new counter-narcotics task force in the Caribbean to crush drug cartels under President Trump's directive. Secretary Pete Hegseth says it'll stop drugs cold, focusing on the South-Com area covering Latin America and the Caribbean. Led by the 2nd Marine Expeditionary Force, it aims to dismantle trafficking networks with U.S. and partner nations amid recent strikes on suspected drug boats that killed 21 people. Democrats are alarmed, questioning evidence for the strikes as the task force ramps up efforts to secure the hemisphere. From CNN, GOP leaders steadfast in shutdown stance despite rising pressure inside party. As the government shutdown enters its third week, GOP leaders like John Thune and Mike Johnson refuse to budge, even as military paychecks are at risk for the first time in recent history. Republicans blame Democrats for rejecting a funding extension, insisting no separate military pay bill to pressure a resolution, despite internal party tensions and viral confrontations. The stalemate centers on expiring ACA subsidies. GOP won't guarantee them without Democrats yielding, while some Republicans urge action to avoid political fallout. Both sides dig in, with polls favoring Democrats so far, but GOP believes public support will shift as the bind affects troops and families. From Newsweek, Mark Benioff's National Guard plea sparks fury. Salesforce CEO Mark Benioff is facing fury after urging the Trump administration to deploy National Guard troops to fight crime in San Francisco. In a New York Times interview, Benioff said the city needs more cops and suggested guards could help, citing his own hiring of off-duty officers for events. This shift from his progressive past has angered local Democrats like Supervisor Matt Dorsey, who called it a slap in the face to city police efforts. Defense Attorney Brooke Jenkins and Senator Scott Wiener oppose inviting chaos, while Mayor Lurie's office highlights ongoing police staffing plans amid Trump's threats to send troops to blue cities. From NBC News, costumed protesters in Portland defy description of the city as a war zone. In Portland, costumed protesters like unicorns and dinosaurs dance outside an ICE building, countering the Trump administration's war zone label amid anti-deportation demos. The antics aim to show community joy and absurdity while providing protection from tear gas, as small groups protest mass deportations and National Guard deployments. Despite challenges like homelessness, crime stats show drops in homicides and steady overall rates, defying the violent narrative pushed by federal officials. A court hearing challenges Guard deployment, with protesters blaming feds for unrest, and even Governor Newsom mocking the war zone claim on social media. From the Associated Press, National Guard stands down in Illinois while troops patrol in Memphis with local police. In Memphis, National Guard troops began patrols Friday, focusing on tourist areas like Bass Pro Shops, escorted by local police to target violent crime without arrests. Democratic Mayor Paul Young didn't request them, but once focused on offenders. Stats show improving crime rates, though residents question the need and costs. In Illinois, a judge blocked Guard deployment to Chicago, citing no evidence of rebellion amid immigration clashes. Troops are limited to training. Senators Durbin and Duckworth were denied access to a site, criticizing the move as legal battles continue over Trump's city deployments, with Portland's on hold. From USA Today, Trump fulfills threat to fire federal workers as shutdown hits day 11. Live updates. On day 11 of the shutdown, Trump's administration fired thousands of federal workers via reduction in force notices, targeting areas like education and HHS. Trump blames Democrats, calling the layoffs a pressure tactic over funding, with about 4,000 affected so far and more expected in Democrat-oriented agencies. The deadlock stems from ACA subsidy cuts. Democrats demand restoration, while GOP needs more Senate votes to pass a short-term bill amid filibusters. Polls blame Trump and GOP more, but impacts like flight delays and military pay misses could shift opinions. Some Republicans float nuclear options, but leadership resists. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From NBC News, Lee Jae-myung projected to win South Korean presidency, ending months of political turmoil. South Korea has a new president. Liberal Lee Jae-myung is projected to win with 51.7% of the vote, defeating conservative Kim Moon-soo after a chaotic martial law crisis. The snap election, triggered by former President Yoon's impeachment, saw massive turnout as voters rejected the conservative turmoil. Lee, a former human rights lawyer, vows to restore democracy, boost the economy, and navigate U.S. tariffs under Trump. But with ongoing trials and a polarized nation, can Lee unite South Korea? His leadership begins now. From Bloomberg, Penn wins dismissal of anti-Semitism lawsuit by Jewish students. A federal judge dismissed a lawsuit by Jewish students against the University of Pennsylvania, claiming the school failed to show intentional discrimination. The students sued under the Civil Rights Act, alleging a hostile environment after Hamas's 2023 attack on Israel. Judge Goldberg ruled Penn didn't act anti-Semitically, only tolerated differing viewpoints, but students can refile their claims. Meanwhile, Harvard faces harsher penalties, with Trump freezing $2.6 billion in funding over similar anti-Semitism claims. From Fox News, House Dems urge GOP to condemn DHS for handcuffing Rep. Nadler staffer, order Noem to testify. House Democrats demand GOP Chairman Jim Jordan condemn DHS for handcuffing a staffer in Rep. Nadler's office during a security check. Nadler and Raskin call the move an intimidation tactic, saying agents demanded access to private areas without concern for staff safety. They're urging DHS Secretary Kristi Noem to testify, accusing her agency of overstepping legal boundaries. DHS claims it was responding to a protest nearby, but Dems say it's part of Trump's reckless immigration crackdown. From the Associated Press, Republican push for proof of citizenship to vote proves a tough sell in the states. Republicans led by Trump are pushing for proof of citizenship to vote, but efforts are stalling in states like Texas and Missouri. A Texas bill requiring all 18.6 million voters to prove citizenship failed to pass, with critics citing voter inconvenience. Voting rights groups warn it could disenfranchise millions, especially women with name changes, as seen in New Hampshire. Non-citizen voting is rare, but Trump insists it's needed for election confidence. Will these laws gain traction? From USA Today, Boulder suspect left journal with family, says he has no regrets. Mohammed Solomon, a 45-year-old Egyptian, attacked pro-Jewish protesters in Boulder with Molotov cocktails, injuring 12. Solomon, who planned the attack for a year, told police he wanted supporters of Israel to die and has no regrets. Facing hate crime and attempted murder charges, he could get life in prison. His daughter, a scholarship winner, had no knowledge. Trump and Rubio vowed to deport terrorist sympathizers, citing Solomon's expired visa and asylum claim. From CNN, dozens of Palestinians killed near Gaza aid distribution point, health officials say, in third day of shooting. For the third day, Israeli forces fired on Palestinians near a Gaza aid site, killing 27 and wounding dozens per health officials. The Rafah site, run by the U.S.-backed Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, saw chaos as people sought food amid famine. Israel claims they fired warning shots at suspects a kilometer away, but the UN calls for an investigation into the attacks. With hospitals overwhelmed, Palestinians like Nawal al-Masri call the aid sites a trap. Will justice follow? From Fox News, far-left University of Chicago professor charged with violent felonies during anti-ICE riots in Broadview. University of Chicago Associate Professor Eamon Abdullahi was arrested Friday during protests outside an ICE facility in Broadview, Illinois. She's charged with 2 felony counts of aggravated battery to government employees and 2 misdemeanors for resisting peace officers amid ongoing riots that have led to multiple arrests. Abdullahi posted from the scene, accusing authorities of enforcing Trump's agenda, and has spoken out against ICE on podcasts, calling it community terror. Earlier this year, she criticized her university at a socialism conference, but said it's a platform to build power. Her X feed often shares pro-Palestine views. From CNN, the White House claims a left-wing judicial insurrection, but many GOP and Trump nominees are rebuking the president too. The White House accuses left-wing judges of an insurrection, but many Republicans and Trump-appointed judges are ruling against the administration's actions. Trump nominee Judge Karen Immergut blocked National Guard deployments to Portland twice, warning against blurring lines into martial law. In deportation cases using old laws, judges like Reagan appointee J. Harvey Wilkinson called rapid removals shocking to American liberty. Over a dozen GOP judges have struck down tariffs, birthright citizenship changes, and more, using strong language against unlawful overreach. From Newsweek, Judge Diane Goodstein makes first comment after house burns down. South Carolina Judge Diane Goodstein's home burned down Saturday. She told media she's all right and sounded cheerful, while her husband was injured escaping. The fire's cause is under investigation by state authorities. No evidence of arson yet, but it follows her ruling blocking voter data sharing with the Trump admin. Neighbors say Goodstein was walking dogs when it started. Her husband jumped into a marsh and was rescued with a canoe and rope. Amid Trump's allies' criticism of judges, some link rhetoric to threats. Though Republicans deny connections, investigation ongoing. From MSNBC, Kilmar Abrego Garcia ruling shows how Trump's vindictive prosecutions can backfire. A Tennessee judge allowed Kilmar Abrego Garcia to pursue claims that his criminal charges are vindictive retaliation by the Trump administration. Abrego, illegally deported, then returned via lawsuit, faces charges for transporting undocumented immigrants from a 2022 traffic stop, delayed unusually long. Judge Waverly Crenshaw cited DOJ official Todd Blanche's comments linking charges to Abrego's civil suit as evidence of possible retaliation. This preliminary win opens discovery. Similar claims from others like Rep. McIver show risks for politically motivated cases. From Inquisitor, Marine veteran mocks Pete Hegseth as laughingstock inside Pentagon. Marine vet Senator Ruben Gallego mocked Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth as a laughingstock in the Pentagon after his controversial military summit. At Quantico, Hegseth railed against fat generals, diversity programs, and pushed stricter fitness standards, seen by critics as an insecure power play. Gallego told CNN it broadcasts weakness, not leadership. Anonymous officials called it wasteful theater close to a loyalty test. Backlash from veterans warns of morale hits to troops. Amid White House domestic military pushes, patience in ranks is thinning. From CBS News, CBS News on board as China intercepts Canadian Air Force mission. CBS News joined a Canadian Air Force mission over the East China Sea monitoring North Korean sanctions violations via illicit trade. During the flight, Chinese jets intercepted twice, one armed with missiles, flying dangerously close in international airspace. Operation Neon gathers intel on suspicious vessels to enforce UN sanctions as China and Russia support North Korea's economy and nukes. Crews stayed professional despite risks. Trump seeks talks with Kama, but denuclearization remains stalled after past summits. And as always, thank you for the like, comment, and subscription. From Fox News, California high school volleyball team with trans athlete sees more forfeits following lawsuit by teammates. A California high school girls volleyball team with a transgender player is facing more forfeits after a lawsuit from teammates. 3 players sued the school district and state agencies, claiming a hostile environment and privacy issues in the locker room, rooted in their religious beliefs. Several schools, including Aquinas and Yucaipa, forfeited games, adding to earlier ones this season. Officials point to state laws allowing trans participation, urging changes through lawmakers. From CNN, GOP lawmaker says Trump is wrong to threaten the media in wake of Kimmel controversy. Retiring GOP Rep Don Bacon sharply criticizes President Trump for threatening media outlets amid the Jimmy Kimmel suspension. Bacon says Trump's threats to pull licenses violate free speech and press freedoms, calling it un-American. The controversy stems from Kimmel's comments on Charlie Kirk's killer, leading to ABC pulling the show after FCC suggestions. Bacon also slams Trump's tariffs, isolationism, and lack of moral clarity on issues like Ukraine. From the Wall